Imagine you are standing on the bank of a river at night. It is wide and dark and slow, and the sound it makes is less like water than like breathing. A long, soft exhalation moving through the reeds at the edge, stirring the papyrus stalks just enough to catch the light from a lamp somewhere behind you. The air is warm and thick and carries the smell of mud and something burning. And when you look up, the stars are extraordinary. Not the pale, scattered stars of a city-lit sky, but the full and overwhelming sky of a world without electricity, without glass, without anything between you and the dark. The Milky Way is a river above you that mirrors the river below you, and both of them are moving, slowly and without destination, towards something you cannot quite see. The lamp behind you is inside a building, a low mud brick building with thick walls and a flat roof, and a single doorway covered with a woven mat. Through the mat, faint and irregular, comes the glow of an oil flame. And beneath that glow, barely visible from where you are standing, a shape. A person sitting very still, a person working. If you were to go inside, if you were to lift the mat and step through into the warmth and the close smell of lamp oil and clay dust and the particular dry earthen scent of a scribal workshop, you would see what they are working on. A column of clay, roughly rectangular, a little larger than a man's hand, still soft enough to take marks. And in their right hand, a reed cut to a point, pressing wedge-shaped marks into the surface with a careful, unhurried patience that suggests they have been doing this for a very long time. They are making a list. Not just any list. Not a shopping list. Not a tax record. Not an inventory of grain stores or a receipt for a land transaction. Though all of those things were also being written down in this part of the world at roughly this moment in time. This is a different kind of list. A list of kings. A list of who ruled this land, and for how long, going back as far as the scribes who compiled it believed it was possible to go. Back past the oldest living memory, back past the oldest written record, back in the telling of it, past the beginning of the world as it currently exists. Because somewhere near the middle of the list, between one name and the next, something happens. Something that the scribe writing it down treats as a simple, matter-of-fact historical event. The kind of thing you note and move on from, even though it is one of the strangest and most consequential sentences in the entire history of human record-keeping. A flood sweeps over the land, and kingship descends from heaven a second time. My name is Arthur, and if you are new here, welcome to Arthur's Sleepy History, a channel where we spend the night with stories from the ancient world, told slowly and carefully, for the hours when sleep is close, but not quite arrived. If you want more videos like this, please click subscribe to show your support. It genuinely makes a difference to keeping this channel going. And leave a comment if you feel moved to. Tell me where you are in the world and what time it is. I love hearing where people are listening from. Now, back to the list. The document we are going to spend tonight with is called the Sumerian King List. It exists in several fragmentary copies found across different ancient sites in Mesopotamia, the region of southern Iraq where the first cities in human history were built. The most complete surviving version is inscribed on a clay prism, four-sided, about 20 centimeters tall, that was discovered at the ancient city of Nippur and is now kept at the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, where it sits under glass and goes by the catalogue number WB444, known among cuneiform scholars as the Weld-Blundell Prism. It was composed, as best as modern scholars can determine, sometime around 2100 BCE, during the third dynasty of Ur, a period of Sumerian cultural flowering that produced not just the king list, but significant bodies of literature, law, and religious hymn. The scribes who worked in the temple complexes of this period were professional, trained, and operating within a well-established intellectual tradition that took the documentation of the past seriously as both an administrative and a theological project, which already makes it extraordinarily old. But the list it contains claims to go back much, much further than that. It claims to go back to before the flood. And the reigns it assigns to the kings of that earlier world are not measured in decades or even in centuries. The first king on the list is a Lulim of Eridu. He reigned, according to the list, for 28,800 years. The second king, Al-Algar, also of Eridu, reigned for 36,000 years. By the time the list reaches its eighth and final pre-flood king, a man named Ubaratutu of the city Shurupak. The total accumulated reigns of these 8 rulers add up to 241,200 years. And then the flood swept over. And then kingship descended from heaven again. And then the next king on the list reigned for 1,200 years. Already a more manageable number, though still not quite human. And the one after that for 960 years, and so on. The numbers diminishing slowly but unmistakably over the following dynasties, until they reach the recognizably historical figures at the end of the list. Kings whose reigns are measured in years or decades, and who appear in other ancient records confirming that they were real. This is the Sumerian King List, and the question we are going to sit with tonight, slowly, carefully, through all 18 parts of this journey, is one of the most genuinely strange questions in the whole study of the ancient world. What is it? Not what is it in the sense of what is it made of, or where was it found, or who wrote it, though we will answer all of those questions too. What is it in the deeper sense? What does it mean that one of the oldest surviving written documents in human history contains, right at its beginning, 8 kings and 241,200 years, and a flood that ended everything? Is it mythology dressed in the clothes of history? Is it a political document stretching a claimed lineage back into an invented deep past? Is it a garbled record of something real, something that actually happened, preserved through so many layers of transmission and compression that the original event has become unrecognizable? Or is it something else entirely? A coded accounting, a symbolic system, a way of expressing in numbers something that the Sumerian scribes did not have the vocabulary to say directly? Scholars have been arguing about this for over 100 years, and they have not resolved it. Tonight, we are going to follow the argument carefully and honestly, looking at the evidence from every direction, and we are going to end this journey, as every honest investigation of this kind should end, with a clear picture of what we know, what we don't know, and what we may never be able to fully determine. But we will also do something else. We will follow a thread that the King List invites us to follow, even if we hold it lightly, even if we don't pull too hard on it. The thread goes something like this. If one of the oldest written documents in existence looks backward through a flood at a world that came before ours and assigns to that world kings with reigns of tens of thousands of years, then there is at least one question worth asking. What did that world look backward at? There is no rush tonight. The river is still moving. The lamp is still burning. The scribe is still working, pressing marks into clay with a patience that has outlasted by 4,000 years everything else about who they were. There is nothing to rush toward. Let us begin. But before we do, let me tell you a little more about where we are standing, because the river in front of us is not just any river, and the city behind us is not just any city. The river is the Euphrates. In the language of the people who lived beside it 4,000 years ago, it had other names, the Buranan in Sumerian, the Paratu in Akkadian. But It has been called the Euphrates long enough that the older names feel strange now, like finding out a very familiar person has a legal name nobody uses. The Euphrates rises in the mountains of eastern Turkey and runs south and east for roughly 2,500 kilometers before it reaches the Persian Gulf, and along the lower sections of its course, in the flat alluvial plain that the Greeks called Mesopotamia, land between the rivers. It once watered the oldest cities in human history. Those cities are not there anymore in the way they were. Eridu, which appears first on the King List, is a mound of dust in the Iraqi desert that archaeologists began excavating in the 1940s and found, at the bottom, traces of occupation going back to around 5,400 BCE, roughly 7,400 years ago, making it, as far as we currently know, one of the oldest continuously inhabited settlements ever discovered. The excavations found pottery styles that changed across the millennia, burial practices that evolved and adapted, the faint traces of mud brick structures built and rebuilt over each other in the accumulated sediment of a community that kept choosing, generation after generation, to remain beside the same water, making it quite possibly the oldest continuously inhabited settlement ever discovered. Uruk, the city where writing may have been invented, is another mound, larger, its ancient streets and temples compressed into the soil by the weight of subsequent centuries. Shuruppak, the city of the last pre-flood king on the list, is a third mound, and archaeologists digging through it found something startling. A layer of flood sediment, fine river silt deposited by a major inundation, sitting between levels of human occupation. The city had survived something. Water had come. And then the people came back. None of these floods was the flood in the sense that the King List means it, a single, world-erasing event that ended one age and began another. The archaeology of Mesopotamia shows a region of river plains that flooded regularly, catastrophically, and selectively, with different floods at different sites at different times. But the memory of flood, the sense that water comes and takes everything, and that what comes after is different from what came before, was real and ancient and woven into the texture of life in this part of the world, in a way that it is difficult to fully appreciate from a position of relative geological stability. The scribes who compiled the King List lived in a world shaped by that memory. They lived in mud brick cities that could be dissolved by rain. They planted crops in soil that arrived as silt from upstream and could equally be taken away by flood. They prayed to river gods whose benevolence was the difference between harvest and famine. The Euphrates was not background for them. It was alive, it was central, it was the reason the city existed at all, and the force most capable of ending the city if it chose. And somewhere in their deep past, far enough back that it was already beyond the horizon of memory by the time the first cities were being built, or so the King List seems to suggest, something had happened. Something involving water on a scale that dwarfed the ordinary floods of the river plain. Something that the scribes chose to place exactly in the middle of their most fundamental document about the nature of kingship and the legitimacy of political authority. A line drawn through time. Before the flood, 8 kings, 5 cities, 241,200 years. After the flood, the world we know. The world with human-scale reigns and historical dynasties, and records that can be cross-checked against other records and archaeology, and eventually confirmed. The world, in other words, in which we currently live. Let me say something about the specific strangeness of those numbers before we go any further, because it is easy to read past them without fully registering what they are claiming. 241,200 years. Modern, anatomically modern humans have existed for roughly 300,000 years. The oldest known cave paintings are around 45,000 years old. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, the oldest known deliberately constructed stone structures, dates to around 11,500 years ago. Agriculture itself goes back perhaps 12,000 years. The earliest cities in Mesopotamia are perhaps 6,000 years old. 241,200 years would extend these 8 kings back past all of it. Past cave paintings, past agriculture, past the point in most conventional timelines where anything recognizable as organized kingship could have existed. The mainstream reading, which we will examine in full later tonight, is that these numbers are symbolic rather than literal, a mathematical system or a way of expressing incomprehensible antiquity, or a political claim about dynastic legitimacy. These are serious arguments made by serious scholars, and they deserve to be taken seriously. But before we get to any interpretation, it is worth simply sitting with the fact that someone wrote this down 4,000 years ago, in a document copied and recopied across centuries, in a text that the culture producing it treated as a serious historical chronicle. Whatever the numbers mean, they meant something. And following what they meant, carefully, honestly, is what tonight is for. The question of what lies on the other side of that line, what the 241,200 years means, what the 8 kings represent, whether they are myth or memory, or mathematics, or something stranger than any of those words quite captures, is where tonight's investigation will spend most of its time. But there is one more thing worth establishing before we move into the evidence. The Sumerian King List is not the only ancient document that does this. It is not the only ancient text that draws a line between a deep, long-lived past and a shorter, more recognizably human present, with a flood or a catastrophe or a collapse marking the dividing point. The Hebrew Bible places a similar line at the flood of Noah, with the Antediluvian patriarchs living for centuries and the Post-Diluvian figures living for decades. The Babylonian priest Berossus, writing in Greek around 290 BCE, preserved a version of the same basic structure, 10 kings before a flood, reigns in the hundreds of thousands of years. Hindu cosmology describes vast cycles of time in which each world age is shorter and more degraded than the one before. Mesoamerican traditions speak of previous suns, previous creations, each one ended by catastrophe and followed by a new world populated by beings who knew something had been lost. These traditions do not all derive from each other. They are not all borrowing from a common source, or at least not from any common source that historians have been able to identify. The question of why so many ancient cultures in so many parts of the world preserve some version of the same basic story, a better world, a catastrophe, a diminished present, is one of the questions this channel is going to sit with carefully over the course of tonight's journey. Not with the answer already decided, not with an agenda, just with the question held honestly and the evidence laid out as clearly as it can be. The river is still moving outside, the lamp is still burning. The scribe is still pressing marks into clay with a patience that has outlasted everything else about them, their name, their face, whatever they were thinking about while they worked, whatever they had for dinner, whatever they hoped for their children. What remains is the list. Everything else about them, their name, their city, their family, what they hoped for and what they feared, has dissolved into the 4,000 years between their lamp and ours. Let us begin. The Sumerian King List exists in fragments. This is the first thing to understand about it, and it is worth establishing clearly before we go any further, because the fragmentary nature of the document has shaped how it has been studied and what can be claimed about it with confidence. No single intact copy of the full text exists. What exists is an assemblage of pieces, gathered over more than a century of excavation and scholarship, that together give us a reasonably complete picture of what the text contains. But that picture is itself the product of careful scholarly reconstruction, rather than direct observation of a single surviving original. It is not a single complete document sitting in a single museum case, whole and self-explanatory. It is a tradition that was recorded and recopied across centuries, preserved in pieces across multiple versions, assembled by modern scholars from fragments found at different sites, and understood only through the slow accumulation of expertise that took the better part of 100 years to build. The most complete surviving version is the one we mentioned in Part 1, the Weld-Blundell Prism, UB 444, currently held at the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. But it is worth knowing that the King List also appears in several other forms. A tablet version known as WB62, found at the same site. The Nippur fragment, discovered by the University of Pennsylvania expedition at the ancient city of Nippur in the late 19th century, and a number of other partial versions from sites across southern Mesopotamia. In total, more than 20 fragmentary copies of the King List have been identified, spanning a period of several centuries, and suggesting that this was not a one-time composition, but a text that people returned to, copied, extended and revised across a long stretch of time. The Weld-Blundell Prism was purchased in Baghdad in 1922 by Herbert Weld-Blundell, an English collector who subsequently donated it to the Ashmolean. The purchase itself is a reminder of how recently this material entered modern consciousness. The cuneiform script had only been fully deciphered in the mid-19th century. The first major excavations of Mesopotamian sites had begun only a few decades before that, and the systematic study of the King List as a coherent document dates to the early 20th century. For most of human history, the list of kings before the flood lay buried in the same soil as the cities those kings supposedly ruled, unknown and unread. The first major scholarly treatment was published in 1906 by the Assyriologist Theophilus Pinches, who recognized that several fragmentary tablets in the British Museum collection appeared to be copies of the same underlying text. The field was advanced significantly by Arno Pobel, who in 1914 published a thorough analysis of the Nippur fragment. When the Weld-Blundell Prism became available for study in the 1920s, it allowed scholars to confirm and extend that earlier work. The person who did most to establish the King List as a central document in Mesopotamian studies was Thorkild Jacobsen, whose 1939 monograph provided a detailed analysis of all known copies of the text, established the standard scholarly edition, and set a tone of careful skepticism that the best subsequent scholarship has maintained. Taking the Antediluvian rains seriously as data while remaining honestly uncertain about what they mean. It is also worth noting something about the document's physical survival. The fact that more than 20 fragmentary copies of the King List have been found, spanning several centuries of scribal activity, tells us something about how the text was used. It was not a one-off composition created for a single political moment and then forgotten. It was copied repeatedly by scribes across different cities and different dynasties, which suggests that it continued to serve a purpose long after the specific political context of its original composition had passed. Whatever the King List meant to the Ur-3 scribes who first compiled it, it went on meaning something to the people who came after them. It is a fired clay prism, roughly 22 centimeters tall and 8 centimeters across, with cuneiform inscriptions covering all 4 of its faces. The text spirals around the object, You read down one face, turn it, read down the next, and so on, with the total inscription amounting to one of the most complete versions of the King List text that survives. But when was it originally composed, and by whom, and for what purpose? These are the questions where scholars have done the most careful work, and where the answers are both more settled and more interesting than popular treatments of the King List usually convey. The current scholarly consensus places the composition of the Sumerian King List at around 2100 BCE, during a period called the Third Dynasty of Ur III, in the shorthand that Mesopotamian historians use. This was a period of significant political and cultural consolidation in southern Mesopotamia. The city of Ur on the lower Euphrates had become the dominant power in the region under a series of kings who styled themselves kings of Sumer and Akkad, asserting authority over the older Sumerian city-states and projecting a political legitimacy that stretched, they claimed, from the immediate historical past backward through time to the very beginning of organized rule. The Third Dynasty of Ur was also a period of significant scribal activity. The temples and palaces of Ur III employed large numbers of trained scribes who kept meticulous administrative records, lists of rations distributed, inventories of livestock, records of legal decisions, copies of hymns and religious texts, and the kind of historical and pseudo-historical compositions that were part of how a sophisticated ancient culture understood and legitimized its own present moment by placing it in relation to a deep past. The King List in this context looks like exactly the kind of document that a Ur III scribal tradition would produce. It is not a casual or incidental text. It is a carefully structured, internally consistent account of political succession that begins at the theoretical origin of civilization and proceeds, dynasty by dynasty, to the historical present. Its purpose, as many scholars have argued, was to establish the continuity and legitimacy of the current dynastic order by rooting it in a tradition that extended back to before the flood, to a time when kingship itself was a divine institution, a gift from heaven rather than a human invention. Understanding this political context matters for how we interpret the more puzzling elements of the text. A document composed to legitimate a dynasty has different evidentiary status from a document composed to record facts for their own sake. It does not mean the document contains no historical information. Political legitimation often works precisely by appealing to things people already know or believe to be true. But it does mean that the specific claims the document makes need to be understood in relation to what those claims were doing socially and politically, not just in relation to what they might mean literally. With that framing established, let me describe what the King List actually says. The text opens with a statement of the document's own scope. Kingship descended from heaven, and the first seat of kingship was Eridu. This single opening sentence is worth pausing on, because it makes two claims that are easy to miss if you are reading quickly. The first claim is that kingship, organized political authority, the rule of one person over a community, was not a human invention. It descended from heaven. It was given. The word the Sumerian text uses for this descent is the same word used to describe the descent of other divine gifts, and the implication is clear. Legitimate political authority is not something human beings created. It was something they received. The second claim is that the first place to receive it was Eridu. This is significant because Eridu, the oldest city in Mesopotamia by the archaeological record, was located at some distance from Nippur, the city where the King List appears to have been composed and where the scribal tradition was most established. Choosing Eridu as the first seat of kingship is not a parochial claim. It is reaching back to the oldest and most prestigious origin point available, asserting continuity with something that even the Sumerians of 2100 BCE regarded as ancient. From Eridu, the list proceeds through its pre-flood dynasties. The structure is consistent across the entire Antediluvian section. A city is named, a king is named, a reign length is given. Then, another king in the same city, another reign length. Then kingship moves to another city, and the structure repeats. The 5 cities of the Antediluvian section are Eridu, Bad Tibira, Larak, Sippar, and Shurupak. Some scholars have noted that these 5 cities are spread across a significant geographical range. Eridu in the far south, Sippar in the north near modern Baghdad, as though the list is deliberately drawing a picture of kingship as something that moved across the whole of Mesopotamia, rather than belonging to one place. Others have noted that all 5 cities are attested in the archaeological record as genuine ancient settlements with real occupation histories, which distinguishes the Antediluvian section from a purely invented mythology where fictional cities could be named freely. The 8 kings of the Antediluvian section and their reign lengths are as follows. Alulim of Eridu reigned 28,800 years. Alalgar of Eridu reigned 36,000 years. Alima of Bad Tibira reigned 36,000 years. Enmengal Ana of Bad Tibira reigned 28,800 years. Dumuzid of Bad Tibira, described as a shepherd, reigned 36,000 years. Ensipaziana of Larak reigned 28,800 years. Enmender Ana of Sippar reigned 21,000 years. And Ubaratutu of Shurupak reigned 18,600 years. 8 kings, 241,200 years, and then the flood. The numbers have a specific pattern worth noting. The longest single reign in the Antediluvian section is Alalgar of Eridu at 36,000 years, the second king on the list. The shortest is Ubaratutu of Shurupak at 18,600 years, the last king, the one whose reign ends with the flood. The reigns do not simply diminish across the list, but they do cluster around a small set of values. 28,800, 36,000, 21,000, 18,600, that are all cleanly divisible by the number 3,600, which is the Sumerian unit called a sar. This is not a coincidence. These are not random large numbers. They are specific, structured numbers that fit precisely into the Sumerian sexagesimal counting system. Whatever the antediluvian reigns represent, they were calculated, not invented. The transition is abrupt and unelaborated. The text does not describe the flood. It does not name a flood hero or a survivor or a boat or a mountain where the boat came to rest. It simply says, in the spare and matter-of-fact style that characterizes the whole document, after the flood had swept over and kingship had descended from heaven, the kingship was in Kish. That single sentence, after the flood had swept over, is one of the most compressed statements in the entire history of human writing. It takes a catastrophe of world-ending proportions and reduces it to a subordinate clause. It treats the flood not as the dramatic subject of a story, but as a transition point in a list, the same rhetorical move that might introduce any change of dynasty. Kingship was here. Then something happened. Now kingship is there. The contrast with other Mesopotamian flood texts is striking. The Epic of Gilgamesh contains a flood narrative of considerable detail and emotional power, with a named hero, Utnapishtim, a divine warning, a built ark loaded with living creatures, and a sequence of events that parallels the biblical account closely enough to have caused considerable scholarly excitement when the Gilgamesh flood tablets were first translated in the 19th century. The Eridu Genesis, a Sumerian text that predates Gilgamesh in its surviving form and may represent an older layer of the tradition, also contains a flood story with a named protagonist and a sequence of dramatic events. These texts show that Mesopotamian culture had a rich, elaborate, emotionally engaged flood tradition, a tradition that clearly mattered deeply to the people who preserved and transmitted it. The King List chooses to mention that tradition in exactly one subordinate clause. This tells us something important about what the King List is and what it is not. It is not a mythological narrative. It is not trying to tell the story of the flood. It assumes you already know the story. It is a chronicle, and like all chronicles, it cares about sequence and succession and the transfer of authority rather than about drama or character, or the specific texture of events. The fact that the flood is assumed rather than explained, that a single phrase is considered sufficient, suggests that the intended audience of the King List was familiar with the flood tradition, knew the story already, and would understand the reference without elaboration. The King List was not written to introduce the flood. It was written to place the flood in a particular structural position, the dividing line between the world of incomprehensibly long rains and the world of recognizably human history. That placement, that specific choice to put the flood exactly there, between the 241,200 years and the dynasties that can be checked, is what we are going to spend several more parts of tonight's journey examining. For now, let the tablet rest in your mind as what it is: a serious document produced by trained professionals in a sophisticated scribal tradition for a specific political purpose, containing a specific claim about the nature and origin of political authority. And then, almost as an aside, containing 8 kings and 241,200 years, and a single subordinate clause where the world ended and began again. But before we leave this part, I want to say something about the act of reading a document like this, about what it means to hold a 4,000-year-old text in your mind and try to understand what it was doing. Modern readers tend to approach ancient texts with one of two instincts. The first is to take them too literally, to read the 241,200 years as a straightforward historical claim, and then feel confused or dismissive when the numbers do not fit anything we know. The second is to take them too symbolically, to immediately translate everything into metaphor or myth, and in doing so, lose whatever specific, concrete knowledge the text might actually be trying to convey. The Sumerian King List sits uncomfortably between those two instincts. It is clearly not a simple, invented myth. Its structure is too consistent, its named cities too real, its transition to historical dynasties too smooth. But it is also clearly not a straightforward historical chronicle in the modern sense. Its numbers are too extreme, its claims too grand, its political purpose too visible. What it is, most likely, is something that ancient cultures produced all the time, and that we are not very good at reading. A document that is simultaneously a record and a claim, simultaneously a description of the past and a prescription for the present, simultaneously drawing on what people already believe to be true and actively shaping what they will believe to be true in the future. The scribes who wrote it knew what they were doing. They were not confused. They were not making mistakes. They were producing a sophisticated document in a sophisticated tradition for an audience that knew how to read it in the specific way it was meant to be read. We are that audience's very distant descendants, and learning to read the way they read is part of what tonight is about. That is the document. In the next part of our journey, we are going to stand at that subordinate clause for a long time and look at what it is separating. The sentence is 7 words long in English. In what it contains, it is considerably longer than that, after the flood had swept over. In the Sumerian original, it is even more compressed than that. A brief, grammatically subordinate phrase inserted between the end of the Antediluvian dynasties and the beginning of the Post-Diluvian ones. It is not even a complete sentence. It is a clause, a dependent clause, the kind that cannot stand alone, the kind that exists only to provide context for the main statement that follows it. And yet, it is one of the most consequential dependent clauses in the history of human writing, because of what it is depending on and what it implies about what came before. Let us stand at this sentence for a while. Let us look at it from several angles, slowly and without rushing, because it rewards exactly this kind of attention. The first thing to notice is what the sentence does not do. It does not describe the flood. It does not name a flood hero or specify the cause of the flood, or describe how long it lasted, or indicate where the survivors sheltered, or explain what the world looked like afterward. It does not tell you anything about the event itself. In the context of a document that has just given you 8 kings, with a combined 241,200 years of reign, the transition to the single most catastrophic event in the document's cosmology occupies less space than the name of any individual king. This is a choice. The scribe who wrote this line, or the scribal tradition that produced it, made a deliberate decision to treat the flood as background rather than foreground, as the context for subsequent events, rather than as an event worth describing in its own right. This tells us 2 things simultaneously. It tells us that the flood was so well known to the intended audience that it needed no description. The people reading the King List in 2100 BCE already knew the flood story. They knew it the way people in a literate Christian culture know the story of the crucifixion, not because they have read it recently, but because it is ambient, because it is everywhere, because it is the kind of story that gets into you through the culture itself before you ever consciously encounter it as a text. The scribes did not need to say what the flood was. Everyone already knew. And it tells us that the flood was not, in this document's framework, primarily a story. It was a datum, a historical event in the same category as the transfer of kingship from one city to another. Important, certainly, but important in the way that a change of dynasty is important, not in the way that a miracle is important. The King List is a chronicle, and chronicles treat catastrophes the way historians treat them, as turning points in a sequence, not as dramas to be savoured. The second thing to notice is the specific language of what follows the flood clause. And before we look at that language, let me say something about the act of noticing, about the specific kind of reading that the King List rewards. This is not a text that yields its meaning on a first pass. It is dense, compressed, and deliberately understated in a way that can make it feel like there is less here than there actually is. The Antediluvian section, in particular, is so terse, so stripped of narrative, description, or explanation, that it is easy to read it quickly and feel that you have understood it when you have actually only skimmed the surface. The patience the text requires is of a different kind from the patience required by, say, a long historical narrative where events unfold and characters develop, and you accumulate understanding gradually by following the story. The King List requires the patience of close reading, the willingness to stop on a single word and ask why that word and not another, to notice what is said and what is not said, to hold a phrase up to the light and turn it slowly until you can see what is inside it. After the flood had swept over is such a phrase. We have spent the whole of this part turning it. We have not exhausted what is in it. And that is appropriate because it is a phrase that 4,000 years of readers have found they cannot quite exhaust either. that keeps giving when you return to it with new questions, that shifts slightly when you look at it from a different angle. The second thing to notice is the specific language of what follows the flood clause. The text does not say that kingship resumed. It does not say that kingship continued or recovered or returned. It says that kingship descended from heaven again. The word again is doing extraordinary work here. It implies that the descent was the same kind of descent as the first time. That kingship is, in this telling, not a human institution that re-emerged after catastrophe, but a divine institution that was re-given. Humanity did not reinvent organized rule after the flood. Organized rule was given back to them, from the same source it had come from the first time. This is a specific and carefully chosen theological claim. It says that the flood did not break the chain of legitimacy that connects current kings to the divine origin of kingship. It interrupted it temporarily, and then the chain was resumed from heaven. Whatever was washed away, the divine source of political authority, was not among the casualties. For a dynasty trying to legitimate its own rule by rooting it in a continuous tradition, stretching back to the beginning of time, this is enormously useful. The flood could have been a problem, a discontinuity in the chain, a moment where the claim to primordial origins becomes impossible to maintain. Instead, the King List converts the flood into a confirmation of the claim. Kingship comes from heaven. The flood proves that earthly institutions are fragile, and the redescent of kingship from heaven after the flood proves that the divine source is permanent and can reconstitute legitimate authority even after total catastrophe. This is sophisticated political theology. Whether or not it reflects a genuine ancient belief about the nature of kingship, and there are good reasons to think it does, since the idea that legitimate authority is divinely granted rather than humanly invented was very widespread in the ancient Near East. It is also a document working very hard to make the current dynasty feel inevitable and divinely sanctioned. It is worth thinking about what alternative story the King List could have told. It could have presented the flood as a break in the chain, after which kingship had to be reinvented by human beings. It could have presented the pre-flood kings as purely mythological figures with no connection to historical dynasties. It could have simply started with the first historically attested kings and said nothing about what came before. Instead, the King List presents a continuous tradition of divinely granted kingship running from before the flood to the present, with the flood as an interruption rather than a break. The current king is not the heir of human political invention. He is the heir of a tradition that survived because the heavens re-granted what the waters had temporarily suspended, uninterrupted across the catastrophe. This is why the flood's position in the middle of the document matters so much. The flood at the beginning would make it an origin story. The flood in the middle makes it a transition, the hinge between two phases of the same continuous tradition, neither of which is complete without the other. The third thing to notice is what the sentence implies about the two worlds it is separating. On one side of the flood, 8 kings, 5 cities, 241,200 years. On the other side, the recognizably historical world, with dynasties that can be cross-referenced, kings whose names appear in other documents, reign lengths measured in decades rather than millennia. The flood in this telling is not merely a physical catastrophe, it is a temporal threshold, a point after which the nature of time itself, or at least the nature of recorded time, changes. Before the flood, a king might reign for 28,800 years. After the flood, the longest reigns on the list are still impressive by any human standard, but they are plausibly human. The first king of Kish after the flood, Jusha, reigns for 1,200 years. Still extraordinary, but already in a different order of magnitude from the Antediluvian figures. And the reigns continue to shorten, generation by generation, dynasty by dynasty, until they reach the historically attested kings at the end of the list, whose reigns are measured in years and decades. This pattern of shortening lifespans and reigns is not unique to the Sumerian King List. We saw it in Part 1 in the Hebrew Bible, where the antediluvian patriarchs from Adam to Methuselah live for centuries. The post-Diluvian patriarchs live for shorter and shorter periods. And by the time we reach the historical figures of the Iron Age, lifespans have contracted to something recognizably human. This parallel structure, long before the flood, shorter after it, convergence on ordinary human time, is one of the features of the King List that invites comparison with the biblical tradition, and we will examine that comparison carefully in a later part of tonight's journey. For now, let us stay with what the sentence itself implies about the pre-flood world. If the flood is a threshold, if the world before and the world after are genuinely different in the specific way that the shortening reigns suggest, then what does the document think was different about the pre-flood world? What kind of world allows a king to reign for 28,800 years? The King List itself does not answer this question. It records the reigns without explaining them. It does not say whether the kings of the pre-flood era were different in nature from the kings who came after, whether they were gods or semi-divine figures, or ordinary humans with exceptional longevity, or symbolic placeholders for something else entirely. It simply gives the numbers and moves on. This reticence is itself significant. A text that wanted you to understand the antediluvian kings as purely symbolic, as obvious mythological placeholders rather than claims about a real past, would not need to be silent about their nature. It could simply label them as mythological, or give them characteristics that mark them as non-human, or include narrative elements that signal the reader is in the realm of legend rather than history. The King List does none of these things. It treats the 8 kings with exactly the same spare, administrative, chronicle-style notation it gives to the historical dynasties that follow them. The format does not change at the flood threshold. Only the numbers do. But the question the numbers raise is one that the document's ancient readers would also have raised, and that later Mesopotamian tradition did, in various ways, try to answer. In the Babylonian tradition preserved by Berossus, whose account we will examine in detail in Part 9, the antediluvian kings are described as beings called the Apkallu, often translated as sages or wise men, who were sent from the sea to teach humanity the arts of civilization before the flood. In this telling, the pre-flood world was a world of instruction, of foundation laying, of the transmission to humanity of all the essential knowledge that would allow organized life to continue after the catastrophe. The flood did not destroy knowledge. It ended a specific phase of existence in which knowledge was being transmitted. And the post-flood world is the one in which that transmitted knowledge is applied. This is a striking image. The pre-flood world not as a golden age of impossible perfection, but as a school. A world in which the basic structures of human civilization, agriculture, writing, law, religion, political organization, were being established and taught so that the flood, when it came, would find a world prepared to rebuild rather than starting from nothing. Whether or not this tradition accurately reflects the beliefs of the people who first compiled the King List, it represents one ancient answer to the question the King List raises. And it is an answer worth carrying with us as we continue through tonight's journey, because it shapes how we understand the 7 words that make this all possible. After the flood had swept over, something was before. Something was lost. Something was rebuilt. How much was lost? And how much rebuilt? and what it might mean that the oldest written record in human history feels the need to gesture at a world before itself. That is the thread we are following tonight, and we are going to follow it for 17 more parts before we let it rest. The sentence does not tell us what, but it tells us that the scribes who wrote it believed, or wanted their audience to believe, that there was a before, that it was different from the after, and that the difference was real enough to mark with a temporal threshold at the center of their most fundamental political document. That belief, held and recorded 4,000 years ago, is what we are here tonight to examine. Let me add one more layer to the reading of this sentence because it concerns something that is easy to overlook when you are focused on the numbers and the theological claims and the political machinery of the document. The sentence is written in the past tense. After the flood had swept over, not after the flood sweeps over, not after the flood will sweep over, the past. The scribes who wrote this line were writing from a position after the flood, looking back at it as a historical event. For them, the flood was not a threat on the horizon, not a prophesied future catastrophe, not even a living memory. It was history, something that happened, something that the world had been through and had come out the other side of. This is worth registering because it is easy to conflate the Mesopotamian flood tradition with the anxiety that surrounds flood imagery in many other contexts. The flood in the King List is not the end of the world. It is an event in the middle of history. Terrible, world-changing, yes, but also survivable and survived. The world before the flood is gone, but the world after the flood is the one we live in. And in the King List's own telling, it is a world that received kingship from heaven again, that rebuilt its cities, that produced dynasties that lasted centuries, that kept records. The flood is a rupture, not a conclusion. And that is precisely what makes the document so interesting. Because if the flood is a rupture rather than an ending, if it is a threshold between two different kinds of world, rather than the destruction of the only world, then the obvious question is what the world on the other side of the rupture was actually like. The King List tells us very little about this. It gives us 8 names and 8 numbers and 5 cities. It does not tell us what those cities looked like, or how the kings governed, or what their relationship with the people they ruled actually consisted of, or what the landscape of the pre-flood world resembled. The cuneiform marks press the reins into clay and move on. The pre-flood world is present in the King List as pure duration, as time, vast and unspecified, without content. But other Mesopotamian texts fill in some of the gaps, and it is in those gaps, in the tradition that grew up around the King List, and in the texts that the King List clearly assumed its audience knew, that some of the most interesting material about the pre-flood world is preserved. We will move into that material across the coming parts of tonight's journey. For now, 7 words, a dependent clause, a threshold between 2 worlds. After the flood had swept over, 7 words. Everything before them is on one side of this line. Everything we have ever called history is on the other. That belief, held and recorded 4,000 years ago, is what we are here tonight to examine. Let us meet the kings. They have been waiting for this moment for 4,000 years. 8 names in cuneiform pressed into clay by a scribe who has been dust for longer than most of the major civilizations of the ancient world. They have no faces that we can draw, no voices that we can hear, no stories that they told about themselves that have survived intact. What survives is a name, a city, and a number, and for at least some of them, an echo in other traditions that suggests the names meant something to the people who preserved them. not in a dramatized sense. The King List gives us almost nothing to dramatize. No battles, no speeches, no moments of crisis or triumph, no relationships between one king and the next, no indication of what kind of person any of them was or what they built or destroyed or decided. The Antediluvian section of the Sumerian King List is the most radically minimalist royal biography in the history of the ancient world. What we get is a name, a city, and a number. And then another name, another city, another number. 8 times, across 5 cities, and then the flood. But the names and numbers are, in their own right, worth examining carefully, because they are specific. They are not generic. They do not say, a king of Eridu reigned for a very long time. They say, Alulim of Eridu reigned for 28,800 years. They say, Alalgar of Eridu reigned for 36,000 years. They give you proper nouns and specific figures, the apparatus of documentation, rather than the vagueness of legend. This specificity is one of the things that makes the King List so difficult to categorize. Pure mythology, the kind of text that is primarily interested in symbolic or narrative content, does not typically concern itself with precision. The flood myths of Mesopotamia do not give you the exact number of cubits of water above the mountain peaks. The creation stories do not give you the duration of specific phases in days and hours. But the King List gives you 28,800 years for Alulim and 36,000 years for Alalgar, with the difference between them apparently meaningful, apparently tracked, apparently important enough to record. Whether that precision reflects genuine ancient record-keeping, or whether it reflects a mathematical system producing precise numbers for symbolic rather than historical reasons, is one of the questions we will examine in the next part of tonight's journey. For now, let us simply lay the 8 kings out and spend some time with each of them. The first king on the list is Alulim. He ruled from the city of Eridu, and the list assigns him a reign of 28,800 years. Alulim is also the first king mentioned in several other Mesopotamian texts, which suggests that whatever the King List is drawing on, it is drawing on a tradition that predates the list itself, a tradition in which Alulim was already understood as the primordial first king, the one from whom all subsequent legitimate authority derived. Eridu, as we noted in earlier parts of tonight's journey, was the oldest known city in Mesopotamia, and possibly in the world. The archaeologists who excavated it found occupation layers going back to around 5,400 BCE, roughly 7,400 years before the present. In the Sumerian understanding, Eridu was also theologically first. It was the city of Enki, the god of wisdom and sweet water, and it was at Eridu that civilization was believed to have been established before being distributed to the rest of the world. That the first king on the King List ruled in Eridu is not accidental. It is a claim about origins, about where the center of things was at the beginning. Alulim's reign of 28,800 years is divisible by 3,600. It is exactly 8 sars in the Sumerian counting system. We will return to the significance of the sar in the next part, but for now, it is worth noting that 28,800 is not a random large number. It is a number with a specific, calculable relationship to the Sumerian numerical system, generated by multiplying a small number of sars together. The second king is Alalgar, also of Eridu, with a reign of 36,000 years, 10 sars. He is the longest reigning individual in the Antediluvian section. His name appears in some other Mesopotamian texts, though with less frequency than Alulim, and very little is said about him beyond the bare facts of his name, his city, and his reign. With Alalgar, kingship leaves Eridu for the first time. The list does not explain why. It simply notes in its characteristic matter-of-fact way that kingship was then carried off to Bad Tibira. Bad Tibira, the name means something like the fortress of the coppersmith in Sumerian, was a real city in the lower Mesopotamian plain, though its precise location has not been confirmed by modern archaeology with the same certainty as Eridu or Uruk. 3 kings reigned there in the Antediluvian section. The first is Alima, with 36,000 years, another 10 sars, matching Alalgar's tenure exactly. The second is Enmengal-Ana, with 28,800 years, 8 sars, matching Alulim. And the third is a king the list identifies as Dumuzid, described as a shepherd, with 36,000 years. Dumuzid the shepherd is a figure who appears extensively elsewhere in Sumerian literature. He is a divine figure, a god of pastoral abundance and fertility, associated with the annual cycle of vegetation, and with a famous mythological narrative in which he descends to the underworld as a substitute for the goddess Inanna. The presence of Dumuzid on the king list as one of the Antediluvian kings is a hint, the clearest one in the Antediluvian section, that the boundary between the human and the divine was understood differently in the pre-flood world than in the world after it. Dumuzid is not primarily remembered as a king. He is primarily remembered as a god. The king list includes him in a list of kings. This tells us something about the pre-flood world, if we read it carefully. It was a world in which the distinction between divine and human rule was not yet clear. This blurring of the human-divine boundary is characteristic of the deepest levels of Mesopotamian cosmological thinking. In the Sumerian tradition, the earliest period of human existence was understood as a time of close proximity between gods and humans, a time when divine beings walked among people, when the knowledge of civilization was transmitted directly from the divine, and when the boundary that would later separate the mortal from the immortal had not yet fully hardened. The antediluvian kings in this framework are not simply human rulers with improbable lifespans. They are figures who stand at the threshold between the divine and the human, belonging to both worlds in ways that became impossible after the flood. The flood, in this reading, is partly a cosmological event as well as a physical one, the moment at which the categories that define the post-flood world crystallize into their current forms. Before the flood, Dumuzid, the shepherd king god, is possible. After the flood, the gods and the kings are separate, and the longing for the time when they were not is preserved in myth and ritual rather than in the living texture of political life. After Dumuzid, kingship moves again, this time to Larak, another city whose precise location has not been confirmed, though it appears in other Mesopotamian texts, and was clearly a real place in the Sumerian geographic understanding. A single king reigns at Larak, Ensipaziana, for 28,800 years. Then kingship moves to Sippar, a city in northern Mesopotamia that is well attested archaeologically, located near modern Baghdad. A single king reigns at Sippar in the Antediluvian period, Enmendur-Ana, for 21,000 years. Enmendur-Ana is particularly interesting because he appears in another Mesopotamian text as the king who was taught the arts of divination by the gods, specifically the art of reading oil on water, a form of omen interpretation central to Mesopotamian religious practice. He is sometimes understood as the Mesopotamian parallel to the biblical Enoch, who was also taught heavenly secrets and translated to heaven without dying. The Enoch parallel is worth noting because Enmendur-Ana occupies the 7th position in the Antediluvian sequence and is set apart by special divine knowledge. Enoch in the Hebrew Bible has a lifespan of 365 years, is taken up by God without dying, and is the seventh generation from Adam. The specific position in the sequence and the specific attribute of divine knowledge are shared across two traditions that are geographically separated and linguistically unrelated. Whether this shared pattern reflects borrowing from a common source or something deeper about how ancient cultures structured their pre-flood cosmologies is a question we will examine in Part 8 when we lay the King List alongside Genesis directly. For now, it is enough to notice that Enmendur-Ana of Sippar carries a specific theological charge, the bridge between the human and divine orders, that connects him to traditions far beyond Mesopotamia. Finally, kingship passes to Shuruppak, the last city before the flood, and the city whose name is most closely associated with the flood tradition itself. Shuruppak is identified in the Gilgamesh flood narrative as the city from which the flood hero departs. The last king of Shuruppak in the Antediluvian period is Ubara-Tutu, who reigns for 18,600 years, the shortest individual reign in the pre-flood section and the one that ends with the waters coming. Ubara-Tutu of Shuruppak, the last king before the flood. What was it like to reign over the world in the final years before the catastrophe? The King List does not speculate. Ubara-Tutu gets his name, his city, and his number, and then the flood sweeps over, and kingship descends from heaven again in Kish, and the antediluvian world is over. There is something quietly affecting about Ubara-Tutu's position in the list. He reigns for 18,600 years, the shortest reign of the 8, and he is the one whose tenure ends with the flood. The list does not say he was warned. It does not say he built a boat or saved his family. It says he reigned, and then the flood came, and that is all. The person who survived the flood in Mesopotamian tradition, the flood hero, the Utnapishtim of Gilgamesh, is not Ubara-Tutu, but the flood hero's father, Ubara-Tutu, in some versions, or a separate figure entirely in others. The King List leaves the connection unexplored. It is a list of kings, not a flood narrative, and Ubara-Tutu's flood is not his story to tell. Let me now say something about the overall shape of the Antediluvian section, because it has features that are easy to miss when you are focused on the individual kings. The first feature is the geographic progression. The 5 cities of the Antediluvian section, Eridu, Bad Tibira, Larak, Sippar, Shuruppak, form a rough geographic sequence that moves from the far south of Mesopotamia northward and then back south. Eridu is at the southernmost extreme, at the edge of the marshes near the Persian Gulf. Sippar is near the modern location of Baghdad, roughly halfway up the Mesopotamian plain. Shuruppak is in the middle between these two extremes. The sequence is not perfectly linear, and scholars have debated whether the geographic pattern is deliberate or incidental. But the fact that all 5 cities are real, attested ancient sites arranged in a plausible geographic relationship, is one of the features that distinguishes the Antediluvian section from a purely invented mythology, where fictional cities could be placed anywhere. The second feature is the absence of dynastic conflict. The Antediluvian kings rule without apparent competition or succession crisis. Kingship moves from city to city, but there is no war, no deposition, no palace intrigue, just the orderly succession of enormous reigns, one after another, as though the political world before the flood was characterized by a stability and longevity that the post-flood world cannot match. Whether this reflects a genuine tradition about the nature of the pre-flood era, or whether it reflects the document's political purpose, presenting legitimate kingship as fundamentally peaceful and divinely ordered, is, again, a question the list itself does not resolve. The third feature is the pattern of reigns we noted in Part 2. All 8 reign lengths are divisible by 3,600. This is not a coincidence, and it is not something that would be produced by the simple act of recording remembered reign lengths. You cannot accidentally produce 8 reign lengths that are all multiples of 3,600 without being aware of what you are doing. The numbers in the Antediluvian section were calculated. That calculation is the subject we turn to next, in part 5 of tonight's journey. But before we move to it, let me draw attention to something about the 8 kings, as a group that often gets lost when the focus falls entirely on the numbers. These 8 kings are not described as exceptional. The king list does not say that Alulim was a great warrior, or that Enmendur-Ana was a builder of cities, or that Ubara-Tutu faced particular challenges in his reign. The text is silent about their actual governance, about what they did with the hundreds of centuries they were allotted. The pre-flood world in the king list's telling is distinguished from the post-flood world not by the quality of its kings, but by the quantity of time they occupied. Greatness in the pre-flood world is not a matter of achievement. It is a matter of duration. This is a genuinely strange thing to claim if you think about it. In every other kingship tradition we know of, Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Chinese, European, a king's greatness is measured by what he did, the battles he won, the temples he built, the administrative systems he created, the enemies he defeated. The Sumerian King List in its Antediluvian section simply gives us time. 8 kings who reigned for an incomprehensible total duration, who apparently did nothing particular in all that time that was worth recording, and who are remembered for their reigns rather than for any specific act within those reigns. There is a reading of this that makes it somewhat less strange. If the pre-flood world was understood as a period of foundation laying rather than of great deeds, a period in which the basic structures of civilized life were established and maintained rather than dramatically advanced, then kings who reigned for very long periods would be kings who presided over a very stable, very slowly changing world. Duration in this reading is not a substitute for achievement. It is itself the achievement, the maintenance of order across a span of time so vast that ordinary human history cannot even imagine it. This connects to one of the most persistent ideas in ancient cosmology, the idea that the earliest periods of human existence were better than later ones, not because more was accomplished, but because conditions were more stable, lives were longer. The relationship between humanity and the divine was closer, and the accumulated damage of repeated catastrophe had not yet degraded the world from its original state. The Sumerian pre-flood world, with its 8 long-reigning kings and its 5 ancient cities, might be understood as this kind of primordial stability, a world that was not rapidly developing, but was deeply, durably continuous with the source from which it had come. The flood in this reading is not just a physical catastrophe. It is the moment at which the primordial stability ends and the world of change begins. After the flood, kingship passes rapidly from city to city. Dynasties are short-lived, and the numbers wind down toward the ordinary human scale. The world becomes recognizable as the world we live in, a world in motion, a world of succession and change, a world in which nothing lasts forever, and the connection to the divine origin of authority must be reasserted generation after generation, rather than persisting naturally across millennia. Whether this reading accurately reflects what the scribes who compiled the king list believed, or whether it is a modern construction imposed on an ancient text that was doing something more prosaic, is a question the evidence cannot definitively settle. But it is worth sitting with because it is the reading that makes the Antediluvian section feel most like a genuine ancient thought rather than a bureaucratic error or a political invention. 8 kings, 5 cities, 241,200 years. And then the flood. That calculation is the subject of our next part. The numbers in the Antediluvian section of the Sumerian King List are not random. We noted this briefly in part 2, and it is worth returning to in more detail, because the specific pattern of the numbers is one of the most important pieces of evidence we have for understanding what the antediluvian rains represent. The 8 rain lengths are 28,800, 36,000, 36,000, 28,800, 36,000, 28,800, 21,000, and 18,600. Every single one of these numbers is divisible by 600. More significantly, every single one is also divisible by 3,600. The number 3,600 is not an arbitrary unit. It is the sar, the highest unit in the Sumerian numerical system. To understand why this matters, we need to spend a few minutes with Sumerian mathematics, because the Sumerian counting system is fundamentally different from the decimal system that most modern cultures use. And that difference shapes everything about how the King List numbers should be read. Most modern counting systems are base 10. This means that the primary organizational unit is 10. We group things in tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s and so on, with each level of the hierarchy being 10 times the level below. The reason for this is almost certainly biological. Human beings have 10 fingers, and counting on fingers produces a base 10 system naturally. The Sumerians used a base 60 system, sexagesimal counting. This means that the primary organizational unit was 60 rather than 10, and the hierarchy went 1, 60, 3,600, and so on, with each level being 60 times the level below. The Sumerian word for 60 was yes, or shushi, and the word for 3,600, 60 squared, was sar. Why 60? There are several hypotheses. 60 is a highly composite number. It is divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, and 30, which makes it extraordinarily useful for division and fractions in a pre-decimal numerical world, where you often need to divide things into equal parts without remainders. 60 degrees in an angle, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute. These survivals in our own system are direct inheritances from Sumerian sexagesimal counting, which was adopted by Babylonian astronomy and then transmitted through Greek mathematics into the modern world. In the Sumerian system, the sar, 3,600, was both a number and a word that carried connotations of completeness, totality, and the full extent of something. It was also, not coincidentally, the approximate number of days in a decade. 10 years of 360 days each. This connection between the sar and the cyclical measurement of time may have given the unit a specific temporal resonance that made it particularly appropriate for expressing the reigns of kings. Now look at the Antediluvian reigns through this lens. Alulim reigns for 28,800 years. That is 8 sars. Alalgar reigns for 36,000 years. 10 sars. Alima for 36,000, 10 sars, and Mengelana for 28,800, 8 sars. Dumuzid for 36,000, 10 sars, and Sipaziana for 28,800, 8 sars, and Mendur Ana for 21,000, 5 3/4 sars, which is slightly irregular. Ubaratutu for 18,600, 5 1/6 sars, also slightly irregular. The majority of the reigns cluster around multiples of 8 and 10 sars. The 2 final kings have somewhat less regular reign lengths. This pattern has led some scholars to propose that the antediluvian reigns were generated by a specific mathematical formula, a deliberate calculation using the sar as the base unit, with the specific multiples chosen for symbolic or arithmetical reasons, rather than to record genuine historical durations. What might those reasons be? Here, the scholarly opinion genuinely diverges, and it is worth laying out the main positions honestly, because none of them has been definitively established. The first position, and the one held by the majority of Assyriologists who have worked closely with the text, is that the Antediluvian reigns are a form of symbolic mathematics expressing the concept of incomprehensible antiquity. In this reading, the specific numbers are less important than the general magnitude. The point is that these kings reigned for an impossibly long time, and the sar-based multiples are the conventional way of expressing that impossibility in a culture whose counting system used the sar as its highest unit. The numbers are not intended to be taken as literal years. They are a way of saying, before the flood, kings reigned for so long that ordinary human numbers cannot measure it. This is a coherent and well-supported position. There are several things in its favor. First, the Sumerian tradition in general has a tendency to use large, round numbers for symbolic effect. The Epic of Gilgamesh, for instance, assigns Gilgamesh a height of 11 cubits, which is roughly 5 meters, and clearly not a literal measurement of a historical person. Second, the political purpose of the King List, establishing the unbroken continuity of divinely sanctioned authority, does not require the antediluvian reigns to be literally true, only impressively large. Third, the base sar structure of the numbers suggests that they were generated by a system rather than recorded from tradition, which is more consistent with mathematical construction than with genuine historical memory. The second position holds that the numbers are not merely symbolic, but encode a specific mathematical system. That there is a precise algorithm that generates the antediluvian reign lengths, and that understanding that algorithm would tell us something specific about what the numbers were meant to represent. Several scholars have proposed such algorithms over the years, and some are more convincing than others. The most widely discussed is the proposal that the reign lengths can be generated by a specific sexagesimal formula that combines the number of sars with specific astronomical cycle lengths, connecting the pre-flood kings to the major cycles of Mesopotamian astronomical observation. If this is correct, the antediluvian reigns are not random large numbers or simple symbolic expressions, but precise calculations with a specific mathematical and cosmological meaning. The third position, held by a minority of scholars and typically regarded with some skepticism by mainstream Assyriologists, is that the numbers preserve a genuine ancient memory of very long-lived pre-flood rulers. That the antediluvian reigns reflect a real tradition about a period of history in which something about human biology or human time was genuinely different from the present. This position faces obvious difficulties. The numbers are so extreme that no naturalistic explanation of human longevity could account for them, and the mathematical structure of the numbers, their neat divisibility by 3,600, is more consistent with calculation than with genuine record-keeping of actual lifespans. A fourth position, sometimes raised outside mainstream scholarship, holds that the numbers represent years of a different kind, perhaps lunar years rather than solar years, or perhaps years measured in a different unit than we assume. If the antediluvian kings are recorded in months rather than years, for instance, Alolim's 28,800 units would translate to 2,400 solar years. Still very long, but approaching the range of some historical dynasties in the ancient Near East. This kind of reinterpretation does not solve the problem entirely. 2,400 years for a single king is still extraordinary, but it does bring the numbers into a somewhat more tractable range. The honest position, after surveying the scholarship, is that the first position, the symbolic mathematics reading, is the best supported by the available evidence, and that the specific algorithm proposals of the second position are interesting but not yet conclusive. The third and fourth positions face significant evidentiary challenges and should be held with considerable skepticism. But there is something worth saying about the limits of all these positions, including the most mainstream one. The symbolic mathematics reading is almost certainly part of what is going on. The numbers were calculated, and the calculations served a purpose, and that purpose was probably not the literal documentation of historical reign lengths. But saying that the numbers are symbolic does not explain what they are symbolic of. Symbols point to things. If the Antediluvian reign lengths are a symbolic expression of incomprehensible antiquity, they are also an assertion that there was something specific to express. That there was, in the tradition the King List was drawing on, a real sense of a pre-flood world that was categorically different from the post-flood one. The question is not only what the numbers mean mathematically. The question is what the tradition they encoded believed about the pre-flood world. And that question, the mathematical analysis alone cannot answer. This is the point at which the study of the King List opens outward into the broader question of Mesopotamian cosmology, into the tradition of the Apkallu sages, into the Berossus account, into the relationship between the King List and the flood narratives, into the comparison with Genesis. The numbers are a window, not a wall. Looking through the window matters as much as examining the glass. In the next part of tonight's journey, we will step back from the mathematics and look at what the King List has to say about the flood itself, not the number of years that preceded it, but the event that ended one world and began another. Before we go further into what the numbers mean, let us spend a moment more with what the sar meant in everyday Mesopotamian life, because it was not merely a mathematical abstraction. The Sumerians and their successors, the Babylonians, used the sexagesimal system for everything that required precise calculation: astronomy, accounting, land measurement, and the keeping of time. The tablets recovered from Mesopotamian sites include mathematical exercises that show scribes being trained to multiply and divide large sexagesimal numbers with the same fluency that modern students develop with decimals. The system was not exotic or difficult for the people who used it. It was as natural as counting on 10 fingers is for us, simply because it was the system in which they were trained from childhood. The specific choice of 60 as the base unit had practical advantages that go beyond the highly composite nature of the number, though that advantage was real and significant. 60 divides cleanly into halves, thirds, quarters, fifths, sixths, tenths, twelfths, and so on, a range of clean divisions that no base 10 system can match. For a culture doing the kind of practical arithmetic that trade, agriculture, and administration require, dividing quantities of grain, calculating areas of land, distributing rations to workers, a system that divides cleanly in many directions is genuinely more useful than one that works well mainly with multiples of 5. The astronomical application of the sexagesimal system is particularly important for understanding the King List, because Mesopotamian astronomy was one of the most sophisticated in the ancient world, and it used the sar and its multiples extensively. The Mesopotamian astronomers divided the year into 360 days, an approximation that simplifies calendar calculations, and the sky into 360 degrees. The connection between one sar and one decade of 360-day years gave the unit a specific temporal resonance that made it natural to use when expressing the passage of very long periods of time. There is a further astronomical connection worth noting. The Babylonian astronomers identified a large cycle of astronomical time called the Great Year, or the Platonic year, the period required for all the visible planets to return to the same relative positions in the sky. Different ancient cultures calculated this cycle differently, but the Babylonian calculation produced a number that was expressible in sars. Some scholars have proposed that the antediluvian rain lengths in the King List are connected to specific astronomical cycles measured in sars, that each reign represents a specific cosmological period rather than a political one, and that the list as a whole is an encoded astronomical calendar rather than a political chronicle. This proposal remains speculative, and the specific calculations required to make it work are contested by mainstream Assyriologists. But it illustrates the range of what the numbers might be encoding, and it is a reminder that the people who produced the King List were operating in a mathematical and astronomical tradition of considerable sophistication, one in which numbers could carry multiple layers of meaning simultaneously. The two irregular reigns at the end of the Antediluvian section are worth examining more closely, because they complicate the simple picture of sar-based multiples. Enmendur-Ana's reign of 21,000 years is 5 3/4 sars, 5 sars, and 2,700 additional years, with 2,700 itself being 3/4 of 3,600. This is not as clean as the pure 8 sar and 10 sar reigns of the earlier kings, but it is still precisely structured in the Sumerian system. It is not a coincidence or a rounding error. It is a calculated number that fits the system while departing from the simplest multiples. Ubaratutu's reign of 18,600 years is 5 sars and 600 years, 5 sars and 1/6 of a sar. This is the most irregular of all 8 reigns, and it is the one that ends with the flood. Some scholars have proposed that the relative irregularity of Ubaratutu's reign is significant, that the departure from the clean multiples of the earlier kings reflects the growing instability or degradation of the pre-flood world as the catastrophe approached. Others have argued that the irregularity is simply a feature of whatever source the King List's compiler was drawing on, and should not be over-interpreted. The honest answer is that we do not know. The mathematics of the antediluvian reigns is clear. They are structured, calculated numbers. The meaning of that structure, what it was calculated to express, is genuinely uncertain, and the uncertainty is honest rather than evasive. There is one more thing worth saying about the 4 positions laid out above, specifically about their relationship to each other. These positions are sometimes presented as mutually exclusive. Either the numbers are symbolic, or they encode a specific algorithm, or they preserve a genuine memory, or they use a different unit. But ancient texts are frequently doing more than one thing at once. A number can be symbolically evocative, and also be calculated by a specific algorithm. A tradition can encode a genuine ancient memory and also express it in the symbolic language of the culture that preserved it. The King List numbers can be sars-based calculations that were also intended to convey the genuine sense that the pre-flood world was categorically, temporally different from the post-flood one. The most productive approach to the antediluvian reigns is probably not to ask which single interpretation is correct, but to hold the range of interpretations together and notice what each one reveals about different aspects of what the document is doing. The numbers are mathematical, they are symbolic, they are part of a tradition, and they are pointing at something, some sense of a pre-flood world that was different from ours, that the mathematical analysis alone cannot fully capture. Let me also address a question that comes up frequently in popular discussions of the antediluvian reigns, because it is worth handling honestly rather than dismissing. The question is, could the numbers be years of a different length? If we assume that the Sumerian scribes were recording rains in lunar months rather than solar years, Alulim's 28,800 units would represent about 2,373 solar years. If we assume they were recording in seasons rather than years, the figure would be about 7,200 years. Neither of these is literally plausible for a single individual, but they are at least within the range of things that sound like civilizational periods rather than geological timescales. This kind of rescaling has been proposed by various writers over the years, and some versions of it are more mathematically careful than others. The honest assessment is that rescaling does not solve the fundamental problem. The antediluvian rains, in whatever unit you choose, are designed to be incomprehensibly large. The purpose of the numbers is not to record a duration that is plausible in the unit chosen. It is to gesture at a temporal scale that exceeds ordinary human reckoning. Whether you call that 28,800 years, or 28,800 months, or 28,800 seasons, the function is the same, to indicate that Alulim's tenure was beyond ordinary measure. The numbers are, in the end, a statement about the nature of the pre-flood world, rather than a record of its specific duration. They say, this lasted longer than you can easily imagine. They say, the world before the flood was not measured by the same clock as the world after it. And they say it with the precision and structure of the Sumerian mathematical tradition, because that is the only language available for expressing such things in a document that aspires to be a chronicle rather than a poem. The flood appears in the Sumerian King List as a single subordinate clause. We have already spent time with this fact, and it is worth returning to from a different angle. Not from the angle of what the clause does to the structure of the list, but from the angle of what it assumes about its audience. For the clause to work as it does, for 7 words to carry the weight of a world-ending catastrophe without any explanation or elaboration, the audience reading the list has to already know what the flood is. They have to know it well enough that a passing reference is sufficient. They have to hold it in their minds as background, as context, as something so familiar that it needs no introduction. This tells us something important about the flood tradition in Mesopotamia. It was not esoteric. It was not the property of scribes and scholars. It was everywhere. It was in the air. The fuller accounts of that tradition, the ones that show us what the Mesopotamian flood story actually contained, survive in several forms, each worth examining briefly, because together they give us a picture of what the King List's original audience already knew when they encountered that subordinate clause. The oldest surviving Sumerian flood narrative is embedded in a text known as the Eridu Genesis, which predates the Akkadian language epic traditions and represents the flood story in its earliest known written form. The Eridu Genesis exists in fragmentary form, several tablets damaged and incomplete, but enough survives to reconstruct the basic shape of the story. In it, the gods decide to send a flood. A king named Ziusudra is warned, builds a boat, survives the flood, and is subsequently granted eternal life by the gods. The text emphasizes the divine decision behind the flood and the divine grace behind the survival, and it describes the flood itself as lasting 7 days and 7 nights. Ziusudra of Shuruppak, the city of the last antediluvian king, Ubaratutu. In some versions of the Mesopotamian flood tradition, Ziusudra is the son of Ubaratutu, the person who survived where his father, the last king of the pre-flood world, did not. Whether this connection was present in the tradition the King List was drawing on is not clear from the text itself, but the geographic and familial link between the last antediluvian ruler and the flood survivor is suggestive. The most elaborate and emotionally complex surviving account of the Mesopotamian flood is the one embedded in the Epic of Gilgamesh, specifically in what scholars call Tablet 11 of the Standard Babylonian Version. In this text, Gilgamesh, the legendary king of Uruk, grief-stricken by the death of his companion Enkidu, and searching for a way to avoid death himself, travels to the ends of the world to find the one human being who was granted immortality, Utnapishtim, the flood survivor. Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh the story of the flood in considerable detail. The god Ea warned him in a dream, instructing him to build a boat of specific dimensions. Utnapishtim built the boat, loaded it with his family, the craftsmen who had helped build it, animals of every kind, and all the provisions he could carry. The flood lasted 7 days and 7 nights. The waters covering the land completely, the gods themselves terrified by what they had unleashed. When the flood abated, the boat came to rest on a mountain. Utnapishtim sent out a dove, then a swallow, then a raven to test the receding waters. When the raven did not return, he knew the land was drying. He disembarked, offered sacrifices, and the gods, smelling the sweet savor of the offerings, gathered around him. The goddess Ishtar wept for the destruction of humanity. Enlil, who had ordered the flood, was angry that anyone had survived. But Ea defended Utnapishtim, and ultimately Enlil relented, granting Utnapishtim and his wife immortality and settling them at the mouth of the rivers. This is a rich, emotionally sophisticated narrative, one of the great stories in world literature. Its parallels with the biblical account of Noah are extensive and well documented, and scholars have debated for over a century whether the biblical account derives from the Mesopotamian tradition, whether both derive from a common older source, or whether the parallels reflect the independent development of similar stories in response to a shared geological or cultural memory of catastrophic flooding. What the Gilgamesh flood account shows us, alongside its literary and theological richness, is how much the Sumerian King List chose not to say about the flood. The King List was not composed by people who did not know the Gilgamesh story, or the Eridu Genesis story, or whatever earlier forms of those stories existed before they were written down. The scribes of the third dynasty of Ur, who worked in the same temple complexes that preserved and transmitted these narratives, would have been thoroughly familiar with the flood tradition in all its elaborated detail. They knew about Utnapishtim and Ziusudra, and the 7 days and nights, and the dove, and the raven, and the mountain, and the sacrifice. They knew the whole story, and they chose to give it 7 words. This choice reveals something important about what the King List was trying to do. The flood, for the purposes of the King List, is not an event that needs to be explained or dramatized. It is a datum, a fixed point in the cosmological timeline, as well known and as unremarkable in its familiarity as a major battle or a dynastic change would be in a more conventional chronicle. The King List uses the flood the way a modern history book might use a date that every reader already knows. Not explained, just referenced as context for what comes next. But the choice to present the flood as a mere hinge point also does something else. It keeps the emphasis where the King List wants it, on the before and the after, not on the flood itself. The flood is not the subject. The 2 worlds it divides are the subject. By giving the flood only a clause, the King List draws attention to what the clause is between, the 241,200 years on one side and the historical dynasties on the other. This framing has a rhetorical effect that the more elaborate flood narratives do not share. The Gilgamesh flood account focuses on what the flood destroyed and what survived, on the loss and the salvation, on the terror of the waters and the relief of the receding. on the specific human beings who came through. The King List focuses on the before and the after as categories, on the fact that there was a world as one thing and then a world as another thing, with water between them. The philosophical question raised by this framing, what makes two worlds on either side of a catastrophe genuinely different, rather than simply the same world with one very bad event in its history, is one that the King List does not explicitly address, but that it implicitly forces on anyone who reads it carefully. Think about what it would mean for two historical periods to be categorically different rather than just temporally separated. Not just that things happen to change between them, but that something about the underlying nature of the periods themselves was different. That the rules of time, or the nature of human capacity, or the relationship between the human and the divine, was genuinely other on one side of the flood than on the other. This is what the King List's Antediluvian reigns imply. The 8 sar and 10 sar reigns of the pre-flood kings are not just longer than the post-flood reigns. They are of a different order of magnitude, suggesting a different order of existence. Is this a claim about a genuine historical or cosmological difference? Or is it a narrative device? A way of saying that the current world is what it is, and the world it came from was different, without claiming literal truth for the numbers that express that difference? The honest answer, again, is that these two readings are not as incompatible as they might seem. Ancient texts often hold literal and figurative truth simultaneously, in a way that modern Western epistemology finds difficult to accommodate. The flood is a real event and a cosmic threshold. The antediluvian rains are calculated numbers and genuine expressions of a tradition about the past. The scribes who wrote the King List were not confused about the difference between history and myth. They were operating in a tradition in which history and myth were not always separate categories. Let us carry that understanding forward as we continue our examination of what the King List is telling us about the two worlds it divides. In the next part of tonight's journey, we are going to watch what happens when kingship descends from heaven a second time and begins the long process of shortening toward the present. Let me say something more about the specific character of the Mesopotamian flood tradition, because it has features that distinguish it from the flood traditions of other ancient cultures in ways that are relevant to understanding the King List. The Mesopotamian flood, in all its surviving forms from the Eridu Genesis through the Gilgamesh account, is not primarily a moral story. In the biblical tradition, Noah's flood is explicitly a judgment. The world has become corrupt, God regrets creating humanity, the flood is punishment, and Noah is saved because he is righteous. The moral logic is clear and consistent. The Mesopotamian flood is considerably more ambiguous. In the Atrahasis epic, another Babylonian flood text, the flood is sent not because humanity is wicked, but because humanity is too noisy. The gods are losing sleep due to the din of human activity on Earth, and the flood is an attempt to reduce the population to a manageable level. This is a very different kind of divine motivation. It is not about justice, it is about comfort. The gods are not punishing humanity for its sins, they are managing a practical problem. In the Gilgamesh account, the moral framing is similarly absent from the decision to send the flood. The flood comes because Enlil decided to send it, for reasons the text does not make entirely clear. The survival of Utnapishtim is not presented as a reward for righteousness. It is the result of a back-channel warning from the god Ea, who was sympathetic to humanity and chose to subvert Enlil's decision. After the flood, Enlil is actually angry that anyone survived, which is not the response you would expect from a deity who had used the flood as a moral corrective. This moral ambiguity in the Mesopotamian flood tradition has implications for how we read the King List's use of the flood as a hinge point. If the flood is not primarily a moral judgment, then the transition from the pre-flood to the post-flood world is not primarily a moral degradation. It is not a story about how humanity fell from grace through its own wickedness. It is a story about how the world changed, for reasons that the tradition does not fully explain. The world before was one thing. The flood came for reasons connected to the divine world rather than to human behavior. The world after is different. This distinction matters for the question we have been circling around all evening. What was different about the pre-flood world? In a morally framed flood story, the answer would be clear. The pre-flood world was less wicked, or at least less definitively judged. In the Mesopotamian tradition, the answer is less obvious. The pre-flood world was different in ways that the tradition seems to preserve through the numbers, through the impossibly long rains, through the divine human figures like Dumuzid and Enmendur-Ana, without fully explaining what made it different or why the flood ended whatever that difference consisted of. One Mesopotamian text that does address this question more directly is the Atrahasis epic, which describes the period before the flood as a time when the gods themselves performed the manual labor that agriculture requires. Before humans existed, the junior gods dug irrigation channels and maintained the water systems that made Mesopotamian civilization possible. The senior gods, tired of the labor, created humanity specifically to take over this work. The flood, in the Atrahasis tradition, is a crisis in this agricultural management system. Humanity has become too numerous and too loud, threatening the divine order that their creation was supposed to serve. This background illuminates the King List's Antediluvian section from a different angle. If the pre-flood world was understood as a world in which the labor system was still being established, in which the relationship between gods and humans was still being worked out, in which the great civilizational projects of irrigation and agriculture were still in their foundational phase, then the long antediluvian rains might reflect not impossibly long human lifespans, but the very long timescales on which these foundational processes unfolded. The kings of the Antediluvian section in this reading are presiding over the long work of establishment rather than over the comparatively rapid work of building on what has been established. Their reigns are long because what they are doing takes a long time. The flood comes not as a punishment for failure, but as a crisis in the system they were building. A crisis that the post-flood world must manage with the shorter cycles and faster rhythms of a world where the foundation has been laid, and what remains is to live on it. Whether or not this reading correctly captures what the scribes who compiled the King List had in mind, it offers a way of holding the numbers together with the broader Mesopotamian tradition that feels more coherent than either pure symbol or literal history. The pre-flood world is not simply a time of impossibly long-lived humans. It is a time of a different kind of temporal relationship between humanity and the tasks it is here to perform. That is the world the King List glimpses through its 7-word subordinate clause. And that is the world we are going to continue examining as tonight's journey proceeds. There is one more dimension of the Mesopotamian flood tradition worth examining before we move on, because it concerns a question that is easy to overlook. Why does the King List place the flood at the specific moment it does? The Antediluvian section ends with 8 kings. Not 7, not 9, not 10. 8. The significance of this number has been discussed by scholars, with some proposing that 8 has specific cosmological meaning in the Sumerian tradition, others arguing that the number reflects whatever the compiler of the list found in the sources available to them, and others suggesting that the 8 represents a specific pattern of dynasties that the tradition had settled on before the King List was compiled. The Berossus version of the Antediluvian sequence, which we will examine in Part 9, gives 10 kings before the flood, the same number as the biblical patriarchs from Adam to Noah. The difference between 8 and 10 in the two traditions is one of the details that suggests the King List and the Berossus account were drawing on somewhat different versions of a shared underlying tradition, rather than one simply copying the other. There is also the question of the 5 cities. Why are there exactly 5 pre-flood cities in the King List? The Mesopotamian tradition preserved by other texts generally agrees that Shuruppak, the last city, was the home of the flood hero, and that the flood was connected to the southern Mesopotamian plain. But the choice to name 5 specific cities, distributed geographically across the plain, could reflect a genuine tradition about which cities were considered the oldest, or it could reflect the compiler's desire to show that kingship was broadly distributed across the whole of Mesopotamia before the flood, rather than confined to a single city-state. These are questions without definitive answers, but they are worth holding because they point toward what the flood does in the document. It is not just an event that ended the Antediluvian period. It is also a kind of reset that erased the particular geographic distribution of pre-flood authority and allowed post-flood authority to begin fresh in a single city, Kish, from which it would then pass through the historical dynasties toward whatever political present the King List's compilation was serving. The flood erases the map, in other words, and the post-flood world begins with a blank one. After the flood had swept over and kingship had descended from heaven, the kingship was in Kish. These are the words that follow the 7-word subordinate clause, and they are worth reading carefully because they establish the structure of everything that comes after them in the King List. Kish, not Eridu, where kingship first descended before the flood, not Shuruppak, where the last Antediluvian king ruled and where the flood hero lived. A different city, one that was not part of the Antediluvian sequence at all, becomes the first post-Diluvian seat of kingship. The tradition that the King List is drawing on chose Kish specifically as the place where the world began again after the waters receded, and the choice is not explained. It is simply stated. Kingship was in Kish. What we know about Kish from the archaeological record is that it was a genuine and genuinely ancient city in central Mesopotamia, located roughly 80 kilometers south of modern Baghdad. Excavations at Kish, conducted by a joint British-American team in the 1920s and 1930s, found occupation layers going back to the early dynastic period, roughly 2900 BCE, and the site has yielded artifacts and architectural remains that are consistent with a significant early settlement. The specific name Kish appears in Mesopotamian texts as a prestige designation. The title King of Kish was used by rulers who wanted to claim authority over the whole of Mesopotamia, in something like the way that King of all the lands was used in later Mesopotamian royal titulature. The choice of Kish as the first post-Diluvian seat of kingship in the King List is thus also, almost certainly, a political statement. Whoever controls the tradition of Kish controls the most ancient and most prestigious claim to universal authority in the Mesopotamian world. The first post-Diluvian king at Kish is a figure named Jusha. He reigns for 1,200 years. 1,200 years. This is still an extraordinary length of time by any human standard. It is considerably longer than the entire span of, say, the Roman Empire from founding to fall. But it is also, unmistakably, a different order of magnitude from the Antediluvian reigns. Alulim's 28,800 years dwarfs Jusha's 1,200 by a factor of 24. Alalgar's 36,000 dwarfs it by a factor of 30. the numbers have come down, not to anything recognizably human, not yet, but down, decisively, from the world of the pre-flood kings. The second king of Kish is Kulasina-Bel, who reigns for 960 years. The third is Nangishlishma, with 670 years. The fourth is Entara-Ana, with 420 years. The pattern of shortening is not perfectly smooth. Some kings in the early Kish dynasty have longer reigns than their predecessors, and the decline is not monotonic, but the general direction is clear. The post-Diluvian reigns are winding down. By the time the first dynasty of Kish reaches its 23rd king, a figure named Aga, the reigns have shrunk to something approaching the historically documented. Aga's reign length is given as the equivalent of a few decades in some versions of the list, and Aga himself appears in other Sumerian texts as a figure involved in conflicts with the legendary king Gilgamesh of Uruk, which puts him in a period that is at least approaching the range of what archaeology can speak to. The convergence on historical reality is one of the most striking features of the King List, and one that is frequently commented on in the scholarly literature. The document begins with reigns of tens of thousands of years before the flood, passes through reigns of centuries in the first post-Diluvian dynasties, and eventually arrives at reigns that are measurable in decades and cross-referenceable with other evidence. The transition is not abrupt. It is gradual, spread across hundreds of entries and dozens of dynasties. But the direction is consistent, and the destination is the historical present of the document's composition. What does this pattern mean? The most straightforward interpretation is that the King List is recording a genuine tradition about the shortening of royal reigns, or perhaps of human lifespans more broadly, across time. In this reading, the post-Diluvian world is a world in which something that was possible before the flood has progressively become less possible. Whether that something is divine patronage, exceptional human biology, cosmological conditions, or some combination of these, the result is that kings reign for shorter and shorter periods as history proceeds. This interpretation connects the King List to a widespread ancient pattern of thinking about time. The idea that the world is not static, but degrading, that each age is somehow inferior to the one before it, and that the current moment is further from an original golden state than any previous moment has been. The Greek tradition expressed this through the myth of the ages: gold, silver, bronze, heroic, iron, each one declining in quality and lifespan from the one before. The Hindu tradition expresses it through the yugas, 4 ages of decreasing length and virtue. The biblical tradition expresses it through the Antediluvian and Post-Diluvian lifespans that shorten generation by generation from Adam to Abraham. The King List's shortening reigns fit neatly into this broader ancient pattern of temporal decline. But the King List is also, importantly, not only a philosophical text. It is a political document compiled with specific purposes, and the pattern of shortening reigns serves those purposes in specific ways. Consider what the pattern accomplishes politically. It takes the enormous gulf between the 241,200 years of the Antediluvian section and the historically documented reigns of the early second millennium BCE, and it fills that gulf with a continuous sequence of dynasties, each one slightly shorter than the last. Rather than leaving a blank, a gap of implied deep time between the pre-flood world and the documented present, the King List populates that gap with kings. Each of those kings is a link in the chain. Each of them, no matter how implausible their reign length, is part of the same unbroken tradition of divinely sanctioned authority that stretches from before the flood to the political present of the document's composition. The shortening reigns are thus not just a philosophical statement about temporal degradation. They are a narrative bridge. They are the mechanism by which a mythological deep past and a historical present are joined into a single, continuous document. This is an act of extraordinary political and intellectual ambition. The compiler of the King List was not simply writing down what they knew. They were constructing a vision of time, a specific way of understanding the relationship between the incomprehensibly ancient and the recognizably contemporary, that served the political purposes of the dynasty they were serving, while also reflecting genuine beliefs about the nature of the world and the relationship between the human and the divine. The specific mechanism of the shortening, the slow, gradual, dynasty-by-dynasty convergence on historical norms, is what makes the construction work. A sudden leap from 241,200 years to historically documented reigns would be jarring, would make the seam between the mythological and the historical too visible, would invite questions about the relationship between the two halves of the document, the gradual shortening papers over the seam. By the time the reader reaches the historically attested kings, they have been led there through a sequence so smoothly continuous that the transition from myth to history is barely perceptible. Let us look at the mechanics of the shortening more closely. After the first dynasty of Kish, 23 kings whose reigns range from 1,200 years to a few decades, kingship moves. This movement of kingship from city to city is one of the defining structural features of the entire King List, both before and after the flood. Kingship is not simply hereditary within a single city-state. It is something that circulates, that is given by heaven to one city, and then taken away and given to another, reflecting the rise and fall of political dominance across the Mesopotamian plain. The Post-Diluvian section of the King List records kingship passing through a remarkable number of cities: Kish, Uruk, Ur, Awan, Kish again, Hamazi, Uruk again, Ur again, Adab, Mari, Kish a third time, Akshak, Kish a fourth time, and Uruk a third time. Some of these cities, Uruk, Ur, Kish, are among the most archaeologically documented sites in the ancient Near East, and their appearances in the King List can be compared with what the archaeological record tells us about their periods of political dominance. The comparison is illuminating. The King List's sequence of cities broadly matches the archaeological picture of Mesopotamian political history in the early dynastic period, even if the specific reign lengths of individual kings are often still extremely long. This correspondence between the King List's sequence of cities and the archaeological record is one of the strongest pieces of evidence that the document is drawing on genuine historical tradition, at least in its later sections. The compiler was not simply inventing names and cities from scratch. They were working with material that preserved genuine information about the political geography of early Mesopotamia, and then, crucially, extending that material backward through the shortening post-Diluvian dynasties and through the flood and into the Antediluvian world that the document needed to project. The convergence is the key to the whole enterprise. By the time the document arrives at kings whose reigns are measured in decades, the reader has been led across a vast expanse of time in a way that makes the whole sequence feel like a single, continuous history. The flood, which could have been a rupture, a void where history cannot reach, becomes instead a bridge, and the pre-flood world becomes, however dimly, part of the same story as the post-flood one. That story is what we are tracing tonight, and we are getting closer to the question at its heart. Let me describe in more detail what the post-Diluvian dynasties actually look like, because the texture of the list changes significantly after the flood, and that change is itself informative. In the Antediluvian section, each entry is extremely compact: a name, a city, a number. The formatting is so spare that the whole section takes up only a few lines of cuneiform on the prism. In the Post-Diluvian section, the formatting is essentially the same. Name, city, number. But the sheer number of entries is vastly larger. There are hundreds of Post-Diluvian kings, spread across more than a dozen dynasties and a dozen cities. The document gets longer and longer as it approaches the historical present, because the historical present is densely populated with remembered and documented kings, while the Antediluvian past is sparsely populated with only 8. This asymmetry is significant. If the King List were simply a linear extension of the same kind of documentation across all of time, you would expect the pre-flood section and the post-flood section to be similar in density. Similar number of kings per unit of time, similar amount of information per king. Instead, the pre-flood section has 8 kings across 241,200 years, roughly 1 king per 30,000 years, while the post-flood section has hundreds of kings across a few thousand years, roughly 1 king per 10 years in the historically documented periods. The density difference reflects the nature of the two kinds of knowledge the document is drawing on. The Post-Diluvian section draws on genuine historical records. Temple archives, royal inscriptions, administrative documents, oral traditions transmitted through scribal institutions. The Antediluvian section draws on something else. A tradition, a cosmological claim, a mathematical system. The 8 kings are not sparsely documented because fewer things happened before the flood. They are sparsely documented because the tradition that preserved them was not a historical archive, but a cosmic genealogy. This distinction between cosmic genealogy and historical archive is one of the things that makes the King List such a fascinating document to read carefully. It is both things simultaneously. It begins as cosmic genealogy, sparse, mathematical, operating at a scale that exceeds historical documentation, and it transitions gradually and without announcement into historical archive. The flood is the hinge between these two modes of knowing. The specific figure of Gilgamesh appears in the Post-Diluvian section of the King List, and his presence is worth noting briefly because it illustrates the transition from legendary to historical very clearly. Gilgamesh is listed as the 5th king of the first dynasty of Uruk, with a reign of 126 years. He is described in the King List with a phrase that is unusual in the document. He is called a son of a temple prostitute, a lord, and a shepherd. The epithet son of a temple prostitute, in Sumerian the term refers to a specific class of sacred women associated with the temples, is a way of indicating divine or semi-divine parentage, a trace of the pre-flood blurring of the human and divine that we discussed in Part 4. Gilgamesh is not quite human in the ordinary sense. He is, as the Epic of Gilgamesh describes him, 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. And yet Gilgamesh appears in the historical section of the King List, not the Antediluvian one. He is a post-flood figure reigning for a historically manageable 126 years, located in a city, Uruk, that is archaeologically documented and datable. He is also, of course, the subject of one of the greatest works of ancient literature. He is the most famous figure in the entire King List, the one whose name most modern readers would recognize, the one whose epic has been studied and translated and discussed for a century and a half of modern scholarship. The presence of Gilgamesh in the Post-Diluvian section tells us something about where the King List places the boundary between the mythological and the historical. Even a semi-divine figure, even the hero of the greatest Mesopotamian epic, is placed firmly in the post-flood world, with a post-flood reign length measured in decades rather than millennia. The boundary is the flood, What comes before it is the Antediluvian world of impossibly long reigns and divine human kings. What comes after it, even Gilgamesh, is, in the King List's framework, part of the same historical world we inhabit. That is a specific and important claim about how the King List understands the nature of myth and history and the relationship between them. It is a claim we will continue to explore as tonight's journey proceeds toward the question of what, if anything, actually existed on the other side of the flood. I want to draw attention to one more feature of the Post-Diluvian section before we move on, because it is one that popular treatments of the King List almost always omit entirely, and its omission creates a distorted picture of what the document is. The King List contains, in its Post-Diluvian section, a number of dynasties that overlap with each other chronologically. That is to say, when modern scholars have compared the reign lengths in the King List with the archaeological record and with other ancient documents, they have found that some of the dynasties the King List presents as sequential, one coming after another, were actually contemporary. They were ruling simultaneously in different cities, not one after the other. This is a significant finding because it means the King List is not simply a list of successive rulers, but a compilation that has imposed a linear sequence on what was actually a more complicated, simultaneous political landscape. The compiler of the King List had a specific view of how kingship worked. It was singular, it moved from city to city, it could not be in two places at once. And they imposed that view on historical material that did not always conform to it. This tells us something important about the nature of the document. It is an interpretation of history, not a neutral record of it. The choice to present overlapping dynasties as sequential is a choice that reflects the document's political and theological commitments. Specifically, the commitment to the idea that legitimate kingship is singular and moves in an orderly way through time, rather than fragmenting into multiple competing centers of authority. Understanding the King List as an interpreted history rather than a neutral record helps explain both its power and its limitations as a historical source. Its power comes from the coherence and authority of its interpretive framework. One kingship, divinely given, moving through time from the pre-flood world to the present. Its limitations come from the degree to which that framework has been imposed on historical material that was actually more complex and contradictory. Both the power and the limitations are relevant to the question we are pursuing. What, if anything, does the King List tell us about what came before the flood? The document is a powerful source precisely because it is a coherent interpretation. But coherent interpretations are not the same as neutral records, and keeping that distinction clearly in mind is essential for reading the King List honestly. Let us place two documents side by side. On the left, the Sumerian King List. On the right, the 5th chapter of the Book of Genesis. The similarities are not secret. They have been noted and discussed since the cuneiform script was first deciphered in the 19th century, and scholars began to understand that the ancient Near East had its own elaborate literary and cosmological traditions that predated, and in some cases closely paralleled, the traditions of the Hebrew Bible. The parallels between the King List and Genesis 5 are among the clearest and most extensively discussed of these connections, and they deserve careful attention. Not to prove that one derived from the other, but to understand what both documents are doing and what the shared shape between them might tell us. Genesis 5 is what scholars call a genealogy, a list of ancestors, each identified by name, each assigned a lifespan, each placed in a sequence that runs from Adam to Noah. The genealogy is structured around 3 numbers for each ancestor: the age at which they fathered their most notable son, the additional years they lived after that, and their total lifespan. For the purposes of our comparison tonight, it is the total lifespans that matter most. Here they are. Adam lived for 930 years, Seth for 912 years, Enosh for 905 years, Kenan for 910 years, Mahalalel for 895 years, Jared for 962 years, Enoch for 365 years. And here is the first anomaly, the figure we discussed in relation to Enmendur-Ana, who does not die but is taken by God. Methuselah for 969 years, the famous longest human life in the biblical tradition. Lamech for 777 years, and Noah, the 10th, the one in whose time the flood comes, lived for 950 years, 10 generations, lifespans ranging from 365 to 969 years, and then the flood. Now look at what the two documents share. Both begin with a sequence of named individuals from the earliest period of human history. Both assign those individuals lifespans or reign lengths that are dramatically longer than the lifespans of people in the historical present. Both end the sequence with a flood. Both place the flood as a threshold, a point after which things are different from the way they were before, and both, in their post-flood sections, show a clear pattern of declining lifespans or reign lengths converging toward the human norm. The parallel is exact enough in its structure that it cannot be a coincidence. Two ancient documents produced in different languages, in different places, across a span of centuries, both use precisely the same device. A sequence of long-lived pre-flood figures, a flood, and then a shortening toward normality. The structural DNA is identical. The question is why. There are three main positions in the scholarly literature, and all three deserve honest presentation. The first position holds that the Genesis genealogy is directly or indirectly derived from the Mesopotamian tradition of the King List. The argument for this is broadly chronological and geographic. The Mesopotamian tradition is demonstrably older. The King List exists in versions dating to 2100 BCE, and earlier, while Genesis 5 was probably compiled in its current form during the first millennium BCE. The Hebrew people had extensive contact with Mesopotamian culture during the period of the Babylonian exile in the 6th century BCE, and later traditions reflect clear Mesopotamian influence in their cosmological content. The contact opportunity is real, the chronological priority is clear, and the parallel is so precise that some form of influence seems like the most parsimonious explanation. The second position holds that the Genesis genealogy and the King List are independent developments from a common older source, a tradition, possibly oral, that predates both documents and that both drew on independently. The argument for this is that the differences between the two traditions are as significant as the similarities. The King List has 8 Antediluvian kings. Genesis 5 has 10 Antediluvian patriarchs. The King List's figures have reign lengths measured in tens of thousands of years. Genesis 5's figures have lifespans measured in hundreds of years. The King List is explicitly a political document about the divine origin of kingship. Genesis 5 is a genealogy about the family line from the first human to the flood survivor. The differences in content and purpose suggest that even if there is a shared source, both documents have significantly transformed whatever they inherited. The third position, less commonly held by mainstream scholars but worth acknowledging, is that the parallel reflects the independent preservation of genuine historical memory in two different cultural traditions. That something actually happened in the deep past that left traces in both Mesopotamian and biblical tradition, and that the structural similarities reflect not influence or common source, but genuine historical reality independently remembered. This third position faces significant evidential challenges. The differences between the two traditions, different numbers of pre-flood figures, different magnitudes of lifespans, different literary forms, are difficult to explain if both are simply recording the same historical reality. And the specific mechanism by which any reality could produce reign lengths of tens of thousands of years in one tradition and lifespans of hundreds of years in the other is not clear. The most defensible position, given the evidence currently available, is some combination of the first two. The Mesopotamian tradition probably influenced the biblical one, and both probably drew on older traditions that are no longer directly accessible to us. But the combination still leaves substantial uncertainty, and honesty about that uncertainty is part of what good scholarship on this topic looks like. Let us look more carefully at the specific differences, because they are as instructive as the similarities. The most immediately striking difference is in magnitude. The King List's Antediluvian reigns run to tens of thousands of years. Genesis 5's Antediluvian lifespans run to hundreds of years. The ratio is roughly a factor of 100. Methuselah's famous 969 years is smaller than the shortest antediluvian reign in the King List, Ubaratutu's 18,600 years, by a factor of 19. Some scholars have proposed that this difference in magnitude reflects a systematic rescaling, that at some point in the transmission of the shared underlying tradition from Mesopotamia to the Levant, the numbers were divided by a fixed factor, perhaps 60, perhaps 100, to bring them into a range that sounded plausible within the Semitic numerical tradition. This would be consistent with the King List's numbers being in sars and the Genesis numbers being in years. A reign of 28,800 sars would be equivalent to a lifespan of 480 years, in ordinary years, which is at least in the right order of magnitude for the Genesis figures, if we allow some additional rounding and adjustment. This is a speculative but not unreasonable hypothesis. The problem is that the arithmetic does not work out cleanly for all the figures, and the hypothesis requires enough post hoc adjustment to make it feel somewhat circular. The numbers could have been rescaled. They also could simply be different numbers, generated by different traditions, for different reasons. The second major difference is in the number of figures. 8 Antediluvian kings in the King List. 10 Antediluvian patriarchs in Genesis 5. The number 10 appears to be particularly significant in the Genesis genealogical tradition. Genesis 11, the post-flood genealogy from Noah to Abraham, also contains 10 generations, but the King List has 8, not 10. And Berossus, whose version of the Antediluvian tradition we will examine in the next part of tonight's journey, gives 10, like Genesis, not 8, like the King List. This variation in the number of pre-flood figures is one of the clearest pieces of evidence that the tradition was not transmitted as a fixed, canonical text, but as a more fluid tradition that different compilers organize differently. The underlying idea, a sequence of named figures from the beginning of time to the flood, with each figure having an impossibly long tenure, is consistent. The specific number of figures and the specific magnitudes of their lifespans or reigns varies between versions in ways that suggest ongoing revision and reinterpretation rather than simple copying. The 7th generation is particularly notable across the traditions. In the King List, the 7th Antediluvian king is Enmendur-Ana, the one associated with divine knowledge and the arts of divination. In Genesis 5, the 7th generation from Adam is Enoch, the one taken by God without dying, who receives special divine favor. In both traditions, the 7th figure is set apart by a special relationship with the divine. The specific position matters. 7 is a number of completeness in Semitic and Sumerian tradition alike, and placing the divinely favored figure in the 7th position is a deliberate, structural choice that appears in both traditions independently. Whether this parallel in the 7th position reflects a genuine historical or cosmological claim about the nature of a specific pre-flood figure, or whether it simply reflects the widespread ancient tendency to place the most sacred or most favored element in a sacred numerical position, is another question that the evidence cannot definitively settle. What the parallel does tell us, taken together with all the other structural similarities, is that the documents are in conversation with each other, or at least with the same underlying reservoir of cosmological ideas about the nature of time before the flood, and the relationship between the human and the divine in the earliest ages of the world. The specific content of that reservoir, what it actually preserved, and where it came from, is what we are going to continue excavating across the rest of tonight's journey. Before we leave the Genesis comparison, I want to spend some time with a specific element of the Genesis genealogy that is often noticed but less often examined carefully: the case of Enoch. Enoch is the 7th generation from Adam. His total lifespan is given as 365 years, strikingly short compared to the other Antediluvian patriarchs, whose lifespans range from 777 to 969. The reason for the brevity is given in a phrase that has fascinated readers for millennia. Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Enoch did not die. He was taken, translated in the theological vocabulary, directly into the divine presence without the normal passage through death. This makes him, in the Hebrew tradition, one of only 2 human beings who bypassed death entirely, the other being the prophet Elijah, who was carried to heaven in a chariot of fire. The 365-year lifespan is almost certainly not coincidental. 365 is the number of days in a solar year. Enoch's lifespan encodes the year, making him specifically a figure of solar time, of the kind of time that governs the visible, natural world. That a figure whose lifespan encodes the solar year should be translated directly into the presence of the divine, bypassing the cycle of natural death, is a detail that suggests considerable theological deliberateness in the construction of the genealogy. Now place this alongside Enmendur-Ana of Sippar, 7th in the Antediluvian sequence. Taught the arts of divination by the gods, specifically the reading of oil on water, and the inspection of entrails, forms of omen interpretation that connect the earthly and the divine. In some Mesopotamian texts, Enmendur-Ana is described as being taken to the divine assembly in heaven, shown the sacred tablets of knowledge, and returned to earth with this knowledge to transmit to humanity. The parallel with Enoch is exact, a 7th position figure set apart by special divine favor, specifically connected to the boundary between human and divine knowledge. The scholarly debate over whether Enoch is derived from Enmendur-Ana, or Enmendur-Ana from some tradition that also produced Enoch, or whether both are independent developments from a shared archetype, has been running for decades. No consensus has emerged, but the parallel is precise enough to be taken seriously, and serious scholars do take it seriously. What the parallel suggests is not simply that one tradition copied from the other, but that both traditions were drawing on a shared understanding of what the pre-flood world was like at its most exalted point. A world in which a specific individual in a specific numerical position bridged the human and the divine, and received special knowledge that the rest of humanity could not access. Whether this understanding reflects genuine ancient memory or shared cosmological archetypes, it appears in 2 independent traditions with enough consistency to be remarkable. Let me now say something about the post-flood genealogies in both traditions, because the parallel extends beyond the Antediluvian section, and the extension is informative. Genesis 11 gives a post-flood genealogy from Shem, the son of Noah, to Abraham. 10 generations, with lifespans that are dramatically shorter than the antediluvian figures but still longer than modern human norms. Shem lives for 600 years, Arphaxad for 438, Shelah for 433, and so on, declining through Eber, Peleg, Roy, Serug, Nahor, and Terah, until we reach Abraham, who lives for 175 years. Still very long by modern standards, but decisively shorter than Methuselah's 969. The pattern in Genesis 11 is exactly the pattern of the Post-Diluvian section of the King List, a gradual shortening of lifespans across generations, converging from post-flood superhuman lengths toward the historical human norm. The structural device is identical. The generations that bridge the mythological and the historical are given lengths that plausibly connect the two without requiring an abrupt jump. Both documents use the same narrative technology for the same narrative purpose: to bridge the incomprehensibly ancient and the historically accessible without leaving a void that would make the connection between them feel impossible. Whether the Hebrew scribes who compiled Genesis 11 knew the Sumerian King List, or knew Babylonian versions of the same tradition, or were working with an independently developed version of the same structural device, the result is a remarkable convergence that tells us something about how ancient cultures thought about the relationship between mythological deep time and documented history. They thought about it in the same way. They both used the same solution. And the solution was so elegant, the gradually shortening genealogy that leads the reader from the unimaginable past into the documented present, that it is difficult to believe it was invented independently, even if the specific numbers and the specific figures it was applied to were different in each tradition. There is one final parallel worth examining, because it concerns not the pre-flood figures, but the flood itself, and it is the most famous parallel between the Mesopotamian and biblical traditions. The flood narrative in Genesis, the story of Noah and the Ark, shares with the Gilgamesh flood account a remarkable number of specific details. A single righteous man warned of the coming flood, a boat built to specific dimensions, animals loaded 2 by 2, a flood of overwhelming extent, birds sent out to test the receding waters, a raven and a dove in Genesis, in that order, a dove, a swallow, and a raven in Gilgamesh, a boat coming to rest on a mountain, a sacrifice after the waters recede, a divine promise that the flood will not happen again. The structural and specific parallels are so extensive that scholars have been arguing about them since the Gilgamesh flood tablet was first translated in 1872. The most plausible explanation, given the chronological and geographic evidence, is that the biblical flood narrative was influenced by the Mesopotamian tradition, whether directly through the Gilgamesh epic or through earlier versions of the Mesopotamian flood story that predated the Gilgamesh account. The contact between Mesopotamian and Israelite culture during the Babylonian exile period provides a specific and well-documented occasion for such influence. But some scholars have argued that the parallels reflect a common oral tradition that predates both written texts. A story about a man, a boat, a flood, and a divine promise that was circulating in the ancient Near East long before it was written down in either Mesopotamian or Hebrew. What the parallel tells us, for the purposes of tonight's investigation, is that the Sumerian King List was not the only Mesopotamian text that influenced the biblical tradition. The King List, the flood narratives, and the various other Mesopotamian cosmological traditions that we have been examining were all part of a single intellectual environment that had profound and lasting influence on the Hebrew Bible, and, through it, on the subsequent history of Western thought. The structures we have been examining tonight, the pre-flood deep time, the shortening generations, the flood as hinge, the convergence on the historical present, are not simply exotic features of an ancient Mesopotamian document. They are part of the fabric of the cosmological tradition that shaped how the Western world has understood time, history, and the relationship between the human and the divine for the past 2,500 years. That is a considerable inheritance from a clay prism in a museum in Oxford. Around 290 BCE, roughly 1800 years after the Sumerian King List was first compiled, and a generation after Alexander the Great's conquests had brought Greek culture into direct contact with the ancient civilizations of the Near East. A Babylonian priest named Berossus sat down to write a history of the world. He wrote it in Greek. This is the first remarkable thing about Berossus. He was a Babylonian, a priest of the god Marduk at the temple in Babylon, trained in the cuneiform scribal tradition, custodian of knowledge that had been accumulated in Babylonian temples across more than 2,000 years. He had access to the oldest written records in the world, and he chose to write his history in the language of the conquerors who had arrived with Alexander, the language that was rapidly becoming the lingua franca of the educated world, from Greece to Persia to Egypt. Why? Almost certainly because he wanted his audience to be larger than the shrinking world of cuneiform literacy. By 290 BCE, the cuneiform writing system was in decline. The invention of alphabetic writing and the spread of Aramaic as the administrative language of the Near East had been progressively reducing the number of people trained to read the old clay tablet tradition. Berossus saw an opportunity to transmit the knowledge he held, the cosmological and historical traditions of Babylonian civilization, to the wider Greek-reading world before that knowledge was lost. He was, in a sense, performing an act of cultural preservation, albeit preservation into a different language and a different intellectual framework. The work he produced was called the Babyloniaca, or sometimes the Chaldaica, a 3-book history of Babylonia from the creation of the world to the conquest by Alexander. Only fragments of it survive, none of them as direct quotations from Berossus himself. What survives has been preserved through a chain of intermediaries. Alexander Polyhistor, a Greek historian of the 1st century BCE, who excerpted from the Babyloniaca. Eusebius of Caesarea, a Christian bishop of the 4th century CE, who preserved Alexander Polyhistor's excerpts in his own chronological work. And Syncellus, a Byzantine chronicler of the 8th or 9th century CE, who preserved Eusebius's extracts in his own account of world history. The version of Berossus we have is a translation of a quotation of a quotation of a quotation, filtered through more than a millennium of intermediaries. This is worth stating clearly because it affects how we read what Berossus says. Every step in the chain of transmission introduced the possibility of error, abbreviation, misunderstanding, or deliberate modification. What survives as Berossus may not accurately represent what Berossus wrote, which may not accurately represent what the Babylonian sources Berossus was using contained. We are reading through several veils simultaneously. With that caveat firmly in place, let us look at what the Berossus fragments say about the Antediluvian period. According to the fragments preserved through Alexander Polyhistor and Eusebius, Berossus described 10 kings who ruled before the flood, with combined reigns totaling 432,000 years. The 10 kings ruled from the city of Babylon, or rather, from the location that would later become Babylon, and their reigns are listed with the same sparse structure as the King List, a name and a number. 432,000 years. The total is nearly twice the King List's 241,200 years. And the number 10, rather than the King List's 8, matches the Genesis genealogy. This asymmetry across the three traditions, 8 in the King List, 10 in Berossus and Genesis, is one of the puzzles that the comparison raises without fully resolving. The specific reign lengths in Berossus are considerably larger than those in the King List. Where the King List gives Alulim 28,800 years, Berossus's first Antediluvian king has a reign of 36,000 years. Where the King List gives a total of 241,200 years for 8 kings, Berossus gives 432,000 years for 10. The magnitudes are in the same general range, tens of thousands of years, not hundreds, but the specific numbers do not match. This divergence is consistent with the two traditions drawing on different versions of a shared underlying source rather than one copying the other directly. There is also a crucial figure in the Berossus account who does not appear in the King List as we have it, the Apkallu. The Apkallu, a word that means something like sage or expert in Babylonian, appear in the Berossus fragments as supernatural beings sent from the sea to teach humanity the arts of civilization before the flood. In the fragments as preserved, a creature described as part man and part fish, named Oannes, emerges from the Persian Gulf and teaches the people of Mesopotamia everything they need to know: writing, science, crafts, agriculture, law, and the arts of government. Oannes and his followers, there were eventually 7 or 10 such beings depending on the version, continued to appear from the sea at various intervals before the flood, each time bringing additional knowledge to humanity. This tradition of fishmen emerging from the sea to teach civilization is one of the most striking elements of the Berossus account, and it has attracted enormous attention both from scholars and from popular writers with various interpretive agendas. The scholarly consensus is that the Apkallu tradition is a Babylonian cosmological concept that predates Berossus by many centuries. Versions of it appear in cuneiform texts from the 2nd millennium BCE, and that it represents a specific Babylonian understanding of how civilizational knowledge was transmitted to humanity, not through human invention, but through divine intermediaries who bridged the gap between the cosmic and the earthly. In the Babylonian texts, the 7 Apkallu are associated specifically with the 7 Antediluvian kings, each king paired with a specific sage, who was his advisor and transmitter of divine knowledge. This pairing connects the Apkallu tradition directly to the Antediluvian King List tradition, and suggests that the two were understood as aspects of a single account. The pre-flood world was a world in which both the kings and their divine advisors were present simultaneously, the kings presiding over political authority, and the Apkallu presiding over the transmission of knowledge. The flood, in this reading, ends the age of the Apkallu as well as the age of the long-reigning kings. After the flood, human beings must manage without direct divine intermediaries. The knowledge that the Apkallu transmitted is preserved in the scribal traditions, in the temple archives, in the bodies of text that Berossus himself was drawing on when he wrote the Babylonica. But the beings who transmitted it are gone. The post-flood world is a world of preserved knowledge applied without the presence of the original teachers. This is a compelling image, and it deserves careful attention because it frames the pre-flood world not as a period of impossibly long-lived humans, but as a period in which humanity was still in direct receipt of divine instruction. The long reigns in this framework are not about the biology of the kings. They are about the duration of the teaching, the fact that civilization building performed under divine supervision takes a very long time to accomplish. The Apkallu tradition also sheds light on the specific figure we discussed in Part 4. Enmendur Ana, of Sipar, the seventh antediluvian king who was taught the arts of divination. In the cuneiform texts that describe the Apkallu tradition, Enmendur-Ana is specifically associated with the last of the antediluvian sages, the one who taught the scribal arts and the divinatory arts that would be most essential for the post-flood world to preserve. He is, in this reading, the hinge figure, the king whose sage taught the knowledge that would survive the flood and form the foundation of Babylonian scribal civilization. Whether or not this specific connection accurately represents a genuine ancient belief, it places Enmendur-Ana in a very specific cosmological role, the transmitter of the most essential knowledge at the end of the antediluvian age, just before the flood that would end that age and begin the world we know. Let us return now to Berossus's account of the flood itself, because what he says about it adds a dimension that neither the King List nor Genesis explicitly provides. In the Berossus fragments, the flood hero, called Xisuthros in the Greek transliteration, clearly the same figure as Ziusudra in Sumerian and Utnapishtim in Akkadian, is specifically instructed to bury the writings. Before building the boat and loading the animals, he is told to take all the tablets of knowledge, all the written records of everything the Apkallu had taught, and bury them at Sipar, the specific city of Sipar, the city of the sun god Shamash, and the city of Enmendur-Ana, the king who was most specifically associated with written and divinatory knowledge. After the flood, the survivors are instructed to return to Sipar and dig up the buried writings, to recover the preserved knowledge and transmit it to the post-flood world. This detail, the burial and recovery of written knowledge across the flood, is one of the most fascinating elements in the entire Mesopotamian flood tradition, and one that has no direct parallel in the Genesis account. It presents the flood not only as a catastrophe, but as a specific test of the knowledge preservation system. Can the knowledge that the Apkallu taught survive the destruction of the world? The answer in the Berossus account is yes. Not because the knowledge is in human heads which might not survive, but because it has been written down and buried in a specific location where it will wait out the waters. Whether this represents a genuine ancient tradition about the preservation of knowledge across a catastrophe, or whether it is a later theological elaboration that Berossus or his sources added to explain the paradox of how post-flood Babylonian civilization had access to pre-flood knowledge, is another question the evidence cannot definitively settle. But the image is extraordinary. The tablets of all human knowledge buried in the city of the sun god, waiting through the flood for the survivors to come back and dig them up. The entire civilizational inheritance of the antediluvian world, preserved in writing, surviving the waters that destroyed everything else. It is an image that resonates with something that the Sumerian King List, for all its mathematical precision, leaves implicit rather than explicit. The idea that the pre-flood world contained something worth preserving, and that the transmission of that something across the flood threshold was itself one of the most important events in the history of the world. In the next part of tonight's journey, we are going to widen the lens considerably beyond Mesopotamia, beyond the Hebrew Bible, into the traditions of other ancient cultures that seem to preserve something like the same basic story. Let me say more about the specific number 432,000, because it is one of the most discussed numbers in the entire study of Berossus and the antediluvian traditions. 432,000 years. The number is significant in the Babylonian mathematical tradition in a specific way. It is 120 sars. 120 is a number that appears repeatedly in Sumerian and Babylonian numerical systems as a unit of great magnitude. It is the square of 12, which is itself a highly composite number, with special significance in the sexagesimal tradition. 120 sars is a number at the upper edge of the Babylonian numerical vocabulary for expressing very large quantities of time. The number 432,000 has also been identified by some scholars as having cosmological significance in other ancient traditions. In Hindu cosmology, the Kali Yuga, the current and most degraded of the four cosmic ages, has a duration of 432,000 years. The Kali Yuga is 1/4 of the Mahayuga, a larger cycle of 1,728,000 years. The number 432 and its multiples appear with striking frequency across ancient cosmological systems that had no obvious historical contact with each other. Whether this recurrence reflects a genuine ancient belief about the structure of cosmic time, a belief that the number 432,000 years captures something real about the duration of a cosmic age, or whether it simply reflects the fact that 432,000 is a highly composite number that fits naturally into base 60 counting systems, is a question that scholars genuinely debate. The coincidence is real enough to be noted seriously. Its significance is contested. Let me also say something about the reception of Berossus in the ancient world, because it illuminates how the Antediluvian tradition was understood by the cultures that encountered it. In the ancient Greek and Roman world, Berossus was taken seriously as a historian. He was cited by Josephus, the Jewish historian of the 1st century CE, who used Berossus's Antediluvian tradition as evidence for the great antiquity of the Babylonian civilization, and, not coincidentally, as corroboration for the biblical tradition of a flood. Josephus was not troubled by the enormous reign lengths in Berossus. He explained them by proposing that the antediluvian figures lived for a very long time because of their virtue and their proximity to the divine, and because the longer solar years of the antediluvian period contained more days than the years of the current era. This explanation, the idea that the years counted before the flood were different from the years counted after it, is essentially the same rescaling hypothesis we discussed in Part 5, applied by a 1st century Jewish historian to the Babylonian tradition. It shows that the desire to make the antediluvian reign lengths or lifespans compatible with something approaching human possibility is not a modern interpretation. It was already being attempted in antiquity. The Christian reception of Berossus was more complicated. Early Christian writers were interested in Berossus partly because his antediluvian tradition seemed to corroborate the biblical account of the flood, and partly because his enormous antiquity claims, 432,000 years before the flood, presented a challenge to biblical chronologies that placed the creation of the world at a much more recent date. Some Christian writers accepted Berossus's antediluvian tradition as genuine ancient history, while others rejected it as pagan mythology that conflicted with the authority of Scripture. What neither the ancient Jewish nor the ancient Christian readers of Berossus had access to was the Sumerian King List itself, the document that Berossus was drawing on, or at least a document in the same tradition as Berossus's sources. The King List was buried in the ruins of Mesopotamian cities, unknown and unreadable, until 19th century archaeologists began excavating those ruins, and 19th century scholars began deciphering the cuneiform script. When the King List was finally published, and its antediluvian section understood, it immediately illuminated Berossus in a new way. Berossus was not simply a late, half-mythological account of Babylonian prehistory. He was a transmitter, working in Greek, of a tradition that went back at least to the 3rd millennium BCE. This is the value of placing Berossus beside the King List, rather than treating either document in isolation. The King List gives us the Mesopotamian tradition in its earliest surviving form. Berossus gives us the same tradition as it survived, transformed, and was transmitted into the Hellenistic world. Together, they bracket 1,000 years of continuous tradition, a tradition about the pre-flood world and its relationship to the present that was taken seriously enough to be maintained, copied, translated, and transmitted across the entire span of Babylonian civilization. One more detail about Berossus deserves attention: the name of his first Antediluvian king. In the Berossus fragments, the first king before the flood is called Alaros. He reigns for 36,000 years. The name Alaros has been compared by scholars to the Sumerian Alulim, the first king in the King List. And the comparison seems likely despite the phonological differences, which reflect the transformation of Sumerian names through Babylonian and then Greek transcription over many centuries. The survival of the first king's name, however distorted by transmission, from the Sumerian King List through Babylonian tradition to the Greek of Berossus, is one of the small, specific pieces of evidence that confirms the continuity of the tradition across the enormous span of time between the 3rd millennium BCE and the 3rd century BCE. Whatever else changed in the transmission, whoever built the first great city and held the first great kingship before the flood, his name or something like it, survived. That is, I think, one of the most quietly striking things about this entire body of material. The names survived. Not intact, not perfectly, not without transformation, but recognizably, stubbornly, across 2,000 years of transmission through 3 languages and multiple cultural mediations, the names of the first kings of the world, before the flood, survived into a document that a Greek-writing Babylonian priest set down in the years when Alexander's empire was fragmenting and the ancient world was reorganizing itself around new centers of power. Let us step back from Mesopotamia for a moment. We have spent the first 9 parts of tonight's journey with a single document and its immediate relatives: the King List, the flood narratives of Gilgamesh, and the Eridu Genesis, Genesis 5, and Berossus. These are all documents from a specific region of the world, operating within a connected set of cultural and intellectual traditions, and it would be possible to attribute their structural similarities to the direct or indirect influence of a single shared tradition. But the structure we have been tracing, a long-lived world before a catastrophe, a shorter and more recognizably human world after it, with the catastrophe serving as a threshold between the two, appears in traditions from places that had no documented contact with Mesopotamia in the periods when those traditions were formed. It appears in India, in the Americas, across the Pacific. It appears in enough different places and enough different forms that the question of why it appears so widely is itself worth taking seriously. Let us be clear about what we are and are not doing in this part of tonight's journey. We are not claiming that all flood traditions derive from a single historical event. We are not claiming that all World Age traditions are connected to a single source. We are not making any argument about ancient contact between civilizations, or about lost technologies, or about any claim that goes beyond what the evidence supports. What we are doing is noting a pattern. The pattern is real, it is wide, and it deserves to be examined carefully, with the same honesty and the same willingness to sit with uncertainty that we have been applying throughout tonight's investigation. Let us begin with India, and with the cosmological tradition that is, among all the non-Mesopotamian traditions, the most systematically developed. The Hindu tradition of the Yugas is a cosmological model of time that divides the history of the world into vast cycles, each cycle consisting of 4 ages. The 4 ages, the Satya Yuga, the Treta Yuga, the Dvapara Yuga, and the Kali Yuga, decrease in duration, virtue, and human capacity as they progress. The Satya Yuga, the first and most perfect age lasts 1,728,000 years. The Treta Yuga lasts 1,296,000 years. The Dvapara Yuga lasts 864,000 years. The Kali Yuga, the current and most degraded age, lasts 432,000 years. The Kali Yuga's 432,000 years. That number again. The four ages together constitute a Mahayuga of 4,320,000 years. 1,000 Mahayugas constitute a Kalpa, a day of Brahma, lasting 4,320,000,000 years. The scales are extraordinary, dwarfing even the Berossus tradition's 432,000 years for the entire Antediluvian period. In the Hindu tradition, human beings are understood to live shorter and shorter lives, to have less and less virtue, and to be more and more removed from the divine source as the ages progress. The Satya Yuga is a time when humans live for thousands of years, when virtue is universal, and when the gods are close and accessible. By the Kali Yuga, the age we currently inhabit, human lifespans are brief, virtue is rare, and the distance between the human and the divine is at its maximum. The world is in decline, has always been in decline since the beginning of the current cycle, and will continue to decline until the end of the Kali Yuga, when a new cycle will begin. This is not identical to the structure of the Sumerian King List. The Hindu tradition has 4 ages rather than a simple before and after the flood structure. The scales are vastly larger. The mechanism of decline is about cosmic virtue and divine proximity, rather than about a specific catastrophic event like a flood. But the underlying architecture is recognizably similar, a world that was better, longer, closer to the divine, and then a series of transitions toward the recognizably human present, each transition marking a further remove from the original condition. The specific numbers are also suggestive. The Kali Yuga's 432,000 years matches the Berossus total of 432,000 years for the Antediluvian period. The Mahayuga's 4,320,000 years is exactly 10 times that. Whether these numerical coincidences reflect genuine contact between the Indian and Babylonian traditions, which were geographically connected by the trade routes of the ancient world, or whether they reflect the mathematical properties of highly composite numbers fitting naturally into large-scale counting systems, is a question the evidence cannot definitively settle. What is clear is that the Hindu tradition, like the Mesopotamian one, uses numbers of this specific magnitude to express the duration of cosmic ages. The number 432,000 is, in both traditions, the unit of a specific phase of cosmic time. The most recent and most degraded phase, in the case of the Kali Yuga, the entire Antediluvian period, in the case of Berossus. Let us turn now to the Mesoamerican tradition, which provides a different but structurally analogous case. The classical Maya cosmological tradition, preserved in the Popol Vuh, the great creation narrative of the Quiché Maya, and in various other Maya texts and inscriptions, describes a series of previous worlds or suns, each one created and then destroyed before the creation of the current world. The number of previous worlds varies between versions, 3, 4, or 5, preceding the current one, depending on the specific text and tradition. In the Popol Vuh, 3 previous creations of humanity are described, each one ending in catastrophe. The first humans are made of mud, but they cannot speak or think and dissolve in water. The second are made of wood, but they lack souls and are destroyed by a flood. The wooden people are swept away by rain, and the few survivors become the monkeys. The third creation attempts to address the deficiencies of the first 2, but it also fails. The fourth creation, the one that produces genuine humanity, is the one we inhabit. the Aztec tradition, as preserved in various post-conquest codices and accounts, describes 5 worlds or suns, each one ended by a specific catastrophe. The first sun is destroyed by jaguars, the second by wind, the third by rain of fire, the fourth, and the most suggestive for our purposes, by a flood of water. The fifth sun is the current one, created at Teotihuacan in a specific mythological event, and it too is understood to be temporary and subject to eventual destruction. The flood, as the catastrophe that ends the fourth sun in the Aztec tradition, places water at the same structural position as in the Mesopotamian and biblical traditions, the catastrophe that immediately precedes the current world. Whether this is coincidence or whether it reflects the widespread human experience of catastrophic flooding as the most terrifying natural catastrophe, or whether it points to something else, some genuine shared memory or shared cosmological inheritance, is precisely the kind of question that honest investigation must resist answering too quickly. Let us also consider the Hopi tradition from the American Southwest, which describes a series of previous worlds, each one destroyed by catastrophe, with a remnant of humanity surviving and ascending to the next world. The first world is destroyed by fire, the second by ice, the third, the most elaborate in the Hopi telling, by a flood, with the survivors escaping by floating in hollow reeds. The fourth world, the current one, is understood as better than the destroyed third, but still imperfect, still subject to the consequences of the destructions that came before. The Hopi flood tradition, escape in hollow reeds, a remnant of survivors, the beginning of a new world, echoes the Mesopotamian flood tradition in its broad strokes, while differing in its specific details. The hollow reeds of the Hopi are not the same as the Ark of Noah or the boat of Utnapishtim, but the structural function is the same, a vessel that preserves life through the catastrophe. The Norse tradition, from the other side of the world, from Mesoamerica, describes a cosmological cycle that includes a catastrophic end of the world called Ragnarok, after which a new world emerges from the waters. 2 human survivors, Lif and Lifthrasir, hide in the cosmic world tree Yggdrasil during the catastrophe and emerge to repopulate the world afterward. The water motif appears here too. The new world emerges from the sea after Ragnarok, as if the catastrophe both involves and is resolved through water. None of these traditions is identical to the Sumerian King List. None of them gives you 8 or 10 named figures with sar-based reign lengths, and a single subordinate clause about the flood. They are different traditions from different cultures, with different specific contents and different theological frameworks. But they share something. They share the deep structure, the idea that the world we inhabit is not the first world, that previous worlds were ended by catastrophe, that water is among the most important of those catastrophes, and that the current world is understood in relation to what came before rather than as an absolute beginning. Why is this structure so widely distributed? There are several possible answers, and intellectual honesty requires considering all of them. The first is diffusion, that the structure spread from a single point of origin, most plausibly the ancient Near East, which has the oldest written records, outward through trade, migration, and cultural contact, reaching cultures as geographically remote as the Maya and the Hopi through chains of transmission that are no longer visible to us. This is possible, but the distances and timescales involved are enormous, and the specific content of the traditions varies so much between cultures that it is difficult to identify what a genuine single-source diffusion would look like. The second is convergence, that similar structures arise independently in different cultures, in response to similar human experiences and similar cognitive tendencies. Catastrophic floods are a universal human experience. Every culture that has lived near rivers or coastlines has experienced them. The cognitive tendency to narrate catastrophe as a reset, as the destruction of an old order and the beginning of a new one, may be universal enough to produce similar cosmological structures independently in many places. The third possibility, which is less commonly discussed in mainstream scholarship but deserves honest consideration, is that the traditions preserve a genuine shared memory of specific geological events. Events that were catastrophic enough to affect human populations across large areas and to leave lasting marks on the cosmological traditions of many different cultures. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, the post-glacial flooding events at the end of the last ice age, the rapid rise of sea levels that drowned the coastal plains where many early human populations lived. These are genuine geological events whose scale and impact on human populations are still being assessed. Whether any of these events, or all of them combined, could account for the widespread distribution of flood and world-age traditions is a question that lies at the intersection of geology, archaeology, and the study of oral tradition. It is a question that is actively being researched that touches on some of the most interesting and unsettled areas of quaternary science, and that we would be foolish to foreclose with premature certainty in either direction. What the pattern tells us, at minimum, is this: the idea that the world we inhabit is not the first world, and that something better came before it and was ended by catastrophe, is one of the most widely distributed ideas in human cosmological thought. The Sumerian King List is the oldest written expression of that idea that we have, but it is far from the only one. In the next part of tonight's journey, we turn to the archaeological evidence, to what the ground actually shows about the cities the King List names and the floods it mentions. Let me add some texture to the three traditions I have described most briefly: Hopi, Norse, and Mesoamerican, because each one has features that are worth dwelling on. The Aztec five-sun tradition is particularly rich in specific detail. Each sun in the Aztec telling is associated with a specific day sign in the 260-day ritual calendar, a specific element, and a specific group of beings who inhabited it. The fourth sun, the one ended by the flood, is associated with the day sign for water and the element of water. Its inhabitants, the Shalshu-Tliku people, were transformed into fish when the flood came, which is how they survived. This specific detail, the survivors of the flood becoming fish, resonates unexpectedly with the Berossus tradition of the Apkallu, the fishmen who emerged from the sea to teach civilization. In neither case is the connection direct or clearly documented, but the image of fish as survivors of a primordial flood, or of fishmen as the bearers of pre-flood knowledge, appears in traditions that had no obvious contact with each other. The Popol Vuh's account of the wooden people is also worth dwelling on, because it specifically describes the flood as a punishment for ingratitude. The wooden people failed to honor their creators, and so the creators destroyed them. This moral dimension, flood as punishment for failure to acknowledge the divine, echoes the Genesis tradition more than it echoes the Mesopotamian one, where the flood is motivated by noise and population management rather than by moral failure. The Popol Vuh's flood is a corrective, not a crisis management measure. The Norse Ragnarok tradition diverges in important ways from the flood traditions we have been examining, because Ragnarok is a future event rather than a past one. The Norse cosmological cycle is not a series of past destructions from which the current world emerged. It is a prediction of a coming destruction from which a future world will emerge. The temporal frame is inverted. The Sumerian and Aztec and Hopi traditions place the catastrophic worlds in the past, while the Norse tradition places the next catastrophe in the future. And yet, the structural role of the catastrophe is the same. A world ends. Water is involved. A remnant survives. And a new world begins. This difference in temporal framing is itself instructive. It suggests that the underlying archetype, catastrophic world ending followed by new beginning, can be applied to either the past or the future, depending on the specific cosmological and theological needs of the tradition that uses it. The Sumerian King List uses it to give the current political order a deep past. The Norse tradition uses it to give the current order a meaningful future. The structure is the same. The direction in which it points is different. There is one more tradition worth noting before we leave this survey. The Zoroastrian tradition from ancient Iran, which describes a catastrophic winter called the Fimbul Winter, a world-ending winter caused by the malevolent deity Angra Mainyu, after which a savior figure leads the survivors out of an underground refuge into a renewed world. The underground refuge is a vara, a kind of enclosed garden where the best specimens of all living things are preserved through the catastrophe. The vara tradition is structurally analogous to the Ark of Noah, the boat of Utnapishtim, and the hollow reeds of the Hopi, a vessel or enclosure that preserves life through the catastrophe. But where the Mesopotamian and biblical traditions use a boat on water and the Hopi tradition uses reeds floating on water, the Zoroastrian tradition uses an underground structure that shelters from cold. The catastrophe is different, winter, not flood, but the preservation mechanism occupies the same structural role. The Avestan texts that preserve the Vara tradition are among the oldest surviving Indo-European religious texts, dating in their oral composition to perhaps 1500 to 1000 BCE. They are geographically adjacent to the Mesopotamian tradition and may well have been influenced by it. But the specific catastrophe is different enough that the Vara tradition might also represent an independent development from the common Central Asian winter experiences of the Indo-European peoples who composed the Avesta. All of this amounts to a pattern that is genuinely wide and genuinely consistent in its deep structure, even as it varies enormously in its specific content and its specific catastrophe type. The world before was better. Something ended it. The world after is diminished but still here. And somewhere in the transition, something, knowledge, life, a special person, a divine gift, was preserved. That is the shape of the tradition we have been following all night. And we are going to keep following it, into the archaeological evidence and then into the question of what the tradition is ultimately telling us about the world we live in. The cities named in the Sumerian King List are real. This is worth stating plainly because it is easy, in the course of a long examination of mythological parallels and cosmological structures and the mathematics of ancient counting systems, to lose sight of the most basic and most grounding fact about the Antediluvian section of the King List. It names places that actually exist, or rather, it names places that actually existed, that can be found in the ground, that have been excavated by archaeologists over the past century and a half, and that have yielded genuine physical evidence about the actual occupation history of the oldest settled region in the world. Eridu, Bad Tibira, Larak, Sippar, Shurupak. 5 cities, 5 names, 5 real locations in what is now the nation of Iraq. Some are better documented than others. Some have been extensively excavated. Others remain largely unexcavated. But all of them appear in the Mesopotamian geographical and administrative tradition as genuine ancient settlements, not invented names. This is one of the features that distinguishes the Antediluvian section of the King List from a purely mythological text. You cannot identify the locations of Olympus or Valhalla or the Garden of Eden on a map with the same confidence that you can identify the locations of Eridu and Shuruppak. The King List's pre-flood world is located in a real geography. That geography is still there. Let us visit each city briefly and see what the ground shows. Eridu is the best documented of the 5 antediluvian cities, and in many ways the most extraordinary archaeological site in Mesopotamia. It is located in the southern Iraqi desert, roughly 12 kilometers southwest of the ancient city of Ur, in a landscape that is now flat, dry, and nearly empty. The marshes and waterways that once made the lower Mesopotamian plain habitable have retreated or been drained, and the site stands as a low mound of accumulated debris rising above the desert floor. The site was excavated in the 1940s and 1950s by Iraqi archaeologists, and the excavations revealed occupation layers of remarkable depth and antiquity. At the bottom of the mound, beneath all the later construction, was the foundation of a small mud brick structure identified as a temple. A simple room with an offering table and the remains of fish bones, suggesting worship of a deity associated with water and fish, almost certainly the god Enki. Above this foundation, later temples were built on the same spot, each one larger and more elaborate than the last, in an unbroken sequence of construction that continued for more than 5,000 years. The earliest occupation at Eridu has been dated to roughly 5,400 BCE. This makes it one of the oldest continuously occupied settlements ever identified anywhere in the world. The community that established itself at Eridu roughly 7,400 years ago chose their location carefully. They settled at the margin of the freshwater marshes that made agriculture possible in the otherwise dry alluvial plain, in a place where fresh water, salt water, and land came together in a way that supported both farming and fishing. Whether Eridu was genuinely the oldest city in the world, as the King List and the Sumerian tradition claimed, is a question that cannot be definitively answered from the current archaeological evidence. Other sites in the region have also yielded very early occupation layers, and the question of which settlement was truly first is one that depends in part on how you define a city. But Eridu's claim to extraordinary antiquity is not an invention of the King List. It is supported by the ground. The specific association of Eridu with the god Enki, the god of wisdom and fresh water who was understood as the patron of civilization and scribal knowledge in the Sumerian tradition, is also relevant here. If Eridu was genuinely the oldest and most prestigious city in the Sumerian world, and if Enki was the god most closely associated with the knowledge that civilization required, then placing the first king of the Antediluvian tradition at Eridu is not simply an arbitrary choice. It is a claim that the beginning of organized human life was also the beginning of the divine gift of wisdom and writing. That the origin of the city is the origin of the scribal tradition that the King List itself represents. Shuruppak is the most archaeologically significant of the antediluvian cities for our purposes, because it is the one that has produced direct physical evidence of a major flood. The site, known today as Tel Farah, is located in central Iraq, roughly 45 kilometers south of the modern city of Nippur. It was excavated in the early 20th century by a joint German-American expedition, and the excavations found something that caused enormous excitement at the time. A layer of clean water-laid silt, clearly deposited by a major flood, sitting between two layers of human occupation. Below the silt layer, artifacts of the Jemdet Nasr period, dating to roughly 3,100 to 2,900 BCE. Above the silt layer, artifacts of the early dynastic period, dating to roughly 2900 BCE onward. The city had been flooded. The flood had deposited a significant layer of silt over the existing occupation. And then the people had come back and built on top of the silt, and life had continued. The excavators' initial interpretation was that this flood layer was evidence of the flood. The historical event that lay behind the King List's Antediluvian tradition and the Gilgamesh and Genesis accounts. The claim was not unreasonable. Here was a real city named in the flood tradition, and here was a real flood deposit in that city's archaeological record. But subsequent analysis has significantly complicated this interpretation. The first problem is that the flood layer at Shuruppak is not unique to Shuruppak. Several other Mesopotamian sites have flood deposits at various points in their occupation sequences. But the deposits are not contemporary. The flood at Shuruppak dates to approximately 2900 BCE. Flood deposits at date to approximately 3500 BCE. Flood deposits at Kish date to a different period still. There is no single contemporaneous flood layer that appears across multiple Mesopotamian sites simultaneously, which is what you would expect if there had been a single regional or global flood. What the pattern shows instead is what the geography of the Mesopotamian plain would predict: a region crisscrossed by large rivers, subject to regular and occasionally catastrophic flooding, in which different areas experience different major floods at different times. The Mesopotamian plain has always flooded. It floods regularly. The specific floods that left archaeological traces at specific sites were local or regional events, not a single world-ending catastrophe. The second problem is the magnitude question. Even the most severe floods documented in the Mesopotamian archaeological record, the kind that deposited thick silt layers at major cities, were regional events that left large areas of the surrounding landscape unaffected. The Gilgamesh flood tradition describes a flood that covered mountains and blotted out the sky. The archaeological flood deposits are consistent with large river floods, not with anything of that magnitude. This does not mean there was no flood tradition behind the King List. It means that if there was a historical event behind the tradition, it was either much smaller than the texts describe, a catastrophic local flood that was subsequently inflated into a cosmic event by the tradition that preserved it, or it was a genuinely large event that has not yet been definitively identified in the archaeological record. The post-glacial flooding hypothesis is relevant here. At the end of the last ice age, roughly 10 to 12,000 years ago, sea levels around the world rose dramatically as the ice sheets melted. In many parts of the world, this rise inundated coastal areas that had previously been inhabited. In the region of the Persian Gulf, sea level rise may have transformed an area that was previously a valley floor, possibly inhabited and possibly fertile, into the body of water it is today. If such a transformation occurred, and if human communities living in the former valley floor were displaced or destroyed by the rising waters, the event might have left a lasting mark on the cosmological traditions of the people who survived it. This hypothesis is genuine and is taken seriously by some geologists and archaeologists. It is not established. The specific evidence for large-scale inhabitation of the pre-flood Persian Gulf basin is still being evaluated, and the timescales involved, 10 to 12,000 years ago, are considerably earlier than the oldest layers at Eridu. Let us also briefly examine Uruk, which is not among the 5 antediluvian cities, but which plays a major role in the post-diluvian section of the King List, and is among the most important archaeological sites in the world. Uruk, modern Warka, is the site where writing appears to have been invented, or at least where the oldest currently identified writing tablets were found. The tablets from Uruk date to approximately 3200 BCE, and represent a proto-writing system used for administrative record-keeping. Lists of commodities, personnel records, accounts. They are recognizably the precursors of the cuneiform system that would eventually be used to write the Sumerian King List. The significance of writing being invented at Uruk, a city that appears prominently in the King List's post-Diluvian dynasties, and that is the home city of Gilgamesh, is not lost on scholars of the King List. The city that was first in the post-Diluvian tradition of literary achievement is also the city where the technology that makes literary achievement possible was developed. The King List and the city of Uruk are, in a very specific sense, products of each other. The archaeological picture at the 5 Antediluvian cities and at the sites associated with the post-Diluvian tradition is consistent with the King List's geographic framework. Real cities in real locations, with real occupation histories that reach back to the earliest periods of human settlement in the region. What the ground cannot tell us is whether there was a single catastrophic flood that the King List uses as its hinge, or whether the flood tradition preserves something more diffuse, a cultural memory of the many floods that repeatedly devastated the southern Mesopotamian plain, compressed and mythologized into a single world-ending event. Both are possible. The evidence does not compel us to choose. Let me say more about the broader context of Mesopotamian archaeology, because it helps explain both why the flood tradition developed where it did and why it took the specific form it took in the King List. The southern Mesopotamian plain is one of the most geologically dynamic landscapes in the world. It is an alluvial plain, a flat expanse of land formed by the deposition of silt brought down by the Tigris and Euphrates rivers over millions of years. The rivers have changed their courses multiple times over the historical period, sometimes dramatically and suddenly. Large areas of the plain that were once dry land have become river channels, and areas that were once river channels have become dry land. The coastline of the Persian Gulf has moved substantially even within the historical period. What is now dry land in southern Iraq was once underwater, and what was once near the coast is now far inland. In this geological context, flood is not an exceptional event. It is the defining condition of the landscape. The Mesopotamian civilization that built the first cities and invented writing did so in a place where the most fundamental feature of the environment was its instability, where water could appear without warning, where rivers could shift overnight, where the difference between habitable land and inundation zone could change within a single human lifetime. The people who lived in this landscape developed, of necessity, an extraordinary sensitivity to water and to the signs of its approach. They built elaborate systems of canals, dikes, and irrigation channels to control the water and direct it where they needed it. They developed religious traditions in which water deities, Enki, Namu, Ninhursag, were among the most important divine forces, because those deities governed the most important physical fact of their existence. They also, inevitably, experienced catastrophic floods. Not the single world-ending flood of the King List's subordinate clause, but floods of every scale. Seasonal floods that refreshed the soil, decadal floods that damaged cities, and occasional catastrophic floods that destroyed everything within their reach. The memory of these floods accumulated across generations and compressed into the cosmological tradition is what the King List's flood clause is drawing on. This is the most archaeologically defensible reading of the Mesopotamian flood tradition. Not a single specific historical event that can be identified in the sediment record, but a cultural crystallization of the lived experience of a people for whom catastrophic flooding was a recurrent, terrifying, and formative reality. Let us also look briefly at the site of Kish, which is important both as the first post-Diluvian seat of kingship in the King List and as one of the most extensively excavated early dynastic sites in Mesopotamia. Kish is located approximately 80 kilometers south of modern Baghdad, in an area that was once on the main channel of the Euphrates River. It was excavated by the Oxford-Chicago Joint Expedition in the 1920s and 1930s, and the excavations produced remarkable finds, including a flood deposit that the excavator Stephen Langdon initially claimed was the flood of the King List. A claim that generated enormous public attention, but that was subsequently revised as the stratigraphy was more carefully analysed. The Kish flood deposit, like the Shurupak flood deposit, proved to be a local or regional event rather than a global or even pan-Mesopotamian catastrophe. But the discovery of flood deposits at multiple important ancient Mesopotamian sites, Kish, Shurupak, and others, demonstrated that major flooding was indeed a recurrent feature of early Bronze Age Mesopotamia, and that the tradition of catastrophic flooding that the King List preserves was rooted in genuine physical experience. Sir Leonard Woolley's famous excavation of in the 1920s also produced a flood deposit, which Woolley identified with the Noahic flood, and which generated enormous press coverage at the time. The flood deposit has since been more carefully dated to approximately 3,500 BCE and identified as a major but regional flood rather than the universal flood of the biblical tradition. But the deposits at are among the thickest and most dramatic of the Mesopotamian flood layers, and they do indicate that experienced a catastrophic inundation at some point in the 4th millennium BCE that would have been memorable enough to form the basis of a lasting tradition. The composite picture from the archaeology of the Mesopotamian flood sites is thus consistent with the cultural explanation for the flood tradition. Multiple major flooding events at different times, at different important sites, contributing to a cumulative cultural memory of catastrophic flooding that eventually crystallized into the single world-ending flood of the King List and the Gilgamesh epic. What the archaeology cannot do is explain the specific structure of the King List, the specific choice to place the flood at the exact midpoint of the document, dividing 241,200 years of antediluvian rule from the historical dynasties that follow. That structural choice is not determined by the flooding events themselves. It is a cosmological and political decision made by the compilers of the King List to use the cultural memory of catastrophic flooding as the hinge of a specific narrative about the nature of time, kingship, and the relationship between the divine and the human. The ground gives us the floods. The document gives us the meaning. Before we leave the archaeological dimension of tonight's investigation, let me note one more thing about the relationship between the King List's geography and what we know from the ground. The 5 antediluvian cities are arranged, as we noted in Part 4, in a geographic sequence that broadly runs north and south across the Mesopotamian plain. They are not randomly scattered. They are real places in a real landscape. And the pattern of their distribution is consistent with a real political tradition about which cities were understood as most ancient and most important in the early Mesopotamian world. This geographic coherence is one of the features that makes the antediluvian section of the King List difficult to dismiss as pure invention. The scribes who compiled the document chose real cities in a plausible geographic arrangement, associated with real deities and real religious traditions. If they were inventing the antediluvian section from scratch, why would they choose this specific, geographically coherent set of cities rather than any others? The most economical explanation is that they were drawing on genuine ancient traditions about which cities were oldest and most sacred. That does not mean those cities were occupied for 241,200 years before a global flood. It means that the King List is drawing on real geographic and historical memory. and expressing it within a cosmological framework that gives that memory a specific and politically useful form. The ground gives us the floods, the document gives us the meaning. And tonight, we are examining both. Let us now spend time with the explanation that most professional Assyriologists and ancient Near Eastern historians would offer if you asked them what the Sumerian King List actually is. Not the fringe explanation, and not the popular explanation. The mainstream scholarly explanation offered by the people who have spent their careers reading cuneiform, excavating Mesopotamian sites, and thinking carefully about what ancient documents do and how they do it. This explanation deserves to be presented fairly and in full because it is serious, it is well supported, and it changes the nature of the questions we have been asking in important ways. And after we have presented it fully and fairly, we will look at what it does and does not account for. What the mainstream reading gets right and where it leaves open questions that it does not fully resolve. The mainstream scholarly reading of the Sumerian King List is in its essentials this: the document is a piece of political propaganda composed at the third dynasty of Ur, around 2100 BCE, designed to legitimate the current ruling dynasty by constructing a narrative of unbroken, divinely sanctioned political authority, stretching from the beginning of time to the present moment. This is not a dismissive or reductive characterization. Political legitimation is a serious intellectual enterprise, and the King List is a sophisticated piece of work. The claim is not that the document is a cynical lie designed to deceive a credulous population. The claim is that it is a carefully constructed cosmological and political argument, built from genuine traditions and genuine historical material, organized and shaped to serve a specific political purpose. Let us be specific about what that political purpose was. The third dynasty of Ur, which flourished between approximately 2112 and 2004 BCE, was the last great Sumerian empire. It was built by a series of kings, Ur-Nammu, Shulgi, Amarsin, Shusin, and Ibisin, who styled themselves kings of Sumer and Akkad, and who administered a centralized bureaucratic state of considerable sophistication. The Ur-III period produced an extraordinary volume of administrative documentation, ration lists, land records, temple inventories, royal hymns, law codes, that gives us one of the most detailed pictures of any ancient state that has survived from the 3rd millennium BCE. The Ur-III kings faced a specific political challenge. They were ruling over a diverse population, Sumerian-speaking in the south, Akkadian-speaking in the north, with complex ethnic and linguistic boundaries. And they were doing so from a city that was not the oldest or the most prestigious in the Mesopotamian tradition. Eridu was older, Uruk was more famous. Nippur, the great religious center of the Sumerian world, was not under the direct control of any single dynasty, but was understood as sacred ground on which competing dynasties had to establish their legitimacy. The King List addresses this challenge directly by tracing a sequence of legitimate kingship from Eridu, the most ancient and most prestigious city in the Sumerian tradition, through the dynasties that preceded Ur, and by including the current dynasty in that sequence. The document is making a specific political argument. The Ur-III kings are not usurpers or novelties. They are the current holders of an authority that has been in continuous circulation since the beginning of time, passing from city to city, but always remaining the same singular, divinely sanctioned authority. The Antediluvian section serves this argument in a specific way. By projecting the sequence of legitimate kingship back through the flood, into a period so remote that it precedes the recognizable historical record, the document makes the tradition unimpeachable. No rival dynasty can claim to predate the Antediluvian kings. No competing tradition of legitimacy can reach back further than 241,200 years. The claim to continuity with the pre-flood world is a claim that no political opponent can refute, because no political opponent has access to evidence about the pre-flood world. The huge numbers in the Antediluvian section on this reading are not attempts to record genuine historical reign lengths. They are a statement about magnitude, about the depth and antiquity of the tradition from which the current dynasty derives its authority. The larger the numbers, the more ancient the tradition, the more unassailable the claim. The specific numbers, derived from the sar-based mathematics of the Sumerian counting system, give the magnitude statement the appearance of precision and documentation without requiring anyone to believe that a specific historical king actually reigned for 28,800 years. This is a coherent and compelling analysis. It is supported by the evidence of how the king list was used in antiquity. It was copied and cited not as a scientific document about ancient history, but as a political and theological argument about the nature of legitimate authority. It is consistent with what we know about how ancient Near Eastern states operated and what kinds of texts they produced. And it accounts for the most puzzling features of the document: the enormous numbers, the sparse detail about the Antediluvian kings, the smooth transition to historical dynasties, in terms that do not require anything beyond normal human political motivation. The mainstream reading also has sophisticated things to say about the specific structure of the document. The choice to place the flood at the midpoint of the king list, rather than at the beginning as an origin story, or at the end as a culminating event, is understood by mainstream scholars as a specific political maneuver. The flood cannot be at the beginning, because a document that begins with the flood would imply that history starts with the flood, which would leave no room for the antediluvian tradition that the document needs to claim. The flood cannot be at the end because the document's purpose is to arrive at the current dynasty, which must come after the flood. So the flood goes in the middle, a transition point that divides deep mythological time from the historical record that eventually arrives at the present. The choice of Kish as the first post-Diluvian city is also understood in political terms. Kish was the most prestigious city in the early dynastic period of Mesopotamian history, the first city to which the title of universal king was applied, and its position as the starting point of the post-Diluvian sequence is a claim that the most ancient and most prestigious form of historical kingship begins at Kish. By tracing the sequence of legitimate authority through Kish on its way to Ur, the king list is connecting the Ur III dynasty to the most prestigious genealogy available in the Mesopotamian political tradition. The mainstream reading also addresses the question of why the document was preserved and recopied across centuries after the Ur III dynasty fell. The answer is that the political argument the king list makes, legitimate kingship is singular, divinely granted and continuously circulating, was useful to many subsequent dynasties, not just the Ur III one. Any ruler who could claim to be the current holder of the singular divine kingship was making a powerful legitimating argument, and the king list provided the cosmological framework within which that argument could be made. The document was preserved not because it was a reliable historical record, but because it was a useful political tool. This is the mainstream reading, and it is a good reading. It is based on genuine scholarship, careful attention to the document itself and to its historical context, and a sophisticated understanding of how ancient political documents work. What does it fail to explain? The mainstream reading accounts well for the political purpose of the document and, for the specific choices made in its construction. What it accounts for less well is the question of what tradition the compilers were drawing on when they constructed the Antediluvian section. If the Antediluvian section is pure political invention, a set of numbers and names created from nothing to serve the Ur-3 dynasty's legitimation needs, then we would expect the numbers and names to be more purely convenient. We would expect the Antediluvian kings to be associated with cities that were politically useful to the Ur-3 dynasty, rather than geographically distributed across the plain. We would expect the specific number of kings and the specific numbers of their reigns to be calculated from the political needs of the document, rather than from a prior tradition. But the Berossus account, composed roughly 1800 years after the King List, drawing on Babylonian sources that we no longer have direct access to, preserves a version of the same basic structure. 10 kings before the flood, with reign lengths in the hundreds of thousands of years, followed by a flood, followed by historical dynasties. The Berossus account has different specific numbers and different specific names, but the structural identity is clear. This suggests that the Antediluvian tradition existed before the King List, and independently of the specific political purposes of the Ur-3 dynasty. The King List was using and shaping a pre-existing tradition, not inventing one from scratch. The mainstream reading acknowledges this. It does not claim that the King List invented the Antediluvian tradition. It claims that the King List organized and formalized a pre-existing tradition in a way that served specific political purposes. The tradition existed. The document shaped it. And the question that this acknowledgement reopens, the question the mainstream reading does not fully answer, is where the tradition came from and what it was originally about. That is where the investigation continues. Let me add some texture to the mainstream reading by examining how specific scholars have framed the King List's political function. Thorkild Jakobsen, whose 1939 monograph remains the foundation of King List scholarship, argued that the document represented what he called the Mesopotamian theory of kingship, a cosmological political view in which legitimate authority was understood as a single, indivisible divine gift that moved through time like a ball passed between players. At any given moment, legitimate authority rested in one city and one king. When that king fell or that dynasty collapsed, the authority was not destroyed, it was transferred. Kingship moved. This theory, Jakobsen argued, explains the structure of the King List better than any other single concept. The document is not a history of all the kings who ever ruled in Mesopotamia. It is a history of the single, legitimate kingship, as it moved from city to city across time. When two dynasties were contemporary with each other, the King List does not record both simultaneously. It records whichever one it recognizes as holding the singular, legitimate authority at that moment, and ignores or subordinates the other. The result is exactly the pattern we noted in Part 7, a linear document that imposes sequential order on what was actually a more complex and overlapping historical reality. Jakobsen's analysis helps explain one of the features of the King List that can seem puzzling on first encounter. The document does not seem particularly interested in Nippur, which was the religious center of the Sumerian world and the city whose temple to the god Enlil was understood as the source of divine legitimation for Mesopotamian kingship. Nippur itself never appears as the seat of kingship in the King List. This is because Nippur was not a political capital. It was a religious center, a neutral ground that all dynasties had to acknowledge, but that no dynasty ruled from directly. The King List's theory of kingship places the legitimate authority in the capital cities, not in the religious center. Joan Goodnick Westenholz, writing in the 1990s and 2000s, has extended the analysis of the King List's political function by examining it in relation to the specific historical circumstances of its composition. She argues that the King List was compiled not simply to glorify any particular dynasty, but to address the specific problem of political instability that characterized the end of the early dynastic period, a period of competing city-states, shifting alliances, and contested claims to supreme authority. The King List proposes a solution to this instability. There is always one legitimate king, divinely designated, and the others must acknowledge his supremacy or be understood as usurpers. This framing gives the King List a prophylactic as well as a legitimating function. It is not just saying that the current dynasty is legitimate. It is saying that there can only be one legitimate dynasty at any given time, and that any claim to rival authority is cosmologically illegitimate by definition. This is a powerful argument, and it would have been even more powerful in a political environment where multiple cities were simultaneously claiming the title of Supreme King. The Ur-3 dynasty that compiled the King List was, in the Mesopotamian tradition, the culmination of a long political competition rather than its beginning. The document is thus not simply self-serving mythology. It is also a theoretical statement about the nature of political order, one that served the political needs of the moment, but that was also compelling enough to continue being cited and copied long after the Ur-3 dynasty itself had fallen. Let me now say something about a specific element of the mainstream reading that is sometimes glossed over, but that matters for understanding the document's relationship to genuine historical tradition. The mainstream reading accepts that the King List incorporates genuine historical material in its post-Diluvian sections. The dynasties from the first dynasty of Kish onward include kings who can be identified in other documents, whose existence is corroborated by archaeological evidence, and whose relative positions in the sequence are broadly consistent with what archaeology tells us about the political history of early dynastic Mesopotamia. This genuine historical content is what makes the document useful as a historical source, even if the reign lengths are often exaggerated. The genuine historical content also functions as a legitimating device in its own right. By including real kings in a sequence that extends back to the Antediluvian period, the King List uses the credibility of the verifiable historical material to lend credibility to the unverifiable mythological material. If the document is right about Gilgamesh and Aga and the other historical figures in the later sections, the argument goes, why would it be wrong about what came before? The strategy is similar to the one used by medieval genealogists who could trace a noble family's lineage back to Charlemagne or Julius Caesar. The documented historical connection lends credibility to the claimed mythological origins. This is good propaganda precisely because it is partly true. The King List is partly true in its later sections, genuinely true in its account of some historical dynasties, and increasingly unverifiable as it goes further back in time. The ratio of truth to unverifiability is carefully calibrated to maximum rhetorical effect. Understanding this does not diminish the document, it illuminates it. The Sumerian King List is a masterpiece of ancient political communication, sophisticated, carefully constructed, drawing on genuine traditions and genuine historical material, while shaping them in service of a specific cosmological and political vision. What remains genuinely uncertain even after the mainstream reading has done its considerable explanatory work is where the Antediluvian tradition itself came from. What the compilers of the King List were drawing on when they assembled the 8 kings and the 241,200 years. That question remains open, and it is the question we continue examining in the next part of tonight's journey. There is one aspect of the mainstream reading that deserves a final note because it concerns how we hold the document as a whole. The mainstream reading, at its best, does not simply say the document is propaganda and leave it there, as if the word propaganda were sufficient to explain and dismiss everything about it. The most careful scholars of the King List treat it as a document that is simultaneously a political instrument and a genuine intellectual achievement. A piece of work that shaped how the people who produced it thought about time, authority, and the relationship between the human and the divine. The fact that it served a political purpose does not mean it was insincere. The scribes who compiled the King List were not cynical manipulators constructing a convenient fiction. They almost certainly believed the cosmological framework they were articulating. The idea that legitimate kingship is singular and divinely granted, that it has a history stretching back before the flood, and that the current ruler is the current holder of an ancient divine trust. They were putting genuine belief in the service of specific political goals, not manufacturing belief they did not hold. This is what most political theology looks like, in any tradition. It is rarely pure cynicism or pure sincerity. It is the deployment of genuinely held beliefs in the service of specific institutional interests. Understanding that the King List is doing this does not make it less interesting. It makes it more interesting because it shows us how a sophisticated ancient culture thought about the relationship between political authority and cosmic order. The mainstream reading is right about the document's purpose. The question that remains open is whether it is right about the document's sources. The mainstream reading accounts for a great deal, but it does not account for everything. Let us spend this part of tonight's journey with the features of the King List that the propaganda reading handles less well. Not to replace the mainstream reading, but to understand where the evidence genuinely leaves open questions that the mainstream reading does not fully resolve. The first of these features is the geographic distribution of the Antediluvian cities. We noted this in parts 4 and 11. The 5 Antediluvian cities are arranged in a geographic pattern that broadly spans the Mesopotamian plain from south to north and back. Eridu in the far south, Bad Tabira in the central south, Larak between them, Sippar in the north, Shurupak in the center. This is not a random arrangement, and it is not an arrangement that obviously serves the political purposes of the Ur III dynasty. If the compiler of the King List was constructing the Antediluvian section primarily to legitimate a specific current dynasty, you might expect the pre-flood cities to include cities with specific political relevance to that dynasty, cities in the Ur III sphere of influence, or cities associated with the deities who were most important to the Ur III religious calendar. Instead, the 5 cities are distributed across the landscape in a way that suggests the compiler was drawing on a pre-existing tradition about which cities were oldest and most sacred, rather than choosing cities for their current political utility. Bad Tabira in particular is a city whose connection to Ur III political interests is not obvious. It is mentioned in the King List, but not extensively documented in the Ur III administrative archives, which is surprising if the compiler was choosing cities specifically to serve Ur III political purposes. Its presence in the list, along with its 3 kings and its very large reign lengths, suggests that it was there because the tradition said it was there, not because it served any particular immediate political interest. The second feature is the consistency of the flood hinge across independent versions of the tradition. The flood appears at the same structural position, the midpoint, the transition between the mythological deep past and the historical dynasties. In the King List, in the Berossus account, and in the Genesis genealogy. These 3 traditions are not identical. They have different numbers of antediluvian figures, different specific reign lengths or lifespans, and different specific content in the post-flood sections. But the structural position of the flood is the same in all three. This consistency across three independent versions of the tradition is difficult to explain if the specific placement of the flood at the structural midpoint was a creative choice made by the Ur-3 compilers of the King List. If the Ur-3 compilers invented the specific placement of the flood, why do Berossus and Genesis place it in exactly the same structural position? The Berossus account, compiled from Babylonian sources in 290 BCE, and the Genesis genealogy, compiled in its current form during the first millennium BCE, do not appear to be derived from the Ur-3 King List itself. They are parallel traditions with different specific content. The most parsimonious explanation for the consistent structural position of the flood across these three traditions is that the placement of the flood at the midpoint between a long-lived mythological past and a shorter-lived historical present was a feature of the pre-existing tradition that all three documents were drawing on, not a creative innovation of any single document. The Ur-3 compilers did not choose to place the flood in the middle. They found it there in the tradition they inherited and used it. The third feature is the specificity of the Antediluvian information. The King List gives specific names, specific cities, and specific numbers for the Antediluvian kings. The names are not generic. They are specific Sumerian names with specific Sumerian etymologies, some of which appear in other Mesopotamian texts in contexts that suggest genuine, ancient significance rather than recent invention. The cities are real, geographically coherent, and associated with real religious traditions. The numbers are calculated, structured, and internally consistent. Pure political invention does not typically produce this level of specificity. If the compiler of the King List were making up the Antediluvian section from scratch, the most efficient approach would be to invent names and numbers that were impressively large without being traceable to any specific prior tradition. Instead, the document gives you a Lulim of Eridu and a Lalgar of Eridu and Dumuzid of Bad Tibira, names that appear in other texts that connect to other traditions that have histories of their own outside the King List. This specificity suggests that the compiler was working with source material, specific names, specific associations between names and cities, specific numbers that existed before the King List, and that constrained what the compiler could invent. The document was not created from nothing. It was assembled from materials that were already there. The fourth feature is the Dumuzid problem. As we discussed in Part 4, Dumuzid appears on the King List as one of the Antediluvian kings, the fifth ruler, with a reign of 36,000 years in the city of Bad Tibira. But Dumuzid, in the Sumerian religious tradition, is not a human king. He is a divine figure, a god of pastoral fertility, associated with the annual cycle of vegetation, with a complex mythological narrative that includes descent to the underworld and a relationship with the goddess Inanna. He is worshipped, not merely remembered. The presence of a divine figure in the position of an antediluvian king is difficult to explain if the Antediluvian section is pure political propaganda about human kings. Political propaganda typically works by asserting that the current ruler's ancestors were great and legitimate humans, not by including actual gods in the genealogy, because that would raise the awkward question of why the current ruler is merely human, while their ancestor was divine. The more natural explanation for Dumuzid's presence is that the compiler was constrained by the tradition, that the tradition about who the pre-flood rulers were included Dumuzid, and that the compiler could not simply remove him or replace him with a more politically convenient figure without being seen to depart from the received tradition. Dumuzid is in the list because the tradition said he was in the list, even if his presence creates a theological awkwardness. This kind of constraint, where the compiler's freedom to shape the document is limited by the tradition they are drawing on, is exactly what you would expect if the tradition predated the political purposes it was being used to serve. The fifth feature, and perhaps the most philosophically significant, is the question of what the propaganda reading does not explain about the survival of the tradition. Political propaganda that is no longer useful tends not to be preserved. Texts that serve the specific political interests of a specific dynasty typically fade from use when that dynasty falls, because no subsequent ruler has an interest in citing the legitimating arguments of a defeated predecessor. The Ur-3 dynasty fell around 2004 BCE. Yet the Sumerian King List was copied and recopied for centuries after the Ur-3 dynasty's collapse. Berossus, writing in 290 BCE, was drawing on a tradition that had survived the fall of the Ur-3 dynasty by nearly 1,700 years. The tradition survived not because a specific dynasty needed it for legitimating purposes. By 290 BCE, the dynasty that originally commissioned the King List had been dust for nearly 2 millennia, but because the tradition itself was considered worth preserving. The most likely explanation for this extraordinary survival is that the tradition was understood to contain something beyond political legitimation, something genuinely cosmological, genuinely important, genuinely about the nature of the world and time and the relationship between the human and the divine. The political propaganda reading explains why the King List was created. It is less successful at explaining why it survived. What these 5 features collectively suggest is that the Antediluvian section of the King List is not a purely political invention, but a document that organizes and uses a pre-existing tradition that was itself considered to contain genuine cosmological truth. Not literal truth necessarily, but the kind of symbolic or mythological truth that ancient cultures believed could be preserved in number and name and story. The mainstream reading and the counter-reading are not incompatible. Both can be true simultaneously. The document can be political propaganda that serves Ur-3 legitimating interests, and it can also be drawing on a genuine pre-existing tradition about the nature of the world before the flood. The political use of the tradition does not invalidate the tradition. The tradition's existence does not invalidate the political analysis. What remains genuinely open is the deeper question: what was the tradition about? What was it preserving? What did the people who maintained it across the centuries think they were keeping alive? We are going to spend the remaining parts of tonight's journey working toward those questions. We will not arrive at definitive answers, but we will arrive at a clearer picture of where the genuine uncertainty lies, and what kind of evidence might eventually help resolve it. Let me develop the specificity argument more fully, because it is the most technically detailed of the 5 features and the one that requires the most careful examination. The names of the Antediluvian kings are not generic names. They are specific Sumerian names with specific Sumerian linguistic structures. Alalim, the first king, has a name that can be passed as something like the Great Flood King or the Ram of the Underworld. The specific etymology is debated, but what is clear is that the name is a real Sumerian compound with a real Sumerian meaning, not a placeholder or an invented name. The same is true of Alalgar, Enmengal-Ana, Ensipazi-Ana, and the others. Each name is a genuine Sumerian compound with a passable meaning. Why would a political propagandist creating an antediluvian tradition from scratch take the trouble to give the invented kings genuine, passable Sumerian names with cosmological or pastoral meanings? A simpler approach would be to use generic royal epithets or placeholder names that sounded impressively ancient, without requiring the specific knowledge of Sumerian compound naming conventions that the actual names demonstrate. The names in the Antediluvian section look like preserved names, names that came down to the compiler through tradition and that the compiler recorded rather than invented. This does not mean the names are accurate records of the names of actual historical individuals who reigned before a global flood. It means that whatever tradition the compiler was drawing on had specific, consistent, linguistically grounded names for these figures, names that were transmitted with enough fidelity to preserve their specific Sumerian structures. The numbers are also worth examining as a form of specificity. We noted in Part 5 that the antediluvian reign lengths are all divisible by 3,600, that they are calculated rather than random. But they are not all the same. The specific distribution of 8 sars and 10 sars across the 8 kings, with the 2 final kings being somewhat more irregular, is a specific pattern that would be strange to generate from scratch for purely symbolic purposes. If you wanted to express magnitude symbolically, you would probably use more uniform numbers, or numbers that progressed in some obvious way. The specific distribution in the king list, some kings 8 sars, some 10 sars, the last 2 somewhat irregular, looks like the transmission of specific information rather than the construction of a uniform symbolic statement. The geographic consistency is similarly a form of specificity. The 5 antediluvian cities are in a plausible geographic relationship to each other and to the region in which human civilization actually developed. They are not scattered randomly, and they are not arranged in a pattern that would obviously serve the political purposes of any specific dynasty. They represent a specific tradition about the earliest human settlements in a specific geography, a tradition that was geographically coherent in a way that arbitrary invention would not be. These specificity arguments do not establish that the tradition is historically accurate. They establish that the tradition is old and structured, that it has the character of preserved information rather than invented narrative. Old and structured traditions can be wrong about what they preserve, and traditions can acquire false specificity through processes of elaboration and systematization over time. But the specificity of the King List's Antediluvian section is a mark in favor of the tradition being genuine rather than invented, even if what it genuinely is remains uncertain. Let me also say something about the survival argument in a bit more detail, because it is more subtle than it might appear. Not all political texts fail to survive when their sponsoring dynasty falls. Some political texts survive because they are adopted by subsequent dynasties who find them useful, which is clearly what happened with the King List in the centuries after the Ur III dynasty's collapse. The document continued to be copied because later Babylonian and Assyrian rulers found the theory of singular, circulating kingship useful for their own legitimation. But the Berossus tradition, preserved through Greek and Christian intermediaries, is not a political legitimation document in the same sense as the King List. By the time of Berossus, the tradition had been translated into a completely different language and cultural framework. Greek rather than Sumerian or Akkadian, Hellenistic cosmological frameworks rather than Mesopotamian ones. The political structures that the King List was designed to serve had long since collapsed. And yet, the basic tradition, 10 kings before the flood, reigns in the hundreds of thousands of years, was still being considered worth preserving and transmitting. This suggests that the tradition was understood as containing something more than political legitimation, something that continued to seem important even after the political context that originally motivated its documentation had completely dissolved. What that something was is the question that the mainstream reading, by itself, does not fully answer. The reading against the mainstream is not a rejection of the mainstream reading. It is a reminder that the mainstream reading, for all its explanatory power, is a reading of what the document was used for, rather than a complete account of where the document came from and what the tradition it organizes was about. Both questions matter. Both are genuine, open questions, and both require us to hold the document with a specific kind of intellectual honesty, neither dismissing the tradition as pure invention nor claiming it as pure history, but recognizing it as what it most likely is: a sophisticated organization of old and genuine cosmological material in the service of specific political purposes, with both the organization and the material telling us something important about the world it came from. There is a methodological point worth making before we close this part of tonight's journey, because it concerns how we should think about evidence that points in more than one direction simultaneously. The 5 features I have described — geographic consistency, structural consistency across independent traditions, name specificity, the Dumusid problem, and the survival beyond the sponsoring dynasty — are not absolute proof that the Antediluvian tradition preserves genuine ancient information about a pre-flood world. They are indicators that the tradition is older and more structured than a purely political invention would be. But indicators are not proof. A sophisticated political propagandist could, in principle, have done the research necessary to generate geographically consistent, linguistically grounded, structurally coherent names and numbers, and could have created a tradition compelling enough to outlast the political dynasty that originated it. It would be unusual, but it would not be impossible. What the indicators collectively do is shift the burden of proof. They make the pure invention reading of the Antediluvian tradition somewhat harder to defend, and the pre-existing tradition reading somewhat easier. But neither reading is conclusively established by the current evidence, and intellectual honesty requires acknowledging that. This is, I think, the correct place to end this part of tonight's investigation. Not with a confident refutation of the mainstream reading, and not with a confident endorsement of the alternative, but with a clear picture of where the evidence genuinely points and where it genuinely does not. The tradition is old. The tradition is structured. The tradition was considered worth preserving across many centuries and many political changes. And the tradition is about something: the world before the flood, the nature of the long-lived kings who ruled it, the specific catastrophe that ended it, that the political propaganda reading addresses but does not fully explain. What it was about is where we go next. Let us push the framing one step further. We have spent 13 parts examining what the Sumerian King List says about the world before the flood: the 8 kings, the 241,200 years, the 5 cities, the transition to historical time. We have looked at the parallel traditions in Genesis and Berossus. We have examined the flood deposits in the archaeology of the named cities. We have considered the mainstream scholarly reading and the features of the document that the mainstream reading handles less cleanly. Now let us ask a question that the document itself implicitly raises, but never explicitly addresses. If the Sumerian King List looks backward through a flood at a world that preceded ours, if the Antediluvian tradition preserves some kind of memory of a period before a catastrophic transition, then what did the people of that pre-flood world look backward at? This question might seem like an invitation to speculation, and in some hands it is. But it is worth asking carefully, because the answer, or rather the shape of the answer, is actually implied by the structure of the King List itself. The Antediluvian kings ruled for 241,200 years. They ruled in 5 specific cities: They were associated with specific deities and specific forms of knowledge. The tradition that preserved their names was old enough that the Ur-3 compilers of the King List were clearly drawing on material that predated their own period. We do not know how old the Antediluvian tradition was when the King List was compiled in 2100 BCE. But the presence of Dumuzid the god in the list of pre-flood kings and the specific connections between individual Antediluvian kings and the Apkallu sages suggest a tradition that had its own history before it was incorporated into the King List. In other words, the King List looks backward through a flood at a world that, in all likelihood, had its own traditions about what came before it. We cannot access those traditions directly. They are, if they existed, even further from us than the King List itself, lost not just to the passage of time, but to the catastrophe that the King List uses as its hinge point. If the flood ended the Antediluvian world, it also ended whatever records and traditions the Antediluvian world maintained about its own past. But there is an indirect approach. We can ask what the structure of the available evidence implies about the depth of the tradition. How far back the chain of looking backward extends. The King List was compiled around 2100 BCE. The oldest occupation at Eridu, the first city in the King List, dates to roughly 5400 BCE, roughly 3,300 years before the King List's composition. If the tradition the King List is drawing on is genuinely connected to the early occupation of Eridu and the other antediluvian cities, then the chain of tradition extends back at least 3,300 years before the document that preserves it. But the tradition does not claim to begin with the founding of Eridu. It claims to begin with the descent of kingship from heaven, an event so remote in time that even the antediluvian kings have thousands of years between them. The tradition does not understand itself as beginning with the earliest human settlements in Mesopotamia. It understands itself as beginning before those settlements, in a time when the relationship between the human and the divine was closer and the temporal scales were different. This recursive structure, each level of the tradition looking backward to something it understands as prior to itself, is one of the most interesting features of the King List from a philosophical standpoint. And it connects the document to a broader question about the nature of human cultural memory. How far back does it actually go? Modern evolutionary biology and cognitive science have established that anatomically modern humans with the same basic cognitive architecture as contemporary people, have existed for at least 300,000 years and possibly longer. The capacity for language, for symbolic thought, for the preservation of information across generations through stories and ritual appears to be very old, present in the shared ancestor of all living humans, developing over hundreds of thousands of years before the first writing systems. The oldest written texts we have are from roughly 3,200 BCE, barely 5,000 years ago. The oldest structured narratives, flood stories, creation accounts, king lists, are from roughly 2100 to 2500 BCE. The oldest known ritual structures, like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, date to roughly 11,500 years ago. But the capacity for the kind of cosmological thinking that produced Göbekli Tepe, the capacity to conceptualize the cosmos as a structured whole with a beginning and a history, is presumably much older than any single monument. The question this raises is, what happened to the cosmological thinking of the 295,000 years before the oldest surviving written texts? It did not exist. Human beings were thinking and telling stories and maintaining traditions across generations for the entire span of anatomically modern human existence. The flood stories and the world age traditions and the king lists are not the beginnings of human cosmological thought. They are the earliest surviving written records of a tradition that was already very old when they were written down. The king list is old, but what it is preserving may be older than the king list by an order of magnitude. This is not a claim that the specific names of the Antediluvian kings, Alulim, Alalgar, Dumuzid, are 100,000 years old. Names do not survive across that kind of timescale without significant transformation. The specific content of any oral tradition changes substantially across centuries, let alone millennia. What might survive is not the specific names, but the deep structure. The idea that there was a world before this one, that it ended in catastrophe, that something was preserved, and that the world we live in is built on the foundation of what was preserved. This deep structure appears, as we noted in Part 10, across traditions from cultures that had no documented contact with each other. The Hindu Yugas, the Aztec suns, the Hopi worlds, the Norse Ragnarok, all carry versions of the same basic architecture. If this architecture is truly widespread and truly independent, it suggests that it is genuinely ancient, that it may reflect something about how human beings have always understood the relationship between their present and their past, not just a feature of any single regional tradition. The Sumerian King List is the oldest written document that gives this deep structure a specific, named, mathematically structured form. It is the point where the oral tradition becomes textual, where the cosmological narrative becomes a numbered list with cities and reign lengths. But the tradition it is recording, or at least drawing on, may be considerably older than the tablet on which it was first inscribed. This is a humbling thought. We study the King List as an ancient document, and it is ancient, older than almost anything else we can read. But the tradition it preserves may be orders of magnitude older than the document itself. What we are reading when we read the King List is perhaps not the beginning of a tradition, but a snapshot of a tradition in the middle of a journey that began long before writing. In a world whose specific texture and specific history we cannot access directly, and that was already ancient when the first scribe pressed the first wedge-shaped mark into clay. Let me say something about what this implies for how we hold the Antediluvian tradition. If the tradition is genuinely old, if it preserves something that goes back past the invention of writing, past the first cities, past the agricultural revolution that produced those cities, then it might be preserving something about a period of human existence that is simply not visible in the conventional archaeological record. The conventional archaeological record shows us what survived: tools, pottery, the foundations of buildings, the bones of the dead. It does not show us what people thought, what stories they told, what cosmological frameworks they operated within. And for the vast majority of human history, for the 295,000 years before writing, the stories and the frameworks are precisely what we are missing. Oral traditions can preserve information across very long timescales. There is ongoing research, for instance, into Aboriginal Australian oral traditions that appear to preserve accurate geological information about sea level changes that occurred thousands of years ago. Traditions that describe coastal features that are now underwater in ways that are consistent with what the geological record shows happened to those coastlines at the end of the last ice age. If oral traditions can preserve accurate geological information across 10,000 years, it is not impossible that oral traditions in other parts of the world might preserve something, however transformed, however mythologized, about events or conditions that existed before the period of documented history. This does not mean that the specific claim of the King List, 8 kings ruling for 241,200 years before a global flood is literally true. It means that the tradition the King List is drawing on might be encoding real information about the past, in a form that is not literally true, but that preserves something genuinely significant about what that past was like. The question is what that something is. And we are getting closer as tonight's journey continues to the most honest answer that the available evidence can support. We are not going to find the names of 8 kings who lived before the flood. We are not going to find the specific cities they ruled, or the specific number of years they reigned. Those specifics, if they were ever based on anything real, are lost in the layers of transmission and transformation that separate any possible historical reality from the document that preserves its faint trace. What we might find, what the structure of the evidence points toward, is that the world before the King List's flood is not simply a theological fiction or a political invention, but a genuine void in human cultural memory. A period when human beings were doing things, thinking things, building things, and telling stories about the world, and when something happened that interrupted the transmission of those stories in a way that left a gap that subsequent traditions felt compelled to fill. Let me also address the specific connection between the King List tradition and what archaeologists and geologists have learned about the period immediately before the oldest Mesopotamian cities. The transition to agriculture in the Near East occurred roughly 12,000 to 10,000 years ago. The earliest known permanent settlements, including the famous site of Jericho in the Jordan Valley, date to roughly 10,000 BCE. The development of irrigated agriculture in Mesopotamia, which made the dense urban settlements of the Sumerian city-state period possible, occurred somewhat later, from roughly 6,000 BCE onward. The period from 10,000 to 6,000 BCE, the period between the beginnings of settled life and the emergence of the first cities, is archaeologically visible but sparsely. We have tools, pottery, some structural remains. We do not have texts. This is the period about which the oral traditions behind the King List may be speaking, not the period of the 8 long-lived kings. That is almost certainly a cosmological elaboration of whatever genuine ancient tradition existed, but the period of the earliest human settlement of the Mesopotamian plain, the period before the major cities were established, the period that even the oldest Sumerian texts treat as belonging to a different kind of time. The post-glacial period, from roughly 12,000 to 6,000 BCE, was one of the most dramatic periods of environmental change in recent human geological history. Sea levels rose by more than 100 meters as the ice sheets melted. Coastlines changed drastically. The Persian Gulf, which may have been a fertile valley floor inhabited by early human populations during the last glacial maximum, was inundated by the rising sea within a few thousand years. Entire landscapes that human communities had lived in for generations became underwater, permanently. It would be remarkable if events of this scale, catastrophic floods of coastal areas, dramatic changes in the landscape, the loss of habitats that human populations had occupied for generations, did not leave traces in the cosmological traditions of the peoples who experienced them. The question is not whether such traces exist, but whether we can identify them in the traditions that survive. The Sumerian King List, with its 8 Antediluvian kings and its single subordinate clause about a flood, may be the most compressed and most mathematically structured version of exactly such a trace. The King List is one attempt to fill that gap, to give shape to the void by naming it, numbering it, and placing it at the beginning of the tradition of legitimate authority that leads to the political present of whoever commissioned the document. What the void actually contained is the question that tonight's journey cannot answer. And that is worth saying plainly, because it is the honest conclusion of 13 parts of careful investigation. The tradition points backward into a darkness that the tradition itself cannot illuminate, because whatever existed in that darkness was ended by the same event that the tradition exists to remember. The void and the memory are two sides of the same catastrophe. There is a particular dimension of this recursion question that deserves more attention than it usually receives. The question of what oral tradition can actually preserve, and for how long. The dominant assumption in Western scholarship has been that oral traditions are unreliable, that they degrade rapidly over time, that they are prone to invention and embellishment, that they cannot be trusted to preserve accurate information about events more than a few generations in the past. This assumption has been progressively challenged over the past several decades by a body of research that shows oral traditions can be considerably more stable and more accurate than the dominant assumption allows. The Aboriginal Australian case is the most dramatic example. Several studies have identified oral traditions that appear to preserve accurate descriptions of specific coastal landforms, particular islands, particular bays, particular features of the coastline that were submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age, between roughly 7,000 and 12,000 years ago. The traditions describe these features as existing places, as places that have specific cultural and spiritual significance, as places that were once accessible but are now underwater. When researchers check the traditions against the geological record of what the coastline looked like before sea level rise, the descriptions match. If oral traditions in Australia have preserved accurate information about coastal geography across 10,000 years, the implication for our reading of the King List is significant. It means that the idea of oral traditions preserving genuine information about events or conditions from before the invention of writing is not inherently implausible. It means that the gap between the invention of writing and the age of the traditions that writing preserves might not be a gap at all. That writing might be capturing traditions that had been maintained orally for much longer than the written record shows. This does not mean the King List's Antediluvian section is a 10,000-year-old oral tradition preserved intact. It means that the possibility of genuine ancient content in traditions that look mythological is more credible than it might otherwise appear. The specific content has certainly been transformed, elaborated, systematized, given mathematical structure, put in the service of political purposes. But transformation does not equal invention. A tradition can be genuinely ancient and genuinely mythologized simultaneously. The question of how ancient is the question that the King List most provocatively raises, and the question that it most thoroughly refuses to answer. It simply points backward, through its 7-word subordinate clause, at a world that came before. Whatever that world was, and however much of it survives in the tradition the King List encodes, it is older than the oldest writing we have. And that makes it genuinely irretrievable in the conventional historical sense, no matter how carefully we read. In the next part of our journey, we are going to examine a specific reading of the King List that reaches toward that void in a different way. The fringe readings named honestly, and what they reveal and what they conceal about the questions we are asking. There is a category of popular engagement with the Sumerian King List that we have not yet addressed directly, and that deserves honest treatment before we move into the final chapters of tonight's investigation. The Ancient-Astronaut reading. In this reading, the Antediluvian kings of the Sumerian King List were not human beings, and not gods in the conventional theological sense, but extraterrestrial beings, visitors from another world who came to Earth in the remote past, established the first civilizations, taught humanity agriculture and writing and mathematics and law, and then departed or withdrew, leaving the human species to manage with the knowledge they had transmitted. The flood, in this reading, was either a deliberate reset by these beings, or a natural catastrophe that they failed to prevent. The long reign lengths reflect not mythological exaggeration, but the actual lifespans of beings whose biology operated on a different timescale from human biology. This reading is most closely associated with the work of Zecharia Sitchin, particularly his 1976 book, The 12th Planet, and the series of books that followed it. Sitchin argued that the Sumerian Anunnaki, a class of divine beings mentioned extensively in Mesopotamian texts, were extraterrestrial visitors from a hypothetical 12th planet in our solar system, who arrived on Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago and who are directly responsible for the earliest developments in human civilization. Sitchin's work has sold millions of copies and generated an enormous popular literature. It has also been comprehensively rejected by professional Assyriologists and ancient Near Eastern historians for reasons that are specific, technical, and worth understanding rather than simply asserting. The core problem with Sitchin's reading is not that it reaches surprising conclusions. Surprising conclusions are fine if they are supported by the evidence. The core problem is that Sitchin's reading requires the Sumerian texts to mean things that they do not mean. That it depends on systematic mistranslation of Sumerian and Akkadian words in ways that professional cuneiformists have repeatedly documented and corrected. The word Anunnaki, for instance. Sitchin translates this as those who from heaven to earth came, a translation that he uses as a key piece of evidence for the extraterrestrial origin hypothesis. Professional Assyriologists translate the same word as something like the great gods or the princely ones or the children of An, a collective term for a specific group of major deities in the Mesopotamian pantheon. The Anunnaki appear in many Sumerian and Akkadian texts, and in none of them do they behave in ways that are consistent with Sitchin's extraterrestrial interpretation. They behave as gods, anthropomorphic divine beings with specific personalities, specific relationships, specific roles in the cosmological order, not as technologically advanced space travelers. Similarly, Sitchin's argument depends on the existence of a 12th planet, which he calls Nibiru, that he claims the Mesopotamian texts describe. Professional readings of the Mesopotamian astronomical texts find no such planet. The word Nibiru appears in Babylonian astronomical texts as a term for a specific position in the sky, most likely Jupiter at opposition or possibly the vernal equinox point, not as the name of an undiscovered planet. The systematic nature of these mistranslations is important because it means that the Ancient-Astronaut reading cannot be rescued by adjusting a few details. It depends on a fundamentally different reading of the Sumerian and Akkadian texts than the one supported by a century and a half of cumulative cuneiform scholarship. The professional readings and the Sitchin readings are not two reasonable interpretations of ambiguous evidence. They are a correct translation and a series of incorrect ones. This is the honest assessment of the Ancient-Astronaut reading of the King List, and it is worth stating clearly: the specific claims of Sitchin's work are not supported by the Sumerian texts, as those texts are actually read by people who can actually read them. And yet, before we examine what the Ancient-Astronaut reading is responding to, let us say something more about why it has been so compelling to so many people. The popularity of Sitchin's work is not a mystery. It arises from a combination of factors that are worth understanding, because understanding them helps clarify what the genuine puzzle is that the fringe reading is trying to solve. The first factor is the genuine strangeness of the material. The Sumerian King List really is strange. 8 kings reigning for 241,200 years is not a small exaggeration or a round number. It is an order of magnitude beyond anything else in ancient record-keeping. The Anunnaki really do appear in Mesopotamian texts in ways that are unusual, as beings who made decisions about humanity's fate, who had their own internal conflicts and politics, who could grant and revoke divine favor. The traditions really do extend backward into depths that the conventional historical record cannot reach. These are genuine puzzles, and they are puzzles that deserve serious attention. The second factor is the inadequacy of some popular presentations of the mainstream reading. When the mainstream response to the King List consists mainly of the words, "It's just mythology," or "It's just propaganda," the response is unsatisfying, because those words do not explain the strangeness of what is actually in the document. A genuinely unsatisfying mainstream response creates a vacuum that fringe readings fill, even when the fringe readings are wrong. The third factor is the compelling nature of the narrative the Ancient-Astronaut reading offers. A story in which advanced beings came from the stars and gave civilization to humanity is a genuinely interesting story. It connects the distant past to the present in a way that feels significant. It explains a great deal, perhaps too much, which is itself a warning sign. And it does so with a vividness and drama that careful scholarship rarely matches. Understanding these factors does not rehabilitate the Ancient-Astronaut reading, but it helps clarify what would constitute a genuinely satisfying alternative. Not a dismissal, not a note that the Sitchin translations are wrong, but a positive account of what the King List is doing and why it is as strange and interesting as it is. That positive account is what tonight's investigation has been working toward. The Ancient-Astronaut reading is responding to something real. It is responding to the genuine strangeness of the King List, to the fact that the oldest written document in human civilization begins with 8 kings and 241,200 years, and a flood, and the matter-of-fact assertion that kingship is a divine gift from heaven. It is responding to the genuine puzzle of the Antediluvian tradition and what it might be preserving. It is responding to the real pattern of structural similarities across ancient traditions that we examined in Part 10. The Ancient-Astronaut reading identifies real puzzles and offers dramatic explanations. The puzzles are real. The explanations are not supported by the evidence. What the Ancient-Astronaut reading gets right, and what the mainstream dismissal sometimes misses, is the sense that the King List is genuinely unusual, that it is not simply a routine piece of political propaganda that can be fully understood by the standard tools of ancient Near Eastern historiography. The document is pointing at something that is genuinely difficult to account for. Not extraterrestrial visitors, but the genuine depth of the tradition it is preserving, the genuine antiquity of whatever cosmological framework it is encoding, and the genuine gap between the world it is describing and the world we can directly document. The error of the Ancient-Astronaut reading is to fill that gap with a specific dramatic narrative. Space visitors, genetic engineering, advanced technology that is not supported by the evidence, and that actually forecloses the more genuinely interesting questions that the gap raises. When you fill the void with ancient astronauts, you stop asking what was actually there. And what was actually there is far more interesting precisely because we do not know. There is a broader methodological point worth making here about how fringe readings of ancient documents tend to work, and what makes them compelling to so many people. Fringe readings of ancient texts almost always begin with a genuine observation. The King List really is strange. The Anunnaki really do appear in ways that are unusual for conventional religious texts. The structural similarities across ancient traditions really are remarkable. These are genuine observations, and the mainstream academic literature sometimes handles them less satisfactorily than it could, sometimes dismissing them rather than engaging with them, sometimes treating the puzzles as less puzzling than they actually are. The fringe reading then takes this genuine observation and makes an inferential leap that the evidence cannot support. The leap feels compelling because it is dramatic, because it connects disparate things, because it offers a complete explanation rather than the partial, uncertain answers that careful scholarship produces. The Ancient-Astronaut reading offers a complete explanation for the long Antediluvian rains, the structural similarities across traditions, the Anunnaki, and the origin of human civilization, all at once with a single dramatic narrative. The problem is that the complete explanation is wrong, not wrong in the sense that we can definitively prove it false. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, and we cannot prove that no extraterrestrial visitors ever came to Earth. It is wrong in the sense that it is not supported by the available evidence, and that it requires the available evidence to mean things it does not mean. Careful scholarship offers a less complete, less dramatic, and more honest answer. We do not know what the Antediluvian tradition preserves, but we can identify what it is drawing on, how it was shaped, what purposes it served, and where the genuine uncertainty lies. That is less satisfying than a complete explanation. It is also more likely to be true. Let me also say something about a specific element of the fringe reading that is worth addressing directly. The claim that the mainstream academic reading is the result of deliberate suppression. That scholars know about the extraterrestrial origins of the Anunnaki, but are covering it up for ideological or religious reasons. This claim is false, and it is worth being clear about why it is false. The professional reading of Sumerian and Akkadian texts is documented in thousands of published academic papers and books, written by scholars from dozens of countries with a wide variety of religious and ideological backgrounds. The translations are not secret. The methodology is not hidden. Anyone who learns to read cuneiform, a skill that requires years of study but is not in any way restricted or forbidden, can read the original texts and check the translations. The cuneiform tablets themselves are in public museums, accessible to researchers. If there were evidence in the Sumerian texts for extraterrestrial visitors, that evidence would be known and discussed. Archaeologists and Assyriologists are not an ideologically uniform group with a shared commitment to suppressing specific findings. They are competitive academics who would be very motivated to publish a genuinely revolutionary finding if the evidence supported one. The absence of such findings in the mainstream literature is not evidence of suppression. It is evidence that the evidence does not exist. The suppression narrative is also, incidentally, one of the markers that distinguishes fringe readings from genuine alternative scholarship. Genuine alternative scholarship, the kind that eventually revises the mainstream, does not typically claim that the mainstream is suppressing the truth. It engages with the mainstream, produces evidence, and makes its case in the literature. The history of science and scholarship is full of examples of genuine revisions to the mainstream view. None of them were achieved by claiming suppression. Having said all of this, let us return to the question that the fringe reading raises in its most productive form. The Ancient-Astronaut reading is wrong about the mechanism. It is right that the King List is unusual. It is right that the Antediluvian tradition points at something that the mainstream reading does not fully account for. And it is right that the question of what came before the oldest written traditions is a genuinely important question, not a settled one. The productive version of the question the Ancient-Astronaut reading raises is not, Did extraterrestrial beings give civilization to humanity? The productive version is, what was the state of human cultural and cosmological development in the long period before writing? And what traces, if any, of that period survive in the traditions that writing eventually recorded? That question is genuinely open. It is being actively investigated by archaeologists, geneticists, linguists, and scholars of oral tradition. It does not require extraterrestrial visitors. It requires patience, evidence, and the willingness to hold uncertainty honestly. Let me extend the methodological point about fringe readings into something more useful for thinking about ancient documents generally. The Ancient-Astronaut reading of the King List is an extreme example of a common interpretive pattern, the pattern of filling genuine uncertainty with confident narrative. The document raises real questions. The questions have no fully satisfying mainstream answers. A confident narrative, even one that requires the texts to mean things they do not mean, feels more satisfying than the honest admission of uncertainty. This pattern is not unique to the fringe. It appears in mainstream scholarship too, in subtler forms. When scholars explain the King List primarily as political propaganda, they are offering a confident narrative that fills the uncertainty left by the Antediluvian tradition. The propaganda reading is much better supported than the Ancient-Astronaut reading. It is based on correct translations and genuine historical knowledge. But it too can become a way of foreclosing further questions rather than opening them. The most intellectually honest position toward any ancient document is one that acknowledges what the evidence can support, what it cannot support, and where the genuine uncertainty lies, without either filling the uncertainty with dramatic narrative or dismissing it as unimportant. This is a difficult position to maintain, because human beings are story-seeking creatures who find uncertainty uncomfortable and narrative satisfying. But it is the position that makes the King List most interesting and most productive to study. The document is strange and significant precisely because it points at something we cannot fully see. Filling that pointing with extraterrestrial visitors or dismissing it as mere propaganda both have the same effect. They make the document less interesting by making it seem more fully explained than it actually is. The King List points at something, that something has not been explained, and that is worth sitting with because it is genuinely true. Let me also address one specific element of the Sitchin reading that comes up frequently in popular discussions: the claim about Nibiru. Sitchin argues that the Mesopotamian texts describe a 12th planet in our solar system that follows an enormously elongated elliptical orbit, bringing it close to Earth every 3,600 years, one sar, and that it is from this planet that the Anunnaki came. The appeal of this reading is partly the elegance of connecting the sar as a unit of time with a planetary orbit of the same duration. The problems with this reading are multiple. The astronomical texts that Sitchin cites do not describe a planet with these properties. The word Nibiru is well attested in Babylonian astronomical literature and refers, in context, to a crossing point in the sky rather than to a physical body. And the orbital mechanics of a planet on the orbit Sitchin describes are incompatible with the long-term stability of the solar system. Such a planet would have disrupted the orbits of the inner planets long ago. But the deeper problem is the interpretive one. Even if Nibiru were a real planet, and even if the Mesopotamian texts described it as Sitchin claims, this would not establish that the Anunnaki were extraterrestrial visitors from that planet. The texts would still have to be read in a way that contradicts the professional translations of everyone who can actually read them. The planet, even if real, would not do the interpretive work that Sitchin needs it to do. This is characteristic of the Ancient-Astronaut reading more broadly. It relies on a chain of inferences in which each link is weaker than it appears, and the conclusion, extraterrestrial visitors civilized humanity, is much further from the evidence than the dramatic presentation suggests. The King List does not need ancient astronauts to be remarkable. It needs only to be read carefully and honestly, which is what we have been doing tonight, which is exactly what tonight's investigation has been practicing for 15 parts now, without flinching from the strangeness of what the document actually contains. Let us think about what happens to a story over time, not a written story. A written story can, in principle, be preserved almost indefinitely without changing, as long as the technology exists to copy it and the institutions exist to maintain it. But an oral story, a story that lives in human memory, that is transmitted by one person telling it to another, that has no fixed text and no authoritative original to refer back to. What happens to that kind of story over centuries, over millennia? This is not an abstract question. It is directly relevant to the Sumerian King List, because whatever tradition the King List is drawing on was, before the invention of writing, an oral tradition. The names of the Antediluvian kings, the associations between specific kings and specific cities, the idea of a flood as the hinge between two different kinds of world. All of this existed in some form before anyone pressed it into clay. And before it was pressed into clay, it was told. It was transmitted from parent to child, from elder to community, from one generation to the next, across a span of time that we can only guess at. What we know from the study of oral traditions is that this transmission process is not neutral. Stories change as they are told, not always deliberately, not always in obvious ways, but they change. The most common kind of change is compression. Details that seemed important to one generation become less important to the next, and they fall away. Events that were once separate become merged. Timescales that were once specific become vague. Specific people become archetypes. Multiple similar events become one large archetypal event. The flood is the most important example of this last process. As we noted in Part 11, the Mesopotamian archaeological record does not show a single, contemporaneous, world-scale flood. It shows multiple floods at different sites at different times. Shuruppak flooded around 2900 BCE. Ur flooded around 3500 BCE. Kish flooded at yet another time. None of these floods was the universal catastrophe of the King List's 7-word clause. But here is what oral transmission would do to the collective memory of these multiple catastrophic flooding events across generations of a people living on the flood-prone plains of the lower Euphrates. First, the specific flooding events would merge. The community that experienced the Shuruppak flood of 2900 BCE, and that had also heard stories of the Ur flood of 3500 BCE, a flood that happened 600 years before their own catastrophe, would, over generations, not maintain these as separate events with separate dates. They would merge into a general tradition of catastrophic flooding. The Great Flood, the flood that destroyed cities, the flood that ended the world as it was known. Second, the merged flood would acquire moral and cosmological significance. Events that are merely catastrophic become meaningful when they are remembered and transmitted over generations. A story that says, "The waters came and destroyed everything," is a story that demands explanation. Why did the waters come? What was the relationship between this destruction and the divine order? What did the survivors do to deserve survival? The answers to these questions, generated by the tradition as it tries to make sense of what it is preserving, become attached to the event itself, so that by the time the story is written down, The flood is not just a historical event, but a cosmic threshold, a divine decision, a hinge between two kinds of world. Third, the timescale of the event would expand. Events that happened in living memory are remembered with specific dates and specific details. Events that happened in the distant past are remembered as bigger, more complete, more absolute than the specific historical events that gave rise to them. A flood that killed many people and destroyed a city becomes, over generations, a flood that swept over the whole earth. A king who reigned for a long time becomes a king who reigned for a time beyond ordinary reckoning. There is a specific term in the study of oral tradition for what happens to time scales in remembered narrative: telescoping. Telescoping is the tendency for the perceived duration of past periods to expand as those periods become more remote. Events that happened last year are remembered at approximately their actual duration. Events that happened a generation ago may be remembered as somewhat longer than they were. Events that happened 10 generations ago may be remembered as occupying an entire era, as taking up a period of time whose specific boundaries are no longer recoverable. Telescoping is not a failure of memory. It is a feature of how oral tradition handles time, by replacing specific duration with cosmological significance. A period that was very long and very important is remembered as having been appropriately long and appropriately important, with the specific duration adjusted upward to match the felt significance of the period. The Antediluvian kings' impossibly long reigns are, in this reading, the product of telescoping applied to a period that was felt to be foundational. The period when the basic structures of civilized life were established, when the relationship between the human and the divine was closest, when the cities that became the centers of Mesopotamian culture were first settled. The specific numbers: 28,800 years, 36,000 years, are the tradition's way of saying this took much longer than you can easily imagine, and it was more important than you can easily calculate. The sar-based structure of the numbers is the mathematical formalization of what telescoping had already produced in the oral tradition: timescales that exceed ordinary reckoning. This is the process, the expansion and absolutization of past events as they become more remote, is one of the most well-documented features of oral tradition, and it directly accounts for what we find in the Antediluvian section of the King List. The 8 kings who reigned for tens of thousands of years are not historical records of actual reign lengths. They are the result of a process in which real but remote rulers have had their tenures expanded to the point where they are beyond ordinary human measurement, where the sar, the Sumerian unit of immense temporal magnitude, is the only unit that fits. The specific mechanism of this expansion is probably related to the genealogical compression that oral traditions typically impose on the distant past. In oral genealogies, the distant past is typically compressed into a small number of named figures who stand for entire epochs. The 5 cities of the Antediluvian tradition and their 8 kings probably represent not 8 specific individuals, but 8 epochs. 8 phases of the pre-flood period that the tradition has summarized as 8 reigns. The reign lengths, rather than being the actual tenures of specific individuals, are the durations of these epochs in the tradition's cosmological accounting system. This is the quiet, non-exotic explanation for the King List's Antediluvian numbers. And it is, I think, more interesting than either the Ancient-Astronaut reading or the pure propaganda reading, because it takes seriously the idea that the tradition is preserving something real while explaining why the form in which it is preserved is so different from the literal historical record. Let me also address what oral transmission does to the relationship between human and divine figures in a tradition, because it is directly relevant to one of the puzzles we identified in Part 4, the presence of Dumuzid, the god in the King List's Antediluvian section. In the early stages of a tradition, the distinction between human and divine may be less sharply drawn than it becomes in later stages. A founding figure who was in some sense specially chosen by the divine, who was understood as having a special relationship with the gods, as receiving divine guidance, as embodying divine attributes to an unusual degree, may be described in relatively human terms in the tradition's earliest form. But as the figure becomes more remote in time, as the specific human details of their life and personality fall away, what remains is the divine attribute. The founding figure becomes increasingly divine and decreasingly human as the tradition matures. Dumuzid, the Shepherd King, may be the most extreme example of this process in the Antediluvian tradition. He began, possibly, as a historical or semi-historical figure, a ruler who was particularly associated with pastoral fertility, who was understood to have a special relationship with the divine sphere that governed vegetation and abundance. Over generations of oral transmission, the human aspects of this figure fell away, and what remained was the divine attribute. The god of pastoral fertility, the consort of Inanna, the figure who descends to the underworld. By the time the tradition was written down, what had once been a human divine figure had become a divine figure who happened also to appear as a king in the Antediluvian list. This is the transmission-based explanation for the Dumuzid problem. Not that the antediluvian world was populated by gods in the literal sense, but that the process of oral transmission tends to divinize its founding figures, especially across timescales as long as those that separate the composition of the King List from whatever historical or proto-historical period it is drawing on. Let us now apply this same thinking to the question of the antediluvian kings themselves. If the 8 kings represent 8 epochs rather than 8 individuals, what would it mean for those epochs to have been associated with specific cities? It would mean that the tradition was remembering the sequential dominance of specific urban centers in the pre-flood period, that Eridu was remembered as the most ancient and most prestigious city of the earliest phase, that Bad Tibira was remembered as the center of power in the next phase, and so on through the sequence. The specific individuals named as kings of each city would be the tradition's way of anchoring each epoch to a specific memorable figure, the kind of figure who becomes the representative of an entire age in the compressed memory of oral tradition. This reading is consistent with what we know about how political memory works in oral societies. In many oral traditions, the history of a period is summarized through the story of a single representative ruler. The king becomes the age, and the age is known through the king. The multiplicity of individual kings and years and specific events that constituted the actual historical record is compressed over generations into a single memorable figure who stands for all of it. The flood in this model is the tradition's memory of a genuine discontinuity, a genuine break in the pattern of political and ecological life in the lower Mesopotamian plain that was dramatic enough to be preserved as a hinge point across many generations of oral transmission. Whether that discontinuity was a single catastrophic flood, a series of floods, a period of exceptional flooding, or some other kind of disruption to the settled life of the Mesopotamian plain, is a question the oral tradition cannot answer by itself. But the fact that the tradition preserves a strong sense of before and after, of 2 different kinds of world on either side of a catastrophe, suggests that the discontinuity was real and significant, not invented. The process of transmission also explains the structural parallels across different traditions that we examined in Part 10. If the deep structure, world before, catastrophe, world after, is what oral tradition tends to preserve most reliably because it is the most narratively meaningful element of a complex historical memory, then we would expect to find this structure in traditions from many different places and times, even if those traditions were preserving different specific events. A coastal community that experienced dramatic sea level rise would, over generations, produce a tradition with the same deep structure as a riverine community that experienced catastrophic flooding. World before was better. Catastrophe came. World after is different. The specific content would differ. The deep structure would be the same. This is the non-diffusionist explanation for the widespread distribution of flood and world age traditions. Not that all traditions derive from a single event or a single source, but that the process of oral transmission tends to produce certain structures reliably, because those structures are the ones that survive the selective pressure of transmission. Stories that give meaning to catastrophe survive. Stories that preserve the sense of before and after survive. Stories that name a specific person who embodied the transition from one world to another survive. These are the elements of the deep structure, and they are preserved across traditions, not because all traditions are connected, but because all traditions are subject to the same cognitive and narrative pressures. Let me close this part of tonight's journey with an observation about what it means to hold this understanding alongside the more dramatic readings we have examined. The quiet, transmission-based reading of the King List is not less interesting than the dramatic ones. It is more interesting because it is more true. The idea that the Antediluvian tradition is the accumulated residue of many generations of oral transmission, that it preserves real memory in transformed form, that the 8 kings are epochs and the 241,200 years are the tradition's way of expressing immense, incalculable duration, that the flood is the compounded memory of the many catastrophic floods that shaped the experience of a people living on the most flood-prone terrain in the ancient world. This is a richer and more resonant explanation than either ancient astronauts or pure propaganda. It is richer because it takes the tradition seriously as a tradition, as a living thing that grew and changed and accumulated meaning over generations, that was shaped by the specific experiences of specific people in a specific place, and that arrived at its written form, carrying all of that accumulated weight with it. The King List in this reading is not a fabrication and not a literal record. It is a deposit, the sediment of millennia of human experience, compressed and crystallized into clay. Let me add one more layer to the transmission argument because it concerns a specific feature of the King List that we have not yet addressed in this context: the movement of kingship between cities. In the Antediluvian section, kingship moves from Eridu to Bad Tibira, to Larak, to Sippar, to Shurupak. In the Post-Diluvian section, it moves through many more cities across many centuries. This movement, the way legitimate authority circulates rather than remaining fixed in one place, is a distinctive feature of the Mesopotamian understanding of political order that has no obvious parallel in most other ancient political traditions. In most ancient political traditions, legitimate authority is fixed. It belongs to a specific dynasty in a specific place, and the loss of that place or that dynasty is the end of legitimate authority rather than its transfer. But in the Mesopotamian tradition, as expressed in the King List, authority moves. It goes where the conditions are right for it. When one city falls, the authority does not disappear. It relocates. This concept of circulating authority may itself be a compressed memory of genuine political history. The actual political history of the early dynastic period in Mesopotamia was one in which different cities rose and fell in power across centuries, with different cities dominating the region at different times. The concept of circulating kingship is the oral tradition's way of preserving this complex multi-city political history in a narratively manageable form. Not many centers of power competing simultaneously, but one center of power moving sequentially from city to city. The compression of complex political reality into a linear sequence of dominant cities is exactly the kind of transformation that oral transmission produces. What was actually simultaneous becomes sequential. What was actually competitive becomes orderly. The messy, overlapping, contested political history of the Mesopotamian plain becomes the clean, linear, cosmologically coherent narrative of the King List. This does not make the King List less valuable as a historical source. It makes it more valuable in a specific way. It preserves the information that the tradition considered most significant. The sequence of dominant cities, the association between specific cities and specific phases of political history, while discarding the complexity that the tradition found less narratively useful. The historian's task is to understand what the compression has preserved and what it has transformed, and to use both kinds of understanding to reconstruct what the actual history behind the tradition might have looked like. The Antediluvian section is the most extreme case of this compression. The pre-flood period was probably not 8 rulers in 5 cities spanning 241,200 years. It was, most likely, a long and complex period of early settlement and political development in the lower Mesopotamian plain, involving many communities in many locations across many thousands of years, that the tradition has compressed into its most essential cosmological structure. The world before the flood, with its impossibly long tenures, and its divine human rulers and its 5 ancient cities, standing as the ancestral foundation for everything that came after. That is what we are reading when we read it tonight. And we are almost at the place in tonight's journey where we can draw the threads together into the most honest possible account of what the King List is and what it means. Somewhere in the Sumerian King List, something changes. The change is gradual, and it is one of the most important things about the document. More important in some ways than the Antediluvian numbers themselves, because it tells us that the document knows the difference between the legendary and the historical, even if it does not announce the difference explicitly. Not at the flood. We have spent 16 parts examining the flood as a threshold, and it is an important one, but the transition the flood marks is a transition between cosmological registers, between the mythological deep time of the Antediluvian section and the gradually normalizing time of the early Post-Diluvian dynasties. What we are looking for now is a different kind of transition, the point where the document moves from kings who exist only in the tradition that preserves them to kings who exist in the broader historical record, whose names appear in royal inscriptions, in administrative documents, in the records of other cities, in the evidence that archaeology and epigraphy can speak to independently of the King List. This transition does not happen at a single identifiable point. It is a gradual emergence, like a shoreline slowly becoming visible as a fog lifts. The kings of the early post-Diluvian dynasties, Jusha of Kish and his successors with their still extraordinary reign lengths of hundreds of years, are attested only in the King List and its related traditions. Then, gradually, as the dynasties proceed, more and more of the kings. The list names begin to appear in other sources. The fog lifts slowly, unevenly, with long patches of continued obscurity and occasional clear moments where an individual king suddenly becomes historically solid. The moment that scholars usually point to as the first genuinely checkable king in the King List is Enmebaragesi of Kish. Enmebaragesi is listed in the king list as the 22nd king of the first dynasty of Kish, with a reign of 900 years. Still implausibly long by any historical standard, but in a different order of magnitude from the thousands of years of the early Kish dynasty. He is described in the king list in a way that suggests he was understood as a significant figure, even in the tradition's own terms. And outside the king list, his name appears on an actual archaeological artifact, a stone vessel fragment found at Nippur, inscribed with what appears to be his name in an early form of cuneiform. This inscription is not unambiguous. The reading of very early cuneiform inscriptions is always uncertain, because the script is in its formative stages, and the conventions are not yet standardized. But the scholarly consensus is that the Nippur inscription is genuinely attributable to Enmebaragesi, which would make him the earliest individual named in the king list, whose existence is corroborated by direct archaeological evidence. Enmebaragesi is also interesting because he appears in a Sumerian literary text known as Gilgamesh and Aga, a narrative poem about a conflict between Gilgamesh of Uruk and Aga, who is described as the son of Enmebaragesi. This poem, which exists in multiple ancient copies, treats Aga as a historical figure who was the last king of the first dynasty of Kish, which is exactly where the king list places him. The convergence between the literary tradition and the king list's sequence of kings is one of the pieces of evidence that suggests the king list's account of the Kish dynasty is drawing on genuine historical memory, even if the specific reign lengths are wildly inflated. What is happening at the Enmebaragesi moment is that the oral tradition behind the king list is converging with what we might call the documentary record, the accumulating body of written evidence that began to be produced as the Sumerian city-states developed their administrative and commemorative writing practices. The earlier kings of the Kish dynasty exist only in the tradition. Enmebaragesi and his son Aga exist in the tradition and in the documentary record. The kings who come after them are increasingly well attested in multiple independent sources. This convergence is one of the most intellectually satisfying features of the king list as a document, because it demonstrates something important about the relationship between oral tradition and historical record. The two are not simply different things, one mythological and one historical, with a clear boundary between them. They overlap, they converge, they are in continuous dialogue. The oral tradition preserves information about people and events that eventually finds corroboration in the documentary record. The documentary record preserves information about people and events that the oral tradition had been transmitting for generations. There is a specific methodological insight that the seam makes visible, and it is one that applies not just to the king list, but to all ancient documents that straddle the boundary between oral tradition and written record. The insight is this: the presence of a seam between the legendary and the historical in the same document is itself evidence that the document is drawing on genuine tradition rather than pure invention. A purely invented document could place its invented kings anywhere on the timeline without any internal constraint. An invented document does not need a zone where legendary material gives way to historical material, because the inventor can make everything equally legendary or equally historical without any pressure to produce the specific pattern we see in the king list. The fact that the king list has this zone, this transition region where kings gradually acquire independent corroboration as they approach the historical present, suggests that the document is drawing on a tradition whose relationship to historical reality changed as the tradition moved closer to the present. The older the material, the less checkable it is, because the older events are further from the documentary record. The newer the material, the more checkable it is, because the newer events are closer to and eventually within the documentary record. This is exactly what you would expect from a document that is drawing on genuine tradition about real historical periods. Periods that were more and less accessible to the tradition's sources, depending on how recent they were. It is not what you would expect from a document that was simply constructing a convenient past from scratch. The seam between the two, the point where one becomes the other, is not a single moment. It is a zone, a transition region, in which kings who were part of oral tradition gradually acquire documentary corroboration and become part of the historical record in the conventional sense. Enmebaragesi is in this zone. The kings before him are entirely on the oral tradition side. The kings after him are increasingly on the documentary side. Let us look at what happens on the other side of this seam, at the kings who are clearly historical, whose existence and deeds are corroborated by multiple independent sources, and who therefore allow us to assess the reliability of the King List's account of the period it can be checked against. The period of the first dynasty of Kish is also illuminated by the archaeological discoveries at Kish itself. The joint British-American excavation in the 1920s and 1930s found evidence of a major urban settlement at Kish, with sophisticated material culture consistent with a period of political prominence. The specific artifacts recovered, including game boards, weapons, and luxury objects, paint a picture of a wealthy and complex society that fits the image of Kish as a dominant political center that the King List projects. The archaeological evidence does not confirm that specific named kings ruled at Kish for the specific numbers of years the King List assigns them, but it does confirm that Kish was a significant urban center in the early dynastic period, that it had the material resources consistent with political dominance over a wide area, and that the tradition's identification of Kish as the first great post-Diluvian political center is historically plausible. This is the relationship between the King List and archaeology at its most productive. Not one providing direct confirmation of the other's specific claims, but both providing independently derived evidence about the same historical period that converges on a broadly consistent picture while differing in specific detail. The first dynasty of Uruk, which follows the first dynasty of Kish in the King List's sequence, includes several kings who are attested in the literary tradition, including, most famously, Gilgamesh himself. The King List gives Gilgamesh a reign of 126 years, which is still extraordinary but already in the range of legendary rather than mythological duration. The Epic of Gilgamesh, the extended literary masterpiece, presents him as a historical king of Uruk who built the city's walls and whose deeds became the foundation of the greatest literary tradition in the ancient Near East. Archaeology has not found a direct contemporary inscription of Gilgamesh himself. He may have been a genuine historical figure, a legendary one, or some combination. But the layers of occupation at Uruk that correspond to the period when Gilgamesh is said to have ruled are consistent with a period of major construction activity, including the building of the impressive city walls that the Epic of Gilgamesh attributes to him. The archaeological record does not confirm Gilgamesh's existence, but it does not contradict it either. Further along the King List as the dynasties continue, the convergence with the documentary record becomes increasingly dense. The early dynastic period of Mesopotamian history, roughly 2900 to 2350 BCE, is represented in the King List by a sequence of dynasties whose members begin to appear with increasing frequency in royal inscriptions, votive objects, and administrative documents. The Lagash inscriptions from this period, for instance, provide an independent sequence of rulers that can be compared with the King List's account, and the comparison shows both convergence and divergence that allows scholars to assess where the King List is more and less reliable. What this comparison shows is something nuanced and important. The King List is a real historical source for the early dynastic period, but it is not a straightforwardly accurate one. The sequence of cities and dynasties it presents is broadly consistent with what archaeology shows about the political geography of the period. But the reign lengths are often inflated, sometimes dramatically. And the document's commitment to the theory of singular, circulating kingship means that it ignores or subordinates dynasties that appear in the archaeological record as contemporary with the ones the King List recognizes as legitimate. The comparison between the King List and the archaeological record is thus not a simple vindication or refutation. It is a complex dialogue between two kinds of evidence about the same historical period, each preserving different things and distorting different things, and requiring careful analysis to understand what each is telling us and what each is obscuring. This same complex dialogue between the tradition and the evidence is what we have been conducting throughout tonight's journey with the Antediluvian section of the King List. The difference is that for the Antediluvian section, the documentary side of the dialogue is almost entirely silent. The inscriptions and administrative documents and votive objects that provide independent corroboration for the historical kings simply do not exist for the pre-flood period. What exists is the tradition and the traces that the archaeological record preserves of the period that the tradition is remembering. But the convergence we can observe in the historical section of the King List, the fact that as we move closer to the present, the document's claims become increasingly checkable and increasingly corroborated, gives us some confidence that the same document's claims about the more remote past are not simply invented. A document that preserves genuine historical information about the early dynastic period was presumably drawing on genuine tradition about the Antediluvian period as well, even if that tradition was older, more transformed, and less checkable. The same document operates in two different epistemological worlds simultaneously. On one side of the seam, we can check its claims against independent evidence. On the other side of the seam, we cannot. But the fact that it is reliable where we can check it gives us some reason, not certainty, not proof, but some reason to take seriously what it preserves where we cannot. That is ultimately the most honest thing that can be said about the Sumerian King List and the tradition it encodes. Tonight, we have examined that tradition from many angles. From the mathematics of the Sar to the parallels in Genesis, from the archaeology of the named cities to the process of oral transmission, from the mainstream reading to the fringe readings, and back to the most honest position the evidence actually supports. We have taken it seriously without taking it literally. We have held the uncertainty honestly without using it as an excuse to stop asking questions. And now, in the final part of tonight's journey, we are going to return to where we started. There is one more thing worth examining before we leave part 17, and it concerns the specific figure who sits closest to the seam. The figure who straddles the boundary between the legendary and the historical more clearly than any other person in the King List. That figure is Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh appears in the King List as the fifth king of the first dynasty of Uruk, with a reign of 126 years. He appears in the Epic of Gilgamesh as a legendary hero, 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, who built the walls of Uruk and sought immortality after the death of his companion Enkidu. He appears in the Sumerian literary poem Gilgamesh and Aga as a historical-sounding political figure dealing with a specific territorial dispute with the king of Kish. And his name, or a form of it, appears in the archaeological record in inscriptions that post-date his supposed reign, but treat him as a real historical king. Gilgamesh is thus the most fully documented figure in the entire King List. Not because we have direct contemporary evidence of his existence, but because he is preserved in more different kinds of tradition than anyone else in the list. He is simultaneously a king on a list, a legendary hero, a political figure in a literary poem, and the subject of royal inscriptions. Each of these contexts preserves a different aspect of what the tradition remembered about him. The Gilgamesh case illustrates the general point about the seam. The transition from legend to history is not a transition from fiction to fact. It is a transition from one kind of evidence to multiple kinds of evidence. The kings before Gilgamesh exist in a single tradition. Gilgamesh exists in several traditions simultaneously, which allows us to triangulate between them and build a more complex and more reliable picture of who he was and what the tradition remembered about him. The kings of the Antediluvian section exist in fewer traditions still, mainly the King List itself, the Berossus account, and a few other Mesopotamian texts that mention some of the same names. We cannot triangulate between independent traditions in the same way. What we can do is understand the tradition we have as carefully and honestly as possible, and hold with appropriate uncertainty what it cannot tell us. The seam between legend and history in the King List is not a line, but a zone. And we have been standing in that zone all night, looking in both directions. Back toward the antediluvian world that the tradition remembers, and forward toward the documented history that the tradition eventually becomes. What lies on the other side of the flood in the direction the tradition is pointing is the question that tonight's journey has been examining from every available angle. We have not resolved it, but we have clarified it, understood more precisely what kind of question it is, what kind of evidence would be needed to answer it, and what the honest limits of what we can currently know actually are. That, finally, is what the investigation of a genuinely difficult ancient document looks like when it is done well. Not with comfortable certainty in either direction, with honest, careful, patient attention to what the evidence can and cannot support. Tomorrow, or rather tonight, as sleep continues to approach, we will take one last look at the tablet in its museum case and let the questions settle into the darkness. The tradition points at something. What it points at is not fully visible from where we stand, but the pointing itself is worth taking seriously. And that is what we have done tonight. We began this journey on the bank of a river at night. Let us go back there. The Euphrates is still there. It is still wide and dark and slow, still breathing through the papyrus reeds at its margins, still carrying the light of a sky that has watched this valley for longer than anyone alive can measure. The mud brick building is still behind you, with its oil lamp and its single doorway. The scribe is still inside, working, except, of course, they are not. The scribe who pressed the first version of this list into clay is dust. The scribes who copied and recopied and extended and revised it across the following centuries are dust. The kings whose names they recorded, from Alulim of Eridu, first of all kings, to the last historically attested ruler at the end of the list, are dust. The cities themselves are dust, mostly. Mounds of accumulated debris in the Iraqi desert, waiting for archaeologists who come with their brushes and their careful hands and their notebooks, pulling fragments of the past back into the light. What is not dust is the list. The list survived. In 26 fragmentary copies scattered across the museums of the world, the essential content of the King List has come down to us. And in one copy in particular, the Weld-Blundell Prism in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, the list survives in something close to its complete form. Under glass, in a temperature-controlled case. in a room that closes at 5 in the afternoon and opens again at 10 in the morning, and through whose quiet halls the staff walk past it every day without, presumably, thinking very much about what it is. What it is the oldest attempt in the history of human writing to account for the full span of time from the beginning of civilized life to the moment of writing. 8 kings before the flood, 241,200 years, a single subordinate clause where the world ended, and then the post-flood world, slowly converging, dynasty by dynasty, on the recognizable historical present. We have spent 17 parts of tonight's journey with this document and the questions it raises, and I want to use this final part, before the sleep that has been waiting since the beginning comes at last, to let those questions settle. Not to resolve them, they cannot be resolved, not yet, perhaps not ever, but to let them find their proper shape in the mind so that what you carry into sleep is not frustration at the uncertainty, but something more like the quiet satisfaction of having looked honestly at a genuinely difficult thing. But before I tell you what we know and what we do not know, let me stay with the river for a moment longer. The Euphrates has been flowing for millions of years. It carried silt down from the mountains of Turkey long before there were human beings in the valley to build cities on the floodplain it was creating. It will carry silt down from those mountains long after the last traces of the cities that the King List records have dissolved back into the earth. The river does not know about the 8 kings. The river does not know about the scribe who recorded them, or the tablet that preserves the record, or the museum in Oxford where the tablet now rests. And yet, the river is the reason any of this exists. The silt the Euphrates deposited over millions of years created the flat, fertile alluvial plain where the first cities were built. The water the Euphrates provided made irrigation agriculture possible, and irrigation agriculture made urban density possible, and urban density made the administrative complexity that required writing possible, and writing made the King List possible. The river is the silent author of everything we have been examining tonight. The 8 kings ruled in cities that existed because of this river. The flood that ended their world came, most likely, from the same watershed system that the river drains. The writing system that preserved the tradition was invented to manage the surplus that the river's water produced. The tablet we have been reading is made of clay that the river deposited. This is the specific kind of deep connection between a document and its landscape that gets lost when we study ancient texts only as texts, a series of marks on surfaces to be read and interpreted. The King List is also a product of a place, of the lower Mesopotamian plain, of the annual cycles of flooding and drying, of the specific relationship between water and soil and human settlement that made this valley the birthplace of so many of the things we call civilization. Holding the document in relation to the landscape it came from is part of reading it honestly. Here is what we know. We know that the Sumerian King List is real. A real document preserved in real clay, found in real excavations, read by real scholars who have spent real careers developing the expertise to understand what it says. We know that the cities it names were real cities, whose ruins are still in the ground and have been studied for more than a century. We know that the kings in its historical sections were real kings, whose existence is corroborated by other documents and other evidence. We know that the tradition it is drawing on was genuinely old when it was compiled, old enough to include Dumuzid the god as an Antediluvian king, old enough to be preserved in parallel versions by Berossus 1800 years later, old enough to share its deep structure with the Genesis genealogy and with traditions from cultures that had no documented contact with Mesopotamia. We know that the numbers in the Antediluvian section are calculated rather than random, generated by a specific mathematical system using the Sumerian sar, as the base unit in a way that reflects the sophistication of the astronomical and mathematical tradition that produced the document. We know that the process of oral transmission applied to genuine historical memory over centuries or millennia produces exactly the kinds of transformations we see in the Antediluvian section. Telescoped timescales, merged events, divinized founding figures, a single world-ending catastrophe that stands for many catastrophic floods. We know that the document served specific political purposes in its Ur-3 context, and we know that its survival long after that context had dissolved suggests it was understood to preserve something more than political legitimation. Here is what we do not know. We do not know what specific events or conditions in the pre-writing period of human history the Antediluvian tradition is preserving. We do not know whether the 8 kings represent 8 actual historical figures whose memories were compressed and mythologized over generations, or 8 epochs in the history of early Mesopotamian settlement, or a purely cosmological structure with no specific historical referent. We do not know whether the flood in the King List refers to a specific catastrophic event, a large regional flood, a dramatic sea level rise, a period of exceptional flooding, or to the accumulated memory of many such events. We do not know how old the tradition is. We do not know what the people who first developed that tradition believed they were preserving, or what experiences gave rise to it. Let me also say something about what it means to have spent this much time with a single, ancient document. Because the act of sustained attention to one thing is itself worth noting. We live in an information environment that rewards breadth and speed. The ability to process many things quickly, to absorb summaries, to move from one topic to the next without lingering, is valued in most of the contexts modern life creates. The opposite disposition, the willingness to sit with one thing for a long time, to turn it over slowly, to come back to the same questions from different angles, rather than moving on once an initial impression has formed, is less commonly practiced. Ancient documents reward the second disposition. They are not designed to be skimmed. They are not built for quick consumption. The Sumerian King List in particular, a document whose most important features are visible only to those who look carefully enough to notice the mathematical structure of the numbers, the geographic coherence of the cities, the presence of Dumuzid in a list of kings, the specific placement of the flood as a structural midpoint rather than an origin, rewards the kind of attention that is willing to stay with a puzzle long after the first impression suggests there is nothing more to find. 17 parts is a long time to spend with a document that can be physically read in less than an hour. But the 17 parts were not 17 readings of the document. They were 17 approaches to a set of questions the document raises. Each approach revealed something that the others could not have shown, and the accumulated picture is considerably richer and more honest than any single approach could produce. And here is something worth sitting with as sleep approaches. The not knowing is not a failure. It is an accurate reflection of the epistemic situation, of what the evidence actually allows us to know, and what it does not. The honest acknowledgement of uncertainty is not the same as the absence of understanding. We understand the King List considerably better than we did 17 parts ago. We understand the tradition it is drawing on, the purposes it served, the processes that produced it, and the genuine, open questions that remain. That is real knowledge, even if it is not the complete and satisfying certainty that the dramatic readings, Ancient-Astronauts on one end, pure propaganda on the other, would offer. The King List is more interesting than either of those readings allows it to be. It is more interesting because it is more genuinely puzzling. It points at something that is not yet fully visible, and the pointing is real, and the something is real, and we do not yet have the tools to see it clearly. That is one of the most honest things that can be said about any ancient document, and it is what this one deserves. There is one thing I want to say before we reach the final quiet. One observation about the relationship between the King List and the people who are listening to it tonight. The King List was composed for a specific audience, the literate inhabitants of the Ur-3 state, or more precisely, the trained scribes and administrators who worked within the temple and palace institutions of that state. It was composed in Sumerian, a language that had already become liturgical rather than vernacular by 2100 BCE, a language of educated specialists rather than of everyday speech. It was inscribed on clay tablets in a script that required years of specialized training to read. Its intended readership was, by the standards of its time, a tiny elite. And yet, here it is, 4,000 years later, being listened to in the dark by people who are trying to sleep, by people who, in the vast majority of cases, know no Sumerian, have never held a clay tablet, have never been inside the Ashmolean Museum, and whose connection to the Mesopotamian plain is about as distant as a human connection can be. The tradition found you anyway. Whatever it was preserving, whatever sense of a world before this one, whatever intimation of a time when the relationship between the human and the divine was closer, whatever memory of a catastrophe that ended one kind of existence and began another. It crossed 4,000 years of time and the full breadth of the modern world and arrived here, in this room, in this night, in this moment, between waking and sleep. That seems worth noting. Let the river come back into your awareness now. The Euphrates, dark and wide and patient. The stars above it, the same stars that the founding navigators of Eridu knew, that the scribes who pressed the King List into clay could read, that the Babylonian astronomers used to calculate the great cycles of the sky. The stars are still there. The sky is still the same sky. The tablet is in Oxford now, but it belongs to the valley it was made in, to the flat, dark plain between the rivers, to the smell of mud and reeds and distance, to the specific quality of silence that a very old and very empty landscape has in the small hours of the night. Imagine the Weld-Blundell Prism sitting in its case in the Ashmolean. The case is closed, the museum is dark, the staff have gone home. The four faces of the prism are inscribed in a script so small and so precise that even trained cuneiformists need magnification to read it, and the text spirals around the object in the way that texts spiral around objects when the writer is trying to fit as much as possible into the available space. All four faces, every surface. 8 kings, 241,200 years, and then a flood, and then the history of the world from the moment kingship descended from heaven a second time. It has been sitting in that case, more or less, for a century. Before that, it sat in a Baghdad dealer's shop. Before that, in the ground, at a site in southern Iraq that was once the ancient city of Nippur. Before that, for the 4,000 years between its composition and its discovery, it was in the earth, in the dark, in the same dust that was once the world it was describing. The tradition is very old. The tablet is 4,000 years old. What it is recording goes back further than that. And what it is pointing at, the pre-flood world, the long-reigned kings, the tradition that was already ancient when the scribes of the third dynasty of Ur pressed it into its final form, goes back further still. We do not know how far. We may never know. But the pointing is real, and the questions it raises are real, and the 17 parts of tonight's journey have been an attempt to take those questions seriously, to hold them with a combination of intellectual rigor and genuine wonder that genuinely difficult questions deserve. Think for a moment about the chain of preservation that brought this document from the mud of ancient Nippur to wherever you are right now. Someone pressed the marks into clay. The clay hardened. The tablet was stored in a temple archive and survived the collapse of the Ur-III dynasty and the centuries of political change that followed. It survived the gradual abandonment of Nippur, buried in the accumulating debris of a city slowly dying. It survived 4,000 years underground in the dark, while everything above it passed away. Then it was found. 19th century excavators identified the mound and began to dig. The tablet came up into the light. It was cleaned, catalogued, shipped to Oxford, donated to the Ashmolean. Cuneiform scholars spent decades developing the expertise to read it, and then more decades arguing about what it meant, producing the understanding we have been working with tonight. Every step in that chain was contingent. The tablet could have been destroyed at any of a dozen points. That it survived is something like a miracle of material continuity. The physical substance of the clay holding its shape, and the marks pressed into it holding their meaning, across a span of time that exceeds most human categories of duration. The lamp in the mud brick building behind you is going out now. The oil is spent. The scribe has set down their reed and gone to sleep, and the clay in front of them is hardening in the night air. The marks they pressed into it becoming fixed, permanent, durable in a way that the scribe could not have anticipated, becoming a message from 4,000 years ago, to a world of glass museum cases and temperature-controlled storage and scholars with magnifying glasses and universities and publication schedules. All the apparatus of a civilization built on the foundation of the writing system that they were using to make their list. The list of kings. The 8 before the flood. The 241,200 years. The single subordinate clause where the world ended and began again. Let it rest now. Let the questions rest with it. The river is still moving. The stars are still turning. The dark plain between the rivers is very quiet. Sleep well.